100 yards rushing. He's done that for the 14th time in his NFL career.
Mike, it's really important, in my opinion, for Lamar to get a couple of plays in here. Quick throws. Let's wear down that pass rush a little bit. Let's stay in the 2-minute. But they are on their toes. They're fired up now. Don't let them get you early in the drive.
Chris Jones rushing from the edge. 87 yards for the Ravens. Jackson's first pass. Sideline Isaiah Likely, who's had a big game. 8 targets, 100-yard game now on 7 catches.
Smart play there by Jackson. Just take exactly what they're going to give you. They're going to allow you those kinds of catches at this point on the field. But 3 or 4 pass rushes into this thing, all of a sudden Chris Jones is not quite the same Chris Jones if you just keep him out there.
Derrick Henry on the sideline. Justice Hillmore, the third down back and passing game stuff for the Ravens. He releases. Jackson steps up. Chased by Chenal, got away, spinning around the 30-yard line. First down for Lamar.
It's got to be so frustrating playing him, right? And Patrick Mahomes too, but that's what the great ones really have the ability to do. They can beat you from the pocket. Lamar's always been a pocket passer, so is Patrick Mahomes, but it's those plays that set them apart, whether they're running or moving to throw, which always gives you a shot in this situation.
Averaging 8 yards a carry is Jackson.
They're having to chip on Chris Jones, though, and so it's costing them some time and opportunity with Likely.
Number 30, shot down the field from Jackson, incomplete. Bateman was blanketed, nothing going with Joshua Williams down the sideline in coverage.
So the hot receiver, right, is Likely, but because they're having so many problems with Chris Jones over there, they're having to leave him in and block. Same thing on the other side with Mark Andrews. So to help with the protection, they're going 7-man protection, at least through the chip part of that, just to try and make sure that Lamar can get it off.
Jones this whole drive living as an edge rusher here. Chenal comes as well. They'll throw it that way behind them. And Likely another catch, getting out of bounds, preserving some time. 86 seconds to go here in regulation.
It's exactly what he should be doing. This is Lamar Jackson just playing a brilliant start to this drive. He knew what they were going to do. Now Chris Jones has rushed 4 or 5 times. Now you've kind of chipped on him a couple of times. It's a little bit different.
It's the first game of the season.
No doubt. Which is always the hardest one to catch your breath.
Play 68 for the Ravens tonight. Four-man rush. Jackson trying to escape. He's got some space here. Going to take off, go down to the 41-yard line. Chenal may have taken the worst of the hit by Nick Bolton, his teammate.
Well, they got to take the timeout. They do.
Stop the game for an injury with Kansas City, which will take a timeout off of their list.
It's not the worst thing in the world, though, for Kansas City, because now they do get to freshen up their pass rushers here a little bit. I tell you, the one guy that we have not talked enough about, Leo Chenal, the guy who took the worst into that, what a playoff run he had going through the championship and the Super Bowl. I thought he was really something. And he is really well respected on this Kansas City defense.
Forced fumble, blocked the extra point in the Super Bowl, which was such a huge play. They look at him, and as they look at him, Chris, look at the rest of the Chiefs defense down there. A lot of guys on a knee, getting some hydration. Again, you may play a few snaps here, a series or a couple of series. Kansas City actually did play a few games with their starters in the preseason for a bit, but nothing like what it took out here tonight.
And what Andy Reid will do on occasion in practice is make them stay on the field for 15 or 20 plays so that they're ready on opening night for this kind of action. But they did look tired. They were all on a knee out there.
They brought Drew Tranquil in at linebacker to replace Chenal.
And they're rushing inside Chris Jones so he can get that one-on-one.
Steps up, floats it. Justice Hill has it. Chooses to go upfield instead of out of bounds. Gets the 48-yard line. Turning clock, final minute. here in KC.
Great play by Nick Bolton to cut off the receiver there, not allowing him to get out of bounds and making the tackle.
A lot of time comes off there, down to 47 seconds left. Slide it to Likely, first down and out of bounds. They have worked that very well on this drive.
Isaiah Likely, because he got so much playing time at the end of the year last year because of the injury to Mark Andrews, is just a much better, much sharper player than what we saw early in his career.
It's the best night of his young career. 9 catches, buck 11. Both of those you see there, career high with a third-year man. Andrews gets a rest. So does Chris Jones. 43 seconds left. Ravens need a touchdown. They show blitz. They bring 4. Jackson throws on the run to Bateman. He brought it in. Inbounds clock runs at the 11-yard line. Final half minute. Rashad Bateman goes up to get it. Ravens trying to get organized. Do they kill it or take the shot at the end zone? Down to 19 seconds remaining. They'll take a shot. It is Jackson taking a lot of time. Throws it to the back to Likely. Incomplete. Down to 10 seconds remaining as Likely hit the deck hard. And is in some pain.
It really looked like... First of all, let's go back to the catch by Bateman to set all of this up. Caught the back couple of inches of that ball. But on that last play, it looked like Isaiah Likely was open in the back of the end zone, and Lamar couldn't quite get himself set to make that throw. You can see the space out towards the pylon, and he threw it high and away, and just Likely unable to get it, and then paid the price for it on the tail end of this.
As he comes down hard. Terry McCauley, I bring you in here because there are no timeouts left for Baltimore and an injured player here, but the ball was out of bounds and incomplete. What happens here?
It's just an excess timeout. It's just charged. There's no penalty for it. Nothing happens. If there's another one, it'll be a 5-yard penalty.
Thanks, Terry. The concern now for the moment is Likely, who's had this great game. Adrian Dixon leading the medical team. Leanne Curl, the orthopedist, also out there for Baltimore. You see Likely as he went up.
And absolutely the right play there by Brian Cook. Remember, there are no force outs anymore.
Right.
So as a defender, your job is to carry him if you have to, but certainly push him out of bounds. So a perfectly played play that time by Brian Cook.
The great news is that Likely is up and walking off. Tough for the Ravens. He's such a target down there in the red zone. You don't have him. You're down to a couple of plays. Do you like that they just went to the line and made a play and didn't clock it there?
Well, if you clock it, then you're down a play too, right? So
yeah.
It doesn't really matter at that point. But now Lamar can't take 10 seconds on this one play. And sometimes he can move around and try to do that.
10-yard line, 10 seconds. Ravens trying to tie it. Jackson sliding up, throwing end zone, incomplete. Flowers was wide open. Oh, man.
That's 2. He saw it. It's going to come right in the back, right back here. That's 2 open players that he had a shot for and just missed.
Boy. Likely back in. Game 1 of season 105 in the NFL. Down to 1 play, 5 seconds to go. Chiefs rush 4. Lamar trying to make magic happen. Throw it end zone. Likely 2 feet down. Yes! Touchdown! What a play! Isaiah Likely! Going for 2 and the win are the Ravens on opening night.
Let's make sure. Oh, very close.
Oh.
Is there enough to overturn?
Oh, that's on. That's on the line, isn't it? You think?
Terry McCauley's going to have to make this call, but it looks like that toe's on the line, Terry.
I agree completely.
Oh.
The right toe's on the line. It's out of bounds. This is going to be reversed to an incomplete pass.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a toe. By a toe, the opener looks like it'll go to the Chiefs because this will be game over. Showing the replay up on the big screen now that you're watching here at home. Unbelievable look down the line there. Gives you that definitive look you're looking for.
The NBC camera crew is unbelievable, and the Ravens wish they were a little less.
And you're going to hear this crowd go crazy with the call from John Hockley.
The runner's toe hit out of bounds. It's an incomplete pass. The game is over. Kansas City has won.
27-20. The Chiefs win on opening night by a toe.
Last season at Texas. So now Sly with a 48-yard attempt. Now the kick is blocked. So the Seahawks with excellent defense and now getting the job done on special teams with just under 4 minutes remaining.
And take a look, Julian Love is going to flash right into your screen and get that block. And I've talked about how well he played last week. Look at the effort that he's playing with on special teams. Gets a block, and that was critical for the Seahawks defense. They were just getting run on the whole time. Don't give up. Finally get a block, and that's crucial for Seahawks.
So back-to-back plays. You had a sack on third down. And then a blocked field goal attempt. So now Seattle, who has struggled on offense here in the second half, with a big opportunity, trailing by 3. They start from the 38. The handoff. Charbonnet gains a yard. Second down and 9. So here's what we've seen from the Seattle offense in the second half. They were stopped on fourth down after a 10-play drive, and then 3 consecutive punts on the last 3 possessions.
Yeah, you had a few things happen. The Patriots defense, they learned how to adjust to the tempo. Instead of going man, they started going in a soft zone. Didn't allow for any balls to go over their head. Then from there, they've gotten pressure on Geno. They played tight man on the other side. Because of that, the Seahawks offense has really struggled this second half.
Empty backfield, second down and 9. Pass caught by Smith and Jigba. Marked down just shy of a first. It'll be third down and 1 for Smith and Jigba, his 10th catch today.
And here come the Seahawks trying to bring that tempo back.
Metcalf in motion. Third down and 1. Charbonnet picks up a Seattle first down. Forcing his way across midfield into Patriots territory as the clock now hits 2:20.
Yeah, they have 2 timeouts, so there's no panic. Geno Smith, he's been in this position before.
Plus the 2-minute warning. Smith on first down over the top. Charbonnet to the New England 38. McMillan makes the tackle as we hit the 2-minute warning. Patriots lead by 3. 2 minutes to go in the fourth. Second down and 1. Smith under pressure. Smith throws along the near sideline. It is caught. Metcalf picks up a Seattle first down. Gain of 14.
Christian Gonzalez, he's asking for a push-off. He's not going to get it. And Metcalf, that is nice concentration, nice awareness. Keeps both feet in, secures the catch. That is a first down, and they're definitely in field goal range.
3 receivers set. From the New England 24. Empty backfield. Geno Smith on first down, and that's dropped by the tight end, Fant. Started to turn and run before he had possession.
And he was about to go for long ways because the two defenders ran into each other. Yeah, he's shaking his head. That's a frustrating play. You drop it, and there's DK Metcalf. He's had himself a good day. 8 catches, 110 yards. Obviously had that long one for a touchdown, and it was the first career 100-yard game in week 1 or 2 for DK Metcalf.
Smith and Jigba also over 100 yards on 10 receptions.
That's a way for Metcalf to rebound from last week.
2nd and 10. Smith looking, pump fake, throws, caught. Metcalf hurdle. Right over the top of Jonathan Jones. Do not try this at home.
It just never ceases to amaze me how athletic DK Metcalf is. I mean, you're talking about a guy that's 6'3", 240 pounds, runs a 4.40, and he's hurdling defenders like it's nothing.
Timeout with 1:43 remaining. State Farm postgame coming up next. How about the Saints? They've put up 40 plus for the 2nd straight week, leading the Cowboys 44-19. Giants and Commanders are tied in the 4th quarter. Packers leading the Colts by 6. Vikings leading the 49ers by 6.
Yeah, a lot of good games. The close score games, never really surprising, right? It's the blowouts that are surprising. Saints 44, Dallas 19 after Dallas pummeled Cleveland in week 1.
You got to look at Carl Cheffers reviewing the spot from that last play.
Goes.
Comes down out of bounds.
That's always difficult. He comes down out of bounds across the first down marker, but it's where did he go out of bounds?
Anybody ever hurdle over top of you? And if so, what went through your mind?
Fortunately, nobody did. And if someone did, I would just punch them right in the groin.
That's
You're not
nice.
just going to be
After
jumping
review, the
over me.
ruling on the field stands as called. The runner is short of the line to gain. 3rd down.
I would have felt offended, Kenny, that someone was that athletic, just jump over me. I'm supposed to be a linebacker, mean tackling machine. Like, no, not happening.
Geno Smith led the league in game-winning drives last season. Looking to do it here. 3rd down and 1. Quarterback sneak.
It doesn't look like he got it. Yeah, officials quickly signaled 4th down. He did not get it. Take a look at the knockback. He's about to jump, and bam! Met by 2 defenders.
All right, so 4th down, head coach Vilma. Send out the field goal unit or go for it?
4th down, I go for it. I have 2 timeouts. I'm on the road. I play to win the game. Offense has struggled all season long, or excuse me, all half long. I'd go for it.
They're set up to go for it on 4th down. Play clock winds all the way down, and a timeout is taken by Seattle.
Yeah, they were just going to try and draw the defense off sides. They didn't have enough time to do it. I remember those when I played. You'd have the quarterback come up real quickly, and I'd try to tell my defensive line, like, hey, it's dumb.
Remember, they were stopped on 4th and short early in the third quarter by this New England defensive unit.
That's right.
Play clock again winding down. They try and throw the defense off sides.
Yeah.
Penalty marker, and the field goal unit now comes out following the delay of game.
5-yard penalty. 4th down.
They tried to draw them twice, did not work. And now a successful field goal would tie the score after the Patriots just had their attempt blocked at the other end.
Yeah, I would still go for it if I were the Seahawks offense. I'm not saying this is a wrong decision, but I'm looking and saying I'm on the road. My offense has struggled. They finally got some rhythm. I would go for it and see if we can score and get out of here with the win.
You know, we asked McDonald about what was going through his mind last week. First regular season game as a head coach, as Myers nails it. And he told us, I learned the buck stops with me. I'm the guy. You have to think clearly and quickly. And he makes the decision here to kick the field goal. So the Seahawks have tied the game at 20 with under a minute remaining. Julian Love came up with the block at the other end on the Patriots field goal attempt, and now the Seahawks tie it.
And I like their resiliency, right? They've been playing in adverse situations. They're on the road. They've had the ball run on them the whole second half, but somehow they found a way to make plays when they needed to. And offensively, the same thing, right? Offensively, it was downs, punt, punt, punt.
Right.
Find a way to make some plays. They did, and now we look at a tie score.
Seahawks with their first points of the half after they were stopped on 4th down, 3 consecutive punts. And now the Patriots get the ball back under a minute to go.
Look, this will be a great opportunity for Jacoby Brissett to kind of solidify his starting role, right? We know how well he prepares. We know how advanced he is. He's a veteran. So now go out there and make some plays and trust your wide receivers. Hunter Henry, he's been non-existent in the second half. So now lean on your receivers. See if they can make some plays for you.
Patriots have one timeout, 55 seconds in a tie game. We were there the last time Brissett led a game-winning drive in Cleveland against Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Bucks.
The new TB12, that's right. And that's when we actually learned about their camaraderie and how well that they were boys. And he gives Tom Brady a loss in overtime when he was at Cleveland.
From the 30 on 1st down, Brissett throws it away after he avoided the initial pressure. Down to 49 seconds, now 2nd and 10.
Yeah, that was Boye Mafe who was getting the pressure. Leonard Williams was getting in there as well. And as I said, early on in the second half and late in the first half, this feeds into the Seahawks defense and what they want to do. Their scheme is about getting pressure with the front four, making it confusing for the quarterback, switching between the different coverages in the secondary.
2nd and 10 for New England. Brissett throws near side. Coming back to make the catch is Polk. That's only the 2nd reception by a New England wideout. Polk with the first. That it was a touchdown back in the first quarter. 3rd down and 3. Brissett hit as he got rid of it. Derek Hall with the pressure.
Derek Hall gets right around Michael Wenu.
Patriots go 3 and out.
Yeah, just take a look at Derek Hall. He's going to go right around Michael Wenu. Jacoby Brissett was throwing on time. He just beat Michael Wenu like a drum. And you could see Jacoby Brissett wincing in pain after that hit.
Down to 26 seconds on the clock. Bearinger will punt it away. Williams deep for Seattle. Williams fields it at the 10. D. Williams brought down at the 24. 15 seconds remaining following a 54-yard punt. Geno Smith and the Seahawks offense back out in a tie game.
Yeah, this situation, Seahawks offense, you're backed up 15 seconds. You know, you need to go roughly 40, 50 yards just to get in field goal range. You do have a timeout remaining, but I find it kind of tough if you're really going to try and push the issue. You maybe do a quick run, do something to see if it can pop, but if not, play for the overtime.
We'll see what they have in mind on first down if they try and take a shot.
2-3, 2-3, split. Timeout.
Timeout taken by New England.
And Gerard calls that timeout. He wanted to see exactly what they were going to come out in. Now he knows what's the best defense to go against that, whatever play they're going to run. At least that formation he knows.
State Farm postgame coming up next. Green Bay has wrapped up their first win of the season. Giants and Commanders tied. Saints score 40+ for the second straight week. Now the Seahawks call timeout.
Yeah, now they have no timeout, so there's no way for them to get down 40 yards, still clock it, and then be able to kick a field goal. And as you can see, they're bringing out Jackson Smith and Jigba. They're bringing in their bigger package.
So now the Seahawks will run out the clock. We asked the question, which of these rookie head coaches will go to 2-0? Could they both go to 1-0-1?
Yeah, there's the possibility. And if it happens, you jinxed them.
Overtime in Foxborough. Seahawks and Patriots tied 20 apiece at the end of regulation. And now Carl Cheffers will set up for the overtime coin toss. 1 10-minute period, of course. Each team will have an opportunity to possess unless the team receiving the opening kickoff scores a touchdown or the defense scores a touchdown or a safety.
Gentlemen, we are about to begin an overtime period of up to 10 minutes. It is a sudden death unless the first possession ends in a field goal, at which time the opponent will have an opportunity to possess. Fourth quarter timing rules are in effect. All the replays will be handled by the replay official. Each team gets 2 timeouts. Seattle is the visiting team. You get to call the toss. The logo is heads. The other side is tails. What would you like?
Tails.
They want tails. It is heads. New England has won the ball. Toss will take the ball. They will get the ball first at this end of the field. Good luck, gentlemen.
So the Patriots win the toss with 8 of his 14 completions to the tight end Hunter Henry. Patriots outstanding on the ground. Myers gets things started. Patriots will start from their 30 in overtime. Jacoby Brissett and the New England offense with Caden Wallace.
Yeah, there's
now at left
Lowe.
tackle.
Vidarian Lowe has been the starting left tackle. Not sure what the injury is, but Caden Wallace is going in now at left tackle. He's been the jumbo tight end for him the whole time, so he's been in the game. He's warm. Now it's just a matter of transitioning to that tackle position.
On 1st and 10 from the 30. Ramondre Stevenson. Gain of 2. Touchdown wins it.
Well, let's take it back to week 1 overtime. Detroit versus the Rams. When they went in overtime, just ran it down the Rams' throat, scored a touchdown, called the game, and looks like the Patriots are trying to take a little snapshot of that and do the same thing. They've had a ton of success running the ball in the second half.
Right, a field goal would give Seattle an opportunity.
Yep.
2nd down and 8. Overtime in Foxborough. Brissett steps up.
Oh,
throws,
nice catch.
And it is caught by K.J. Osborne. That's his first reception today. Gain of 7, 3rd down and 1.
I mean, this is good coverage by Reek Woolen. What great ball placement. Jacoby Brissett puts it on the money, only where K.J. Osborne could get it. That was a nice catch.
Third down and 1 for the Patriots in overtime. There is a flag. Stevenson does not get there.
It might be an illegal formation.
Illegal formation, number 70, was on the end of the line, did not report. The ruling on the field is the runner is short of the line to gain. That penalty's declined, 4th down.
So the Patriots will send out the punting unit.
What the officials are referencing is that even though Caden Wallace was in as a tackle, he then went to tight end. If you go to tight end, you have to report still. Now you switch over to tight end position and then run the play.
D. Williams waiting inside his 10. Steps up. Fair catch.
Oh.
Nearly coming together with his teammate Nehemiah Pritchett. So now the Seahawks offense with an opportunity.
Seahawks very lucky. Williams didn't fumble that football, and friendly fire, that could have been disastrous for the Seahawks.
All right, so what do you look for from the Seattle offense?
I look for the same in the first half, where they started to gain momentum with one quick play, stay in that formation, hurry up the tempo, and keep the Patriots basic.
From the 16-yard line in overtime, Smith complete to Smith and Jigba. His 11th reception. Out to the 21-yard line, gain of 5.
Nope. Seahawks decided to actually huddle up, gave time for the Patriots to sub in different personnel. Interesting to see. They're going empty. They're going in and out of empty. They want to see, is it man, is it zone? Is it man, is it zone?
Charbonnet in the backfield, 2nd down and 5. Smith to the outside. First down reception made by DK Metcalf.
And Gonzalez has been giving him that room out of respect all game long. You've rarely seen Christian Gonzalez go press man against DK Metcalf. DK is too big, too strong of a receiver. So you have those speed outs available, and then the way to counter it is switch to a cover 2, have Jabril Peppers cover him over the top. They may or may not get to it depending on the tempo of the Seahawks offense.
Empty set from the 31. Smith firing downfield, and the adjustment made by Lockett. A couple of flags are thrown as well.
So
Jonathan Jones
Pass interference.
says who me?
Number 31, defense. Automatic. First down.
and Jonathan Jones is still complaining.
Seahawks pick up 20 yards on the penalty flag.
I can understand his frustration. He looked back at the football. He was looking back. He was defending the football.
Now in New England territory from the 49. Smith moving to his right. Throws. It is complete for a gain of 4 to Smith and Jigba, his 12th catch today. Lockett has 10.
Okay, here we go. Seahawks switch their offensive play. Patriots go and switch their play as well. Now, they didn't like what they got into, so they called a timeout.
New England, a 30.
Patriots use their first of 2.
Yep.
In overtime, with the Seahawks on the move. Geno Smith over 300 yards. 11 receptions for both DK Metcalf and Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Over 100 yards for both as well. And this has been a great performance by Geno Smith. And I've mentioned it all game long. You've got to give credit to Ryan Grubb, offensive coordinator, understanding how to attack the defense. It's not always with scheme. It's sometimes with tempo. He's done a great job of that. And I love that he's kept it very simple for Geno Smith on this drive, motioning Charbonnet in and out of the backfield to determine whether it's man or zone. And here we go. You see Kyle Duggar for the defense. He's switching their defensive play while Geno Smith is switching the offense.
2nd down and 6. As Smith goes deep, looking for Smith-Njigba. No flags.
So that's interesting because Marcus Jones, he covered Smith-Njigba, I mean, about the same as Jonathan Jones did, right? He's kind of draped over him, but looking at the football, so they don't throw the flag. And that's why I said I could see Jonathan Jones' complaint. He looked back at the football, and they threw a flag on him.
Third down and 6 for Seattle. Smith backpedaling. Charbonnet makes the catch.
Oh, he got the first down.
And looks to have the first. Yes, he does.
What a call against the all-out blitz. You have Charbonnet coming across the field from the back, and then he gets open, and that second effort to get the first down. That is a nice job by Charbonnet.
Gain of 7. New set of downs for the Seahawks from the New England 39. Charbonnet shifts. Smith rolling right on 1st down. Now looking the other way. Smith throws complete at the 25-yard line. Lockett. For those of you just joining us, Kenny Albert, Jonathan Vilma, Megan O'Leary in Foxborough. Geno Smith and the Seattle Seahawks on the move. Patriots have already had a possession in overtime. We are tied at 20. Tyler Lockett just picked up a 1st down. 1st and 10 from the New England 22.
And that was not a design play at all. That was Geno Smith, Tyler Lockett making something happen. Nothing open on the front side. He goes backside to make that play.
Both teams won their openers last week under rookie head coaches. Here's Charbonnet inside the 15, forced out of bounds at the 12.
And they haven't used Charbonnet much in the run game. So you're looking at a guy, he's pretty fresh, to be very honest, and does a nice job with the stiff arm on Jonathan Jones, and Mike McDonald wasting no time. He wants to bring that field goal unit in.
Myers tied the game with 55 seconds remaining after a huge play, a field goal block by the Seahawks' Julian Love. New England would have taken a 6-point lead. Love blocked the attempt.
And that 6-point lead would have forced a touchdown instead of a field goal to tie it.
Right, and then Myers did in fact tie it. And now an opportunity to win the game on the road for Seattle. Ball will be spotted at the 21-yard line. It will be a 31-yard attempt. The Seahawks with great success coming to the Eastern time zone. They've won 16 of their last 21 in 10 a.m. starts Seattle time.
Yeah, and give credit to Pete Carroll. At one point he said, you know what, we're going to come early. We're going to get here, get ready, get situated, get our bodies used to it, and then they wake up and get after it. So they've carried that same structure each time, and they've had a lot of success. I don't think any other West Coast team is above 500 traveling to East and playing at 1 o'clock, right?
And Mike McDonald.
The runner short of the line to gain stands. Second down.
Mike McDonald and the Seahawks traveled east on Friday. Here comes Myers for the win. Myers from 31 yards out. Dixon places it down. And the Seattle Seahawks go to 2-0. Under their rookie head coach, Mike McDonald, they defeat Gerard Mayo and the New England Patriots in overtime by the score of 23-20.
For first down. Goff. Pressure comes. Goff throws over the middle, caught at the 6, but he can't turn it upfield, and Gibbs is turned away. Christian Izien there to lead the charge, and he takes a bow as Tampa Bay turns the Lions away at the 6.
Let's just watch how all the guys are distributed on this. And we'll freeze it at the top as everybody gets to the top of the route. So, and we'll just see what Jared Goff had to work with. You're trying to clear everybody right here, right? You're trying to make sure that you can get the ball into Jahmyr Gibbs. Did you need to get it there sooner? Probably. Let him kind of catch it on the move. The one thing you didn't want him to have to do is come into the middle of the field and stop, because you had a ton of Tampa Bay defenders who were there. So if that ball was going to come underneath to Jahmyr Gibbs, I would have liked to have seen it thrown a little bit sooner as he was coming into the middle of the field.
Again, Tampa Bay cannot just kneel this ball out. Detroit with all 3 timeouts. Toss play, and Rachaad White will go nowhere. Timeout used by Detroit. They have 2 more to use for Dan Campbell. Well, for those of you joining us late, here's a little bit of a recap, but it's been a giant day for Aiden Hutchinson. 4.5 sacks today to pace that Detroit defense, but Baker Mayfield finding Chris Godwin, one of his 7 catches for 117 yards, and then the wheels of Baker Mayfield. The leading rusher for Tampa Bay, he's got 35 yards and a score, and then a giant interception by Christian Izien, who's only starting at safety because of the injury to Antoine Winfield. And then this last 4th down play, and it's Izien right in the mix again.
Yeah, and that interception by Izien just changes the whole dynamic as you're coming down the field. You need a touchdown right now in 2016. If you take that field goal and don't throw the interception, just take the sack and eventually kick the field goal, it's 20-19. You're going to line up for a field goal and have a chance to win this game. Instead, you got to go for a touchdown.
2nd and 9, White across the 10 and down there. Timeout used by Detroit. They have 1 remaining, 45 seconds left in this game. If you're Tampa Bay, obviously a first down means the game is over. You can take a knee and end this thing. If you're Dan Campbell, you get a stop, you're going to get the ball back.
Yeah. And again, let's go back to that missed field goal attempt. Not only in that situation, but it forces you, if you get the ball back, we're thinking, oh my gosh, they have Jake Bates. He can kick it from potentially 70 yards. Well, not because of that interception. No, we have to have touchdown.
3rd and 6. This crowd knows how important this play is.
Tampa Bay is a great screen team. I wouldn't be surprised to see some type of screen right here that's a sure completion that gives them an opportunity.
It's White in the backfield. Fakes the toss. Ball's batted down, incomplete. Derek Barnes with the swat. Not only does it stop the clock with the incompletion, but it gives Detroit and Jared Goff a timeout to work with.
Wow. Wow. Derek Barnes just plays it great right here. Don't chase that fake pitch. Come down. Look at the athleticism. Gets up, elevates. You know what? It's great coverage on the outside on Mike Evans as well. I don't think this is going to be enough to even get the first down either. I'm more that screen guy. Such a good screen game by both of these teams. I think that would have been a better play because you never know what's going to happen with one of your talented guys out in space.
Here's Jake Camarda to punt it away. Khalif Raymond will come up on this one from the 47. Raymond to midfield, into Tampa territory across the 45, and Jared Goff is going to have a short field. A 10-yard return on the 43-yard line drive punt. And Goff with a short field, needing a touchdown, 33 seconds, and probably to him a surprise timeout.
Yeah, right? You got one timeout in your pocket. There's going to be an opportunity. It's somewhere for you to use the middle of the field. You don't have to work the perimeter the entire drive on this possession. But here we come down to it again. Again, sloppy during the course of the game. Can they find a way to win the game again? The defense gets the stop. Your punt return team gives you an opportunity in good field position right here. Can the offense finish it again with a touchdown for the win against Tampa?
All three facets. Two have stepped up, and now Goff to work on first down. It's Amon-Ra St. Brown, 9 yards on that play. And now the timeout used by the Lions. They have to use their final timeout with 27 seconds to go in the ball game.
Yeah, and that's something you got to think about, right? You know, Amon-Ra's been carrying this the whole time. Number 14, you know, he's got something with the ankle, the thigh, and you had that one timeout that was given to you. If he has to go down, you're going to lose that timeout to get him off the field. So I know you want your best player on the field, but boy, are you kind of weighing the options. It really shorthand you if you had to forfeit that timeout. I didn't agree with that. That's a short pass. If you're going to go into the middle of the field, let's dial something up that gets us down a little bit further towards the end zone. I mean, that was just kind of a dump-off pass into the middle of the field that you took that timeout away from you that you weren't even supposed to have.
And now St. Brown is on the sidelines after his 11th catch for 119 yards. You saw him limping around. He was trying to shake it out. He just could not. And so now on 2nd and 1, no timeouts. Dan Campbell's team at the Tampa Bay 35. Sam Laporta, the motion man. Goff with a 4-man rush. Steps up, throws over the middle. It's Gibbs. Remember, no more timeouts. It's a first down to the 26. They've got to hurry. Clock running, 16 seconds and counting. Lions are set, and they spike it with 14 seconds to go in the ball game. First down and 10 at the Tampa Bay 26.
Yeah, great job. Just one of those areas that you rep over and over again. Make sure it's a legal formation before you snap it. All the guys hustling back to get to the line of scrimmage and get back into that legal formation. Well executed by Detroit right there.
So now 2nd down and 10. 14 seconds to go. No timeouts for Detroit. Williams and Raymond to the top of the screen. No Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's on the sidelines. 2nd down. Goff throws for the sideline. Williams, does he get both toes in? No. Incomplete, out of bounds. Jamison Williams, oh, so close.
Goes up, there's possession. There's one. Into the white.
See it here too. One out of bounds. That one is out. 10 seconds to go. 3rd down and 10 at the 26. Goff, backside pressure, throws sideline, deflected away. McCollum again. Working against Jamison Williams. How many times have we called the name of Zion McCollum from start to finish in this game?
He just played a heck of a game, and I'm sure when you talk to him afterwards, he's just going to be upset they didn't have 2 interceptions today, but it's just played outstanding. A guy who was going through concussion protocols all week, didn't clear until yesterday, so not a lot of practice, and has just come out and played a heck of a game.
St. Brown on the sidelines. 6 seconds to go. Down 4. 4th down and 10. Goff looks, skips it, down at the 14-yard line, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have come into Detroit and gotten a measure of revenge for the loss in the postseason last year. The final score, 20-16, Tampa Bay. They put 2 seconds back on the clock. They put 2 seconds back on the clock, calling it an incomplete pass on 4th down, so there's 2 seconds left. And Tampa Bay is going to have to take a knee to officially close this out.
So you got 6 seconds left, and you get into these situations. Okay, we one play, right? Tampa Bay's playing at one play. Take the quick out. Take the quick out right there. When you come into that formation and everybody has dropped off of you, take that little quick out. That way on the next play, you're going to be able to do that in less than 6 seconds. Oh, unless it was 4th down. Was it 4th down?
It was.
I had to go there. Well, forget everything I just said.
20-16.
This is a 55-yard field goal, the same distance he hit from in the Super Bowl to set a short-lived record. To make it a 2-score game, Moody, it is no good!
Oh.
Still a 7-point game.
It was outside left the whole way. That was a big one. Bosa thought he had it. I mean, you nail that, and it's a 2-score game with under 3 minutes. And now it's going to leave a shorter field for the Rams. Oh, you see Sean McVay. They are fired up. That injects a ton of life into this Rams team.
With their best starting field position, in fact, today at the 45. Another play fake, another deep throw, looking for Tutu! Oh! Down inside the 5! '50-yard connection to Tutu Atwell.
Are you kidding me, Tutu Atwell? I hate to say it, San Francisco, but this is almost Willie Mays-ish. Oh, he got to turn his shoulders, so not quite, but close, Coach. And what a dime by Stafford. The ball started to fade to the right. Tutu adjusts with it. Eyes and fingertips, great catch.
That'll take us to the 2-minute warning.
Wow.
The missed field goal by Moody puts the Rams in shot position. Rams down by 7. 1st and goal from the 5. Handed off. Williams wrapped up by Floyd. A short gain.
You see they're trying to run it, burn a little clock here, and force. You see Shanahan, he was sprinting down the field to call that timeout.
So that'll be the second used timeout by Kyle Shanahan to stop the clock at 1:53.
In the game, the easiest way to lose it is to give it away. Run.
They check the play to a draw to Williams. Stafford knew it. His arms in the air. Williams is in, and the Rams are an extra point away from tying it. That's twice today that the veteran Stafford has checked the play to a run to allow Williams to score and toss a souvenir.
Well, Tutu's going to come in and out, and the most important thing for Stafford are the 2 high safeties. Light box inside. Oh, man, he knew exactly what to do. Show a quick shoulder fake, and his arms went up immediately. He couldn't give that touchdown signal fast enough after he handed the ball off.
Now the rookie Cardi with another kick, this one to tie it. And the All-American at Stanford, who saw the guy who replaced him get a game winner against Syracuse on Friday night, ties this game at 24. The miss by Moody, the short field for the Rams, the 50-yard bomb to Atwell leads to this touchdown.
Well, if you got number 9 as your signal caller and your trigger man, you will always have an opportunity to win football games. That's his veteran presence. That's his competitive spirit. Sean McVay preached it all week long. He's really injected confidence into some of these guys who haven't been featured like this before. There were so many guys out. No Cooper Kupp, no Puka Nacua. I mean, line changes all over the board, and this guy still makes it happen. Kyren Williams with a big day.
So now minute 51 left. One timeout for the 49ers remains. Brock Purdy has one game-winning drive in his regular season career. Did that as a rookie in 2022. Another touchback delivered by Evans. Well, we saw it with Stafford and the Rams. For Purdy and the Niners.
Listen, put an APB out on 15.
You got to find him. Purdy gets away from the pressure of Fisk and will run it out of bounds to save the timeout. Trying to draw the flag, and he did on Jared Verse, the rookie. He got away from one Florida State Seminole and Fisk, but the other Seminole Verse is going to get flagged, potentially.
Just that push right there. He's still in bounds.
Yeah. Let's see if they take this flag away.
Smart. I'm glad they did that.
That's the right call because, as you aptly pointed out, Verse seemingly touched Purdy, Dean, when Purdy was still in bounds.
Exactly right. So the contact started inbounds. That's legal. They did throw the flag, but replay can help when the contact is clearly inbounds. And you can see that's a legal play.
Well done. Dapper Dean, always on it.
Appreciate his clarifications as always. 2nd and 6. Purdy finds a man past the sticks. It's another first down for San Francisco, and Brandon Ayuk, who's had a relatively quiet day, has a big catch to move the chains.
They still have a timeout in their back pocket. They got to be sharp here and keep Purdy upright. He can't do it with all of his theatrics running around. Give him a clean pocket. Give him a chance to dice up this Rams defense.
And the Rams only have one timeout to potentially stop the clock here as well. So the clock is in San Francisco's favor. Purdy, out route on the timing. It seemed a little bit off with a little slip. Looking for Ayuk.
We had to get rid of that ball faster than he wanted to. The Rams are pushing the interior of the pocket. Not known for that. They want to do stuff on the edge. They want to use their fast rushers off the edge of the line of scrimmage. And here, they're pushing the interior of the pocket, making it tough for Purdy to see and forcing him to cut that ball loose sooner than he wanted to.
.68 seconds remain. Rams bring an extra man on the pressure. Purdy steps up, looks deep. Ronnie Bell cannot hold on. And the problems that have plagued Ronnie Bell for his 2 seasons in the league creep up there. Could not hang on to that ball that hit him in the hands.
Purdy did a great job buying himself some time, but you see the little stutter on the outside. Durant in hot pursuit. And Bell's just got to make that catch. Safety with a bad angle right there. I mean, Purdy diagnosed that thing perfectly. Gives him a shot. Unable to hold it. Massive third down, but realize you don't have to get all 10. Any yards are good. You're going for it on 4th down regardless.
Purdy stepping up, trying to take off, and he gets brought down. Big play by Braden Fisk. And will the Rams use that timeout here to stop the clock with 55 seconds and 4th down coming?
Well, he saw this open lane early, and then it gets collapsed. Right there's the lane with Turner making his move on Brendel to the outside, but sticky coverage in the back end by the Rams and nowhere to go for Purdy.
So LA, as Fisk makes that big play, one of the big impact plays he's already made in his first 3 games. The Rams use their final timeout, 56 seconds left. Wisnowski is looking for a good punt here, and Xavier Smith hoping to get a chance at the first big play of his NFL career. A kid who got no college offers coming out of the state of Florida, contacted over 100 college coaches until he finally walked on at Florida A&M. He's back to return. 43-yard punt. Here comes Smith. Oh! Here he comes. Xavier Smith, the first touch of his NFL career, takes the Rams out near midfield. Welcome to the league. On your first big impact play, the rookie Xavier Smith puts the Rams in prime position.
I think they wanted more air under this punt, and they give him a chance to return it. All you got to do is make one miss and get the thing started. He knew his assignment, got to the edge immediately. Now the Rams are in prime position to try and score with 42 seconds left, no timeouts.
Four-man rush for San Francisco. Stafford floats it. Flag is thrown. Nearly a moss situation for Parkinson.
They're gonna have
but
two.
Another flag with Devondre.
Stafford knows it.
Yep. Devondre Campbell was in coverage there.
Oh, man.
And that flag may negate the first flag. We'll see.
They're already going to be in field goal range right here. Stafford knew it. Took a one-on-one shot to the outside.
Clete Blakeman, the former backup quarterback at Nebraska, will have the call, and Joshua Carty seemingly already in his range for a potential game winner. A lot to sort out here. Penalties themselves, the timing of them.
And such a great use of motion once again. Pre-snap movement, confirming that Parkinson is one-on-one, creating the matchup with Campbell on defense.
Against the defense on the play.
Wow.
They will use the hands, answer to face, defense number 2. Holding, defense, defensive back. Pass interference, defense number 59. Ball in place with the spot of the pass interference foul, first down.
The pass interference is the most impactful foul on Devondre Campbell, which sets the Rams up in field goal range.
There's your matchup. You see him go out on the edge, and Stafford knows he's got all he wants. The last time he threw against Campbell, who was it? Kyron Williams, down in the end zone, and used that mismatch. And then he's just face guarding the whole time, doesn't turn around. You see the coach is fired up. You got to turn around and locate the football, but that's not Campbell's game. He's a run stopper. He wants to fit up in the run game, not cover tight ends 40 yards down the field.
37 seconds left. Niners still have one timeout to use on defense. They'll try to burn clock with the Rams, and Williams with a good run down into the red zone.
You're not going to see him pass the ball again. They're just going to keep running this thing or potentially try and center the football.
I was going to say, they're probably going to try to set it to where Carty likes the ball. Yeah. The Niners may end up saving that timeout to maybe ice the rookie kicker.
Yeah. He's got to spike it now.
Takes as much time off as possible and spikes it to stop the clock with 4 seconds left. So now here comes...
That's exactly what you want to do. Take it down to 4 seconds. But did the Niners call a timeout earlier than 4 seconds?
They had one in their pocket and they never used it. And I thought maybe they would keep it for this moment to maybe ice the kicker. And now you're going to get the timeout anyway.
And poor Jennings, after that outing he had today, could potentially get negated by Carty.
They're going to put an extra second back on the clock. Joshua Carty was a two-time All-American at Stanford, a North Carolina native who hit a game winner in double overtime in a comeback against Colorado last year. He is out there to try to finish off a 14-point LA comeback. The Rams have not led today. If Carty connects, the Rams go home with their first win. Carty, comeback, complete. Rams win, taking the lead with 2 seconds left.
Oh, man.
They did not lead for 59 minutes.
Look at Stafford.
They trailed by 14 twice. They trailed by 10 with less than 6.5 minutes to go. So now, barring a miracle, the Rams will win it. But we have seen strange things start to take place on some of these kickoffs. The dynamic kickoff, the new rule, and the strategy in these situations changes.
Oh, don't even give them an opportunity. If I'm the Rams, I'd launch this thing, try and kick it through the uprights, and then just put 8 defensive backs on the field. And it's essentially 3 flags up. Just knock the ball down. Unbelievable finish. San Francisco had opportunities. The Rams hung around all game long. You let teams hang around, and bad stuff happens.
Sure enough, touchback. And one last breath for San Francisco to try to pull off a miracle.
I mean, that fake punt might have changed the entire game. That was incredible.
14-0 game at the time, right?
Oh, yeah, that was, I mean, it was going one of two ways. And they could have got run out of this stadium.
Don't forget
Moody, the missed kick.
Missed by Moody.
Couple huge special teams plays.
Xavier Smith, his first NFL game, returned the ball back to the 50 to help set up the go-ahead field goal. Purdy.
Hook and ladder.
Bell gives it off.
Here comes
Sauber.
pitchy woo-woo.
Ayuk.
Uh-oh.
A flip back. This is Mason. Back to a lineman now. Now Saubert. Saubert still on the move. A lineman flips it back looking for Ayuk. And this ball game is over.
Oh, my God.
And Ayuk got into it with the Rams sideline.
Get out of there. Get out of there.
If you're Brandon Ayuk, just step away. It's a tough situation, and his emotions, understandably, are high. But what a comeback for Los Angeles in a gritty, much-needed victory for an 0-2 team coming in.
3rd and 6. Pressure. They got the sack. And it's Connor who had the touchdown return.
And this was a Spags special. Defensive coordinator, I just talked about it, he didn't want to pressure all day, and now here it comes. And the reason you didn't see it is because he looks like he was in a position to double team Jamar Chase. What a timing blitz.
26-year-old rookie out of BYU, 6'4", 235-pound punter who was in Kansas City's camp during the summer. They cut him, and the Bengals picked him up. A lot of hang time here. Hardman comes up, fields it at the 15. Hardman makes a second move to the outside, and he's down near the 25. They're up 10 on Denver with 2 minutes to go in that game. Could be a matchup of a pair of 2-0 teams. Here's the handoff to Pacheco.
Kansas City's going to want to get another playoff. You got plenty of time. You just need a field goal. It's a really smart call, especially when you get 5 yards. You hear him, hurry up, hurry up. You want to get one more play off here. You can run the ball. I'd be afraid of a screen right here or a run.
2nd and 5. Wide open. Rice to the 42. Everyone in the building kind of anticipates what this might be leading up to. Harrison Butker at the end. With 2 minutes to go, how do you stop Mahomes from the inevitable if you're Cincinnati?
I'm going to tell you right after this play.
1st and 10. Handoff Pacheco. Push back, no gain. Go ahead.
You look at the clock right now, you got 1:50. Smartly, they handed the ball off. I'm being as aggressive as I've been all day. They've been patient. As you see Pacheco come up with him, they've been patient. They've made him go up and down the field slowly. But now I'm Cincinnati. I get aggressive. If they score with a home run here, Jim, I at least put Burrow back out there with time.
Mahomes, 2nd and 9. Got time. Over the top he goes, and it's not there.
And they have
that 3rd down.
And they have done that the last couple plays, Jim. They've changed up from the shell coverage with the 2 safeties back, and they're bringing one down, leaving some man and just single situations for Mahomes.
Pacheco is down on the ground, getting stretched out and getting examined. P. Ryan has come in for him. This is when it happened. He got pushed back. The leg was underneath there in the pile. Bent backwards. Now, not converted long distance today.
Look at this. Haven't done this all day. Everyone's up here, man. This is a Kelsey time.
Ball caught. P. Ryan struggles to pick up 3 yards. Now it's 4th down.
Were they a little safe?
Chiefs have all 3 timeouts, but they're going to stay out here.
No, they're going for this.
They got to go for it.
You might use a timeout if you needed to get to a great play, but if you like your play, you get up and you go. And this is, here we go, right here.
4th down, 4th and 6.
Kelsey, get up and get 6 yards. Timeout, Cincinnati.
Wow. Oh, what a play coming up.
I mean, this is it. The fact that they're in 4th and 6 made me feel like their sense of urgency was there, but it wasn't enough, right? At that time, it felt like they were being a little safe, like trying to run the clock out for sure.
Yeah.
Instead of play football, Mahomes gets 3 cracks at this. You know, handoff, little screen. It's interesting.
No Pacheco.
Doesn't matter if you get this one.
So P. Ryan, a former Bengal, is in the backfield. Burrow watches what could be the pivotal play here on 4th and 6.
Here comes the motion by Kelsey. You're going to know he's going to go down. You see if he's man or zone. Get him going up the field and stop.
Mahomes. Flag is down in the offensive backfield as Rice makes the catch. But we'll check the flag. And it looks like it's going to go against Kansas City.
If this is on Hendrickson, a penalty against the great defensive end Hendrickson for the Bengals, he could almost single-handedly have won this game.
Illegal use of the hands of the face, number 64 of the offense.
Oh my goodness, Morris.
4th down.
That's against Hendrickson again. How many drives has he ended today by himself or put him in a hole?
You saw the hands to the face right there. And that marks the football back at the 35. It'll be 4th and 16 with 48 seconds to go.
Is there anybody else in the National Football League you want on 4th and 16 more than this guy right here at quarterback? Mahomes always gives his team a chance in this situation.
And another timeout.
Cincinnati. Their 3rd and final.
Bengals
30
call
seconds.
it. They need to make one play here. Although you got Kansas City, if they failed to pick up the 1st down, they do have 3 timeouts.
You're not wrong. But I think it comes down to this.
Yeah, I do too. Lou Anarumo. He has often had answers for this high-powered Kansas City offense. What is he going to dial up right now?
Jim, I did like that timeout because it's almost like basketball. You got to see the play being run, who they're going to. But if you let Mahomes buy time, He's going to go up, back, and under.
3 rushing. Here he's coming up. Now he's going laterally. He's going to throw it on the run, and it's broken up, and there's no flag. Home flag comes in late. A flag comes in late. And they're in field goal range.
It's the right call. He got there early. Just the emotions of that play, Jim. That's what gets you. It's so emotional. Your heart rate's up. It was catchable, wasn't it? Wasn't it, Jim?
It was catchable. He's there early.
Yep.
James territory.
That's the second penalty on a huge play by Anthony.
Pass interference. Defense number 33. Ball is placed in the spot of the foul. First down.
Just early contact, guys. Just playing through the back, early contact, and he doesn't get his feet set enough to get vertical before he gets through the receiver's back. You can see him attempting to, but that's early contact, and it is a catchable ball.
29-yard penalty that could be all the difference in the game. Burrow can't believe it.
And I tell you, Burrow knows they did enough, but Anthony's a rookie.
Yep, 7th-round pick out of Ole Miss. Field goal from here would be 54, but they will have plenty of chances to get it much closer for Butker.
It took away the interception earlier when he had the hands of the face on Kelsey as well. 2 huge plays.
Mahomes going and just flicking it away, where it's caught by Mike Pinnell. We've got Morris with a catch. Pinnell's is unofficial. And Butker just a study in patience and concentration, as he knows it's going to come down to his foot here in just a few minutes. Of course, a sack would be one thing that could change that storyline. 2nd and 10.
They're coming after him. Get it out quick.
They give it to Steele, the rookie. Thrown down at the 34.
The guts
to put the ball in the hands of a rookie who fumbled already in this game.
That's a lot, and they did it. That tells you how much they trust the Steels. That clock's running. I'd
like to welcome those of you who watched the Pittsburgh-Denver game. Jim Nance, Tony Romo, Tracy Wolfson, as Butker is waiting to be called on for a chance to win this game. You know, Kansas City, it's interesting. They let the clock get down to 18 seconds. They got a 3rd down coming up, so they have so much confidence in his foot that they're willing let's see what happens on this play to say Butker deliver the winning kick from outside 50.
Well, I think right here you've got 2 options, right? You love Butker, you're handing this ball off, letting the clock go down and moving on. But with Mahomes, I'm taking a crack with something. You just can't have a sack. That's the only thing that's not allowed here.
It doesn't look like they're going to throw. They're going to run it. And they go again
exactly right.
with Steele setting him up in the middle of the field. Butker's going to come out. It's going to be an attempt from about 50, maybe 51. All going to come down to Harrison Butker.
Shows you how much they trusted him with that play calling.
We showed it to you earlier. He beat the Bengals in the 22 AFC Championship game with a 45-yard field goal with 3 seconds left to send them to the Super Bowl. It was a year after McPherson had done the same thing for Cincinnati on this field. And now here we are with 3 seconds to go. The script is repeated, but a little bit longer. 51 yards is going to be win or lose, depending on this kick. Butker's kick for the win. He buries it.
Calvin Noy is screaming off of the edge. He knows it. He can see his helmet looking down for the snap.
3rd and goal. Minshew looking end zone, and it is incomplete. Stevens and Adams tied up, and now a flag. Brandon Stevens had the coverage on Davante Adams.
Yeah, let's take a look at this one. It's a double move.
Pass interference. Defense, number 21.
Brandon Stevens.
Brandon
Stevens gets his hands on Davante Adams. He doesn't need to do that. I know that Davante Adams is a big, powerful wide receiver, but as soon as you get your hands on someone, especially because he gets it up around his neck, it's going to get called every single time.
1st and goal from the 1. Gene Steratore telling us from New York he did not agree with that call.
Probably because of the fighting and going back and forth between the two.
White, no, it's Minshew, touchdown! Davante Adams! And now let's see what Antonio Pierce does. He is sending his field goal, or his extra point unit on the field to tie the game. What a fake by Minshew, and what a game for Davante Adams.
Davante Adams with his 110th yard on the day. He's been the reason. This is kind of a pass read option. Gardner Minshew sticks the ball in the belly of the running back. As soon as he sees he's got man coverage with Davante Adams, he pulls it and zips it in. Marlon Humphrey is just unawares. That's how most of these receptions have been for Davante. Quarterback not seeing the ball in flight. It's in Davante's hands before you know it.
And as we discussed, Vegas abandons the run. Not one run on the drive.
I mean, they're not good at it, Andrew.
Well, that's why we discussed it.
Right, why do something you're not good at? Another look at the touchdown. Gardner Minshew getting height. Marlon Humphrey did exactly what you're supposed to do. As soon as you see action to catch a ball, just start stripping down. But Davante Adams' hands too strong. Brings that thing in. We got a tie game.
So for Davante Adams, that is his 96th career receiving touchdown. Moving closer to 100. Something we discussed with him last night. He said he has a number in his mind of where he wants to get to. Would not tell us what that number was, but he did point out that it's pretty crazy that in his first 2 years, he had 4 touchdowns combined. Only 1 touchdown in his second year with the Packers, and now closing in on 100 for his career.
It is pretty amazing. A lot of those touchdowns were from Aaron Rodgers, and that connection that he developed was pretty spectacular.
And this will be a touchback with 3:54 to go. Let's check in with AJ.
Well, Andrew, as Tiki just noted, that connection between Aaron Rodgers and Davante Adams. Davante told us that he's been trying to develop some more chemistry with Gardner by ironically looking at old film of those Green Bay days. And he says Gardner's a really humble guy, eager to learn and eager to see the game from Davante's perspective. And that's been adding to what they have been building here on this Raiders team, guy.
Well, certainly have relied on that connection here in the second half. Tying the game at 23. Ravens have 2 timeouts remaining. And they'll start this drive at the 30-yard line. Jackson, here comes the pressure, and guess who? Max Crosby! Flying into the backfield for the sack of Jackson.
Max Crosby it's a stunt, it's a game. The ET game, in goes first, the tackle comes second, comes around. He does such a good job of making that rush look like he's going out, putting his foot in the ground, coming around. You have Daniel Falele just completely unawares.
Second sack of the game for Crosby, a loss of 9. Jackson will run this one. And Hill is stood up by Spillane. third and long coming. Antonio Pierce has 3 timeouts remaining. John Harbaugh with 2. Here in Baltimore with Tiki Barber, A.J. Ross, and Gene Steratore, I'm Andrew Catalan. What a game we've had here for the Ravens home opener as both these teams try to avoid an 0-2 start.
Yeah, we had an ugly first half, and in the second half, things have gotten a lot more exciting. The Ravens got some early points. Now the Raiders are being stringent and coming back.
3rd and 19, check down to Justice Hill, stopped well short of a first down, and some frustration from the home fans here in Baltimore. 4th down and a punt coming.
Yeah, this is a play just not to make a mistake. Obviously, the Raiders are going to play deep zone coverage behind this. There's nowhere for Lamar Jackson to fit that ball into. You get shell-shocked and you get sacked the way that he got sacked at the beginning of this drive. It throws you completely out of your plan.
Justice Hill went out of bounds, so Las Vegas did not have to use a timeout. They still have 3 remaining. Stout with a flag down, a short punt. Stout, who's normally so reliable, has this one come out bad, but let's see what the penalty marker is.
Yeah, this is in the backfield. And they're moving it up even farther. This ball is on the plus side of the 50. That is a horrendous punt by Jordan Stout.
24 yards.
Number 25 of the kicking team went out of bounds on his own. 5 yards added to the end of the play. First down.
Wow. So a 19-yard flip of the field. A look at our game summary. And as Tiki pointed out, a very slow start in the first half. But both these teams and their offenses have come to life in the second half. Derrick Henry, a touchdown run, 84 yards rushing for Henry. Big pass interference call here. And it leads to the touchdown from Gardner Minshew to Davante Adams.
And this has been the matchup that has gotten the Raiders back into this game.
They run it with Zamir White. Some hard running. And White, after the Raiders did not run the ball once on their last drive, begins this drive with an 8-yard carry.
And because where the Raiders started field position wise, they are, and we're going up against the 2-minute, we're heading to the 2-minute here. They're in a position to not have to urgently try to get down the field. For most of this game, it's been all about playing catch up, but now they can do what they want to do. Zamir White, tough running, got that X in front of him, crossing, protecting the ball. He had a fumble a week ago. Coach Pierce told us Tom Coughlin called him immediately. Said, get that ball high and tight. I know that mantra very well.
That was a Baltimore timeout. So John Harbaugh stopping the clock with 2:15 on the clock. But now the Ravens only have 1 timeout remaining. Harbaugh lost a timeout earlier in this half on a failed challenge.
Right, it's a design to try to, you have to stop them now. If you don't stop them, the Raiders are in position to run this thing down and kick the game-winning field goal. So this is all on the Ravens defense right now.
2nd and 1, Minshew over the middle, and that is caught. Jacoby Myers reels it in. First down for Las Vegas. And that will take us to the 2-minute warning.
This puts the Raiders in winning position right now.
Vegas has lost 49 straight games when trailing by 10 or more in the 4th quarter. They were down 10 earlier today, but they've got the ball and they're driving. Here is White, and John Harbaugh will call his final timeout.
And that's the last time that John Harbaugh can stop the clock here. And if you're the Raiders, obviously you're trying to get a first down. But again, being in winning position, the clock is on your side here. You have a great kicker, run the ball 2 more times, get this thing down to under a minute.
Well, stay tuned for the NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars. That's time permitting. All the latest NFL scores and highlights coming up. Now, so Tiki, if you were Luke Getsy and Antonio Pierce, you just run the ball 2 more times?
I would. I mean, obviously you can try to be aggressive because you know that the Baltimore Ravens think that that's what you're going to do as well, and maybe give them the ball back with 30 or so seconds left on the clock. But if I'm the Raiders, I'm not risking it.
Ravens expecting run. It is a handoff to White, and Zamir White pushes the pile down to the 22-yard line. Baltimore cannot stop the clock.
Right, this thing goes down to 110 now. You got to run it one more time. After that, it'll get down to about 35 or so seconds.
So far today, the Raiders kicker Daniel Carlson is 3 for 3, including kicks from 53 yards and 51 yards.
And if you get a first down here, the game is effectively over. Same play.
Here's White. Does not get the first. 2 yards shy, so Las Vegas can take their time. Potentially even use a timeout just to give Carlson plenty of time to set up the operation and kick the field goal.
And that's exactly what Antonio Pierce is going to do. Let this thing tick down. About 30 seconds, call a timeout. 31 seconds, call the timeout. And bring on Carlson.
Talk to Antonio Pierce about his game management. He, as we mentioned, has Marvin Lewis on the sideline with him to help him in these situations, along with Matt Sheldon, the director of football research and strategy. Antonio saying that with about 5 minutes to go in the second quarter and fourth quarter, the three of those men huddle up, discuss time, clock management, and it's very clear Antonio had a good plan of what he wanted to do here with 31 seconds left.
Absolutely. And the one thing that they talk about is possessions, and being down in this game as much as they were, it's about how do you maximize your possessions. It's helped when you have an interception, as Robert Spillane provided that situation for them, despite them missing the fourth down conversion, the turnover on downs. But now they need Daniel Carlson to nail this through, and then on the kickoff, that's where a decision comes. You likely kick it to the end zone because you don't want to risk a return. But the ball starts at the 30, and Lamar Jackson has only got to go about 40 yards or so until you get to Justin Tucker's range. So it's what do you do?
First things first, a 38-yard field goal attempt for Daniel Carlson in his 7th year out of Auburn. Out of the hold of the punter, A.J. Cole. Kick on the way, and it is good! With 27 seconds left, Las Vegas goes up by 3.
Daniel Carlson's been automatic today. Right through the uprights for Daniel Carlson. So here's something to discuss, Andrew. Before the dynamic of Gardner Minshew celebrating as well on the sideline, knowing he put his team in position to come from behind and win this game. But my point, Andrew, before the dynamic kickoff, you had time like this on the clock, you would squib it. You would hard squib it just so the clock would start and you maybe give them a chance to return. But now the ball has to hit inside the 20, so the squib is out. But you probably want this thing to land inside of that landing zone so that the clock ticks off. Now it's risky, obviously, because it could break one and lose on a walk-off,
or
kickoff,
take the
return, touchdown.
Take the whole play out of commission.
But you take the touchback. Lamar Jackson needs 30 yards.
13 unanswered points for Las Vegas. Let's see what they decide to do with the kickoff. Carlson. And this one is destined for a touchback. So the Ravens will get the ball at the 30. Coming up next, don't forget Game 2 of our NFL on CBS doubleheader. Most of you will see the Bengals take on the Chiefs. That's coming up next on CBS and streaming on Paramount+. But the Ravens without a timeout and 27 seconds on the clock put the ball in the hands of the reigning MVP, Lamar Jackson. Jackson over the middle, and he's got a man. That is Mark Andrews, who crosses the 40, and now they got to hustle. An 11-yard pickup, 15 seconds to go, and Jackson stops the clock with 14 seconds remaining. Now, the one thing you have to keep in mind, and we talked about this earlier in the game, is Justin Tucker. One of the best kickers in the history of the NFL. But over the last 2 seasons, he has struggled from 50 yards and longer. Just 1 of 7 from 50 yards or more, including a miss today of 56 yards.
Yes, but you have to make the assumption, if you're John Harbaugh, that Justin Tucker is going to make that 50-plus yard kick. So if you're Lamar Jackson, you need to get this ball to the 40-yard line. The opposing team's 40.
Lamar in trouble. Keeps it alive and throws it away as Crosby was breathing down his neck. And now 7 seconds remain.
Lamar needed to get rid of that ball a lot faster than that. Obviously, it's what the Raiders are trying to take away. But those extra couple of seconds just from scrambling off the clock put you in a position now. The ball has to be at the sideline. You can't complete a pass over the middle of the field and expect to get up and spike it.
In pregame warmups, Tucker hit from 70 yards. From here, it's 76. So if they can get a quick little 10-yard out, Tucker might have a chance. Play clock winding down. And before the snap, we have a stoppage. Trey Blake, our referee.
Prior to the snap, timeout. Las Vegas, their second of the half. Please set the game clock to 7 seconds. Thank you.
Here's what we were talking about in the pregame with Justin Tucker, good from 70.
That's off a tee, though. That's not snap. That hits the camera. I mean, that's a good kick. That's a field goal. Hits the camera. But that's not the mechanism. Yes, the camera's good, but that's not what snap, hold, kick. That's from a stationary tee.
That's fair.
It's a different mechanism.
Well, we know he's got the NFL record, a 66-yard field goal back in 2021.
It'll be interesting to see what the Raiders do defensively here. Do you press up front on the wide receivers? Obviously, it creates a risk, but with off coverage as they seem to be lining up, the possibility for Lamar Jackson to get this thing out, it's likely to come down here, get this thing out to the sideline is high.
Jackson looking deep down the field, likely could not hold on with 1 second left.
Man.
And that was a deep out,
It was a deep out, and Isaiah Likely, it looked like he had it, but you see the hit. The hit by Jack Jones jars it. Sneaky great play by Jack Jones. Because this ball is in Isaiah Likely's hands. And if he goes to the ground in possession, that's a catch.
Las Vegas falls back into a deep prevent defense with 1 second on the clock. And Antonio Pierce will use his final timeout.
I get why Antonio Pierce is doing this. This is just to collect the mindset of his defense right now. Don't let anything stupid happen. If you need to catch a wind, a little breath, whatever it may be, I'm giving it to you right now. Be smart. Everything has to stay in front of you.
A Las Vegas team that has lost 7 of its last 8 games on the road. Had to fly across the country. They didn't get in until about 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon here to Baltimore, and trying to pick up a monster win on the road in Baltimore's home opener. Lamar Jackson, we know he's got the arm talent to throw at the length of the field. But will the protection be there? Because you got Max Crosby coming at you, even though Las Vegas will only rush 3.
But even with rushing 3, you still got to believe Max Crosby, who's standing right here in the middle of the field.
Jackson just going to run. Lamar with blockers ahead. Jackson throws it back. That's Justice Hill. Hill, that looks like a forward pass. There's the flag. Stanley coughs it up. Raiders don't have it yet. Now they do, and that should do it. What a comeback by Las Vegas.
Incomplete illegal pass by the offense. The game is over.
The game is over, and so are a lot of survivor pools across the country. The Baltimore Ravens are 0-2 for the first time since 2015.
The punter who played his college football at New Mexico. From the 2, Lawrence needs to get rid of it, can't! Safety, Alex Wright!
The defeated look on Trevor Lawrence's face says it all. You said the punt was one of the biggest plays of this afternoon, and it led to this right here. Myles Garrett getting up the field, forcing Trevor Lawrence to have to step up, which gives Wright an opportunity to get off of his block. That is a team rush right there, as Okoronkwo is coming around the corner as well. Myles Garrett forces him to step up. Wright comes up with the big play. Terrific execution by the Cleveland Browns defense right there to take advantage of Bohorquez, who we're looking at right there, number 13, the punter, of making a tremendous play late in the fourth quarter.
That's a punter, both putting points on the board and really giving the team the biggest stop of the game all at once.
100%. Situations like that, and we go back to Stefanski's decision where we're going in and it's a 58-yard field goal. Do you put your excellent kicker and Dustin Hopkins on the field to try to tie his career along, or do you punt the ball? He decides to punt, and man, does that pay off for this Browns team as they come up with a huge safety right there.
A devastating sack taken by Lawrence. Just could not escape. And you just go back to Jacksonville, who had a chance last week with a late drive against Miami, got the ball back, and immediately a sack set them back. They get the ball with a chance to move down the field. Granted, it's at your own 2, but you want nothing more than the ball in the hands of your newly paid former #1 pick quarterback.
Yes, and what I love about Trevor Lawrence right now is he's still standing up, and he still has the hope, because right now they still have a chance. There's 1:44 left in this game, and Jacksonville has 2 timeouts left, so they're going to have an opportunity to try to get the ball back on an onside kick as they're coming on to possibly do, and if not, they still have those timeouts in their back pocket.
Yeah, for a safety, it has to be a punt. So Logan Cook is in the punt. So he was going to try to do an onside kick, but you can't traditionally kick it off of a safety. It has to be a punt. And again, Jacksonville needs the ball back, and Cleveland, realizing this is a strange situation, they want an extra beat to talk about it and call timeouts. Coming up next, game 2 of our NFL on CBS doubleheader. We'll set 2 of the best quarterbacks in the game. They go at it again. Joe Burrow, Bengals, go into KC to face Mahomes and the Chiefs. It's coming up next here on CBS and streaming on Paramount+. What set this all up? Corey Bohorquez, the punter.
Chris, punters, kickers, they matter. And Corey Bohorquez shows it right there, because the very next play after that, Wright is taking down Trevor Lawrence in the back of the end zone with the biggest play of the game for this Cleveland Browns defense.
Bohorquez on his 3rd team, a year in Green Bay, 3 in Buffalo. Comes up with one of the biggest plays. You see the franchise history of the Jaguars, haven't made the playoffs after starting 0-2. They had such a great start to the season last year, but then dropped 5 of their final 6 and missed out on the playoffs as the injuries piled up. Again, this is an interesting situation coming up with off of a safety. You can't traditionally kick it with the onside kick, which, by the way, this year with the new dynamic kickoff, you have to declare ahead of time.
And you can only do an onside kick in the fourth quarter if you're trailing, and to your point, and that's with telling the other team that you're going to do so. But this is a different situation coming off of that safety. And now just to back it up, Jacksonville first came out and were putting the ball on the tee to do an onside kick. And then the punter Cook came out to punt the ball. Then there was a timeout, and there's been a ton of conversations that have now went on.
So again, this has to be a punt from Cook. See what the strategy here is with it. Sky high. Makes the most sense. You call fair catch for Cleveland. And that's exactly what James Prochet does. So with 1:44, 2 timeouts, Jacksonville still has a shot.
And the toughest thing for him is because of the safety, you have to punt the ball straight up in the air, is now where Cleveland's going to possess the ball on Jacksonville's side of the 50 and a chance to run the ball, run the clock out, and in the event that they're able to pick up a first down, put this one away.
Deontay Foreman, the running back. Browns trying to put this one on ice. Foreman protecting the rock paramount inside of the 40-yard line. Jacksonville with 2 timeouts left. So they use their second.
Nothing tricky here. Stefanski's going to continue to run the ball, bring in extra linemen, what we've seen them do a bunch of times this afternoon, continue to hand this ball off and try to pick up a first down on the ground.
And how about Deontay Foreman getting the game's key carries? He did not have a carry in week 1. Coach Kevin Stefanski said it was a priority to get him more involved in this game plan. Nick Harris, who's a center, playing the fullback role, 2nd and 7. Foreman stuffed. It'll be 3rd down and close to 7. Trayvon Walker gets that tackle. Timeout, Jags.
A good job by this Jags defense of just giving themselves an opportunity. That was their final timeout that they just called. If you go out there and you give up a first down, on the first down, the game's over. And they're continuing to fight and claw, and they're trying to get the ball back to Trevor Lawrence with probably be less than maybe about 40, 45, 30 seconds left on the clock to see if he can do something with it.
Jason, are you tempted at all to trust Deshaun Watson through the air here to try to gain 6 yards and put this one away?
I don't think so. I think in a situation right now where Jacksonville just used their last timeout, you continue to just run the football. Don't take any chances.
Play action. Watson rolls out. Pressured. Flicks. Not ruled incomplete yet. Finally ruled incomplete. Boy, that took a minute. Josh Hines-Allen, of course, would be the one to provide the pressure. That is a disaster for that to even be an incompletion in that way. Watson would have been better off taking the sack.
That's why I don't like that. I don't like that decision. I don't want to put him in the thought process of trying to make a play outside the pocket. And let's take another look at this right now, too, with Hines-Allen going, arms going forward. I do think that's an incomplete pass. But to your point, Chris, now there's a minute and 29 seconds left, and Trevor Lawrence is going to get the ball back with an opportunity to march down the field. I would love to have kept that clock rolling and give him as least amount of time as possible.
Instead, it would be under a minute left and Jacksonville getting it deep in their own territory. Now it'll be likely over a minute 20. Let's see what Bojorquez can do. Last time, made it turn right out of bounds at the 2-yard line. Does he have an encore? Duvernay, fair catch. Right at the 10. No timeouts. A minute 27. The other Clemson quarterback, Trevor Lawrence.
For defense, if you're looking at the Cleveland Browns, the main thing is obviously you can't let the ball go over your head. But you're okay with short completions and tackles in bounds because they have no timeouts. And for Trevor Lawrence, you're trying to get chunk plays. Yes, you want to get the ball down the field and out of bounds, but even if you can't, you need to pick up yards as you're moving forward because they're going to need a touchdown to win this game.
That safety huge in that part to make it so they need a touchdown. Lawrence rifles, bobbled, and knocked down. Christian Kirk was the receiver. A trio of Browns in the area, including Jordan Hicks. Second down upcoming.
The Browns right there, not aggressive, four-man rush, playing cover two in the back end, playing zone. And that ball right there, Christian Kirk has to come down with it. Hits him in both hands. But at the same time, if he catches that ball in the middle of the field, clock continues to spin. The Browns are going to do everything they can to not give them a completion deep down the field on the sideline to get out of bounds.
Jacksonville, no timeouts. Second down. Lawrence has time. Flings. Davis up by the 33. Without a timeout, Jaguars hurry.
They're going to watch the Browns get up slow from the ground. I think we have a guy down on the field right now for the Cleveland Browns.
Obo Okoronkwo.
Gabe Davis, sideline taken away, gets right up in there, makes a completion, gets down. Just something to get this drive going.
22-yard gain. And Okoronkwo, second year with Cleveland. And I feel like, Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, but you as a former player, anytime in a 2-minute situation, no timeout, you can get a break in the heat here in Jacksonville. I imagine that's beneficial.
It's huge. We would talk about on defense, and obviously Okoronkwo was hurt, couldn't get off the field.
40 seconds. And by rule, Jacksonville has the option of starting the clock on the snap. We'll start on the snap, 1:10.
Because what that injury did, it allowed the clock to stop. So we would talk about it on defense. Right there, Okoronkwo wasn't close enough to the sideline. But if you got injured, you try to maybe even roll off to the sideline to keep that clock rolling after that completion. Because now this allows, when we're looking at Jacksonville, to huddle up, be under control, and get their next play going.
I'll say, even from a Jacksonville perspective, just that break for the offense to collect themselves. As the rain picks up again, it's been off and on all afternoon at what is dubbed Trevor Bank Stadium for this week. Does Trevor Lawrence have a game-winning drive in him? First and 10. Rolls to the right. Will run this one. Dive! Head over heels. And picks up the first down. Under a minute left.
I thought Lawrence was going to head to the sideline and try to get out of bounds, but elected there to go for more yards and gets tackled in the middle of the field. Clock's ticking.
From the 43, sideline, flag down, a catch, no, it's incomplete, as Greg Newsome was over Gabe Davis. Flag back near the line of scrimmage. Gabe Davis gingerly galloping back to the sideline. This is about as hard as it's rained all game.
For the guys on defense, it's picking up right at the perfect time. And for Jacksonville, couldn't get any worse to have this going on with the rain. Gabe Davis walking off gingerly to the sideline, trying to make a play. What we've seen from Cleveland so far on defense is they're protecting the outside. They have both corners all the way to the sideline on every snap so far.
Clearly a decision having to be made on the Brown staff. And we haven't gotten what the penalty was on the last play. Adrian Hill is our referee.
At 48 seconds, there was a legal shift offense. The offense never got set. By rule, that is a dead ball foul. There will be a 10-second runoff. Please set the game up to 38 seconds. A 5-yard penalty. It will be first down and 15, and both clocks will start. Am I ready for play signal?
Great explanation there from Adrian Hill with the clock moving, that pre-snap penalty enforced with a 10-second runoff.
Yes, just an excellent job of explaining it. We watched him explain it to Stefanski, and there was officials on the other side of the field explaining exactly to Doug Peterson what was going on, that 10-second runoff, because if an offense creates a penalty, you don't want to give them an advantage and stop the clock.
So here's Lawrence. 1st and 15. Gets rid of it. Deep down the field. Knocked away. Christian Kirk was the receiver. A couple of Browns there, including Rodney McLeod. Another flag back near the line of scrimmage.
Hickman and McLeod do a really good job. The last thing you want in a situation like that is get a one-on-one jump ball. The Browns having 2 defenders, their safeties. McLeod and Hickman getting a lot more playing time today with Juan Thornhill going on injured reserve, one of their safeties who played really well last week. And another penalty, to your point, Chris, by the line of scrimmage.
No foul for illegal forward pass. The passer was not entirely beyond the line of scrimmage when the ball was released. It is an incomplete pass, 2nd down.
Even if your toe is still behind the line of scrimmage, you are considered behind the line of scrimmage.
Yep, any part of your body, and Trevor Lawrence was right there. I don't know what part of his body, but something was behind that line of scrimmage, and he was able to let that one fly.
But time running out, just 26 seconds. Needing a touchdown, no timeouts left.
And you don't see any Browns defenders in this screen because they're all so far back.
Lawrence has 2 receivers there, and it's the rookie, Brian Thomas. 17 seconds, no timeouts.
Have to spike it and then get right back on the ball.
There's the spike. 8 seconds. Plenty close enough to get it to the end zone.
8 seconds left. Maybe 2 plays. 2 plays would be extremely hard to get just because of how far the guys have to run to get to the end zone. I could see them depend upon what Cleveland does defensively, which they'll probably back everybody up. You go a quick completion to the outside to move a little closer to that end zone, and then you have 1 shot for Trevor Lawrence to get the ball down the field to his wide receivers.
Myles Garrett catches his breath. With 8 seconds left, Lawrence down to 4, lofts it, diving attempt, it's incomplete. Brenton Strange was hunting, and that'll do it. The Hail Mary just short. Let's go to the studio with JB. The Browns get it done on the road.
2nd and 10. Stroud in trouble, loses the ball. The Bills trying to jump on it. Ball was bouncing around. Buffalo's got it. C.J. Stroud trying to hang in there, stay patient, and it cost him. Dorian Williams comes out of the pack with the football.
Rookie right tackle Blake Fisher, look at the top, 57. He's working against Smoot, and Smoot's hand coming through, able to pop the ball free as Stroud tried to navigate the pocket. There's Dorian Williams, who's been all over the field this game, coming up with a loose ball. And Buffalo hangs in, and gives themselves another opportunity.
Smoot, one of the new faces for Buffalo on defense this year. Former Jacksonville Jaguar, was a 3rd-round pick in 2017 out of Illinois. Just made a huge play, and it's now on Mitch Trubisky to run this offense for Buffalo. Originally with Chicago, came to Buffalo as a backup. Then Pittsburgh showed interest to be a starter. Got his chance there, never really panned out, and now he's back with the Bills for his 2nd stint.
The good thing they have with him is all the experience. He's gone to a Pro Bowl with Chicago, and he can run the football if given an opportunity, a good athlete.
Allen is out of the 10. He put the helmet on. This might be 1 play for Trubisky. Put it on the ground. Cook. And he is stopped.
And here he comes.
Josh Allen is back. Fatukasi with the tackle. Getting the play call in, dealing with the crowd noise. We hit 4 minutes to go in this 4th quarter.
How'd you like to have been the trainers in there when he realized his team had the football? We're done here, right?
2nd and 10. Motion man is Shavers, who came off the practice squad. Play clock was down to 0-0. Allen throwing. It is caught. Ruled incomplete. James Cook could not handle it inbounds as Eric Murray tried to ride him to the sideline. And he was successful in doing that. What a grab.
And listen, you're able to do this when you know your running back has wide receiver skills, and James Cook has that. You don't often throw a back shoulder fade. And Sean McDermott was thinking about challenging, but I believe the people upstairs told him don't do it, and a good idea.
And now a timeout called by Buffalo. First timeout for the Bills, stops the clock, 3.5 remaining. Play clock was winding down. So this is why Sean McDermott went to the pocket and grabbed the red flag. You see this incredible effort by Cook.
But it's 1 foot and then body out of bounds. Whoever's advising him upstairs got that extra look and told him to keep it in his pocket.
So the Bills are facing a 3rd down and 10 at the Houston 15 after the turnover. Cough up by Stroud, created by the Smoot hit. Stay tuned. NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars, time permitting. JB, Nate, Matt, Coach Cower, latest NFL scores and highlights. 3.5 on the clock.
Your big play receiver, your big body guy, I believe at the bottom of the screen.
Allen on the move. Allen slings it. Incomplete. Looking for Samuel, but Al Shire put the pressure on Allen. And it's 4th down. Field goal unit with Tyler Bass will step onto the field for Buffalo.
So Al Shire puts the pressure on, but look behind him in the secondary. When he breaks contain, the blue shirts find the white shirts and attach to them. Don't allow them to find any space to get open, forcing the field goal attempt.
33 yards, chance to tie. Ferguson, the snapper, Martin, the holder. Bass from 33 yards away. He knocks it through. We are even at 20-20 with 3:18 to play. So the Bills create on defense with Smoot getting into the pocket, getting a hand in on Stroud, and that ball was not free. Williams jumping on top of it. Then the Bass field goal to tie this game up. Bills will kick it off. Houston has all 3 timeouts remaining, 3:18 left here in the 4th.
Last week, the last drive of the game for Houston, C.J. Stroud took him downfield for the game-winning touchdown. Can he do it again against a second-half defense of Buffalo that's been awfully impressive?
We asked Stroud, what do you think about in those late-game situations? He said, I just tell myself, I'm prepared for this. Don't change who you are. And I say to myself, go win the game.
Sometimes the self-talk is good, isn't it? When it's not of the negative variety, it works well for you.
That kickoff through the back of the end zone coming out to the 30-yard line. Well, you mentioned it against Jacksonville. Stroud navigating on that final drive. 5 of 5, 45 yards. Stroud eventually getting the touchdown to win it to Agunbowale.
But no Nico Collins available for this drive. Who steps into the breach? Can Stephon Diggs do what he wants to do? Be a huge factor on a big drive.
17 unanswered points from Buffalo to tie this game at 20. On a give for Akers, he bangs his way for 4 yards, hit by Greg Rousseau. NFL Today update. It's active in New York with Coach Cowher.
Yeah, and Joe Flacco, the ageless one, his third touchdown of the day. It's going to find Alec Pierce from 65 yards out to tie up Jacksonville with 2.5 minutes to go, 34-34.
I could say it.
Yep.
He's incredible.
He really is.
Truly. What we saw last year with Cleveland and now doing it for another team.
You know what he is? He's our modern-day George Blanda.
Yeah.
Remember when Blanda did that for the Raiders that one season?
Does he kick
all the way
also?
through? He might do it if asked to do so.
Stroud too high on the pass for Akers. There were some bodies bunched up in that area. No Nico Collins for the Texans right now, and they are feeling it. We're talking about one of the best weapons in the NFL, what Collins has done this season.
But they have guys capable. You've got Diggs, you've got Tank Dell, you've got Dalton Schultz. Can this offensive line protect and give C.J. Stroud enough time? This defensive front for Buffalo has increased the pressure as the second half has gone on.
You can hear Bills fans inside NRG Stadium. 3 straight incompletions for Stroud. First time that's happened today. 2:33 to go. 3rd and 6. Stroud flips it. It's complete. Schultz got the step on Rasul Douglas for the first down. 10 yards. Clock is ticking. 2:17 left.
And he didn't do it with a clean pocket. It was pretty muddy as we see Schultz come across with Diggs. A little scissors route. Both of them crossing, and Schultz gets the ball. But that pocket was not clean. And he found enough of a gap to get the ball through and get it to Schultz.
This is a 2-minute warning.
The former Dallas Cowboy has given the Texans some life. C.J. Stroud turned 23 earlier this week. Already in his young career, he has shown an ability, a knack, a control and command in late game situations. He's trying to do it once again for Houston. On a handoff, Agunbawale has nowhere to go. He gets bottled up in the backfield. Hit by Daquan Jones and Dwayne Carter. Loss of 2. And a timeout call with 1:52 remaining.
Second. 30 seconds.
Bills have 1 timeout left. Stay tuned. NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars. Time
Please
permitting.
set the game clock to
JB and the gang back in New York.
156, please.
Feels like it's been a pretty busy NFL Sunday. Scores, highlights, all coming up.
I think they got a few things to talk about.
Yeah. There's some meat on the bone.
Oh, there's no question. So as we finish this one out, if you're Buffalo, your bread and butter is rushing 4, dropping 7, right? And that play there allows you to stay with that philosophy. Because I was wondering at some point, is Bobby Babbage going to bring a linebacker, bring a 5th guy and try and make it a one-on-one pass rush for someone like Greg Rousseau? He may not have to with that lost yardage play there on defense. He may be able to stay with his bread and butter.
2nd and 12, 1:56 to go. 5 defensive backs here for the Bills. Short pass, Diggs, can't break away. And he gets hit by Daquan Jones, limiting Diggs, the former Bill, to a gain of 2.
Buffalo calls their 3rd and final time out of the half.
So the Bills have used their final timeout. We have 1:52 left. And Houston is facing a 3rd and 10.
Hard to screen a team that's not bringing extra guys at the quarterback, because if the back 7's just staring at the play in front of them, able to react and make it.
So the Bills and Sean McDermott decide to use their timeouts here, banking on the defense to get a stop.
And banking on that quarterback who has the experience now to navigate without timeouts.
Ball is just short of the 45-yard line on Houston's end of the field.
Dalton Schultz has become a bit more increasing target as this game has moved on for C.J. Stroud.
Third and 10 for the Texans. Stroud throws it. Room to work. Catch made. First down, Agunbawale. Clock is rolling. 1:39 left. Bills cannot stop the clock, and he stayed in bounds.
Exactly. I was right there with you on that one. as I watched him at the end of the play. Watch this intelligent play by Ogunbowale. He slid in like he was trying to get to third base.
He's safe.
Safe, and the clock kept ticking. No penalty there. I understand I'm looking for one, but there was not one there from Benford.
So now Houston is in Buffalo territory at the 44. Running play. Nowhere to go on Ogunbowale, and some pushing and shoving at the end of it. Cole Bishop slides in to make the stop. Kaimi Fairbairn is getting into the right headspace, going through his routine. 50 seconds and counting left. Stroud, sidearm toss. It's handled, and it's Schultz. 3-yard pickup. They are in Fairbairn range. It's going to be a long field goal if this is where the drive halts. Right now they're staring at a 57-yarder. And it's 3rd and 5.
That means they're in range for Fairbairn, but you obviously would like to take a little bit off for him. 59-yarder this year. I believe he's now 7 for 8 for the season from 50 plus.
Ogunbowale motions out of the backfield. This is 3rd and 5 for Houston. Stroud floats it, nobody home. Dalton Schultz in the area. And there's a lot of time on the clock, 41 seconds left. They elect to throw it, obviously accepting that this is going to be a long field goal, but they stopped the clock as well.
Yeah. And I thought that if he didn't have something, he might just go ahead and take off and run and try to do anything.
A flag is down.
Well, Buffalo was calling for intentional grounding because who was out there? That's what they're trying to say from the sideline. I think that might be the discussion.
Intentional grounding. Offense number 7.
Huge call.
Quarterback was in the pocket under duress, threw the ball to an area with no eligible receiver. It's a 10-yard penalty. It's a loss of down. It's 4th down.
I think
we will now talk to both coaches
Dell,
about the 10-second runoff implications.
Watch to the outside here. As he throws the football, he is under duress, and the receiver just stops right there, Dalton Schultz. He thinks he's going to go all the way to the sideline, and Schultz stops, and he's going to run a little whip route and come inside.
All right, let's bring in Gene's territory. Just watch the replay. Gene, your reaction.
Yeah, and a good job by Charles of breaking it down, too. And I know some people will look and say, well, he just broke the wrong way, and CJ's throwing to an area. But by rule, it doesn't matter. If that receiver breaks in and he throws, as Charles said, in the pocket, under pressure, lands in an area where there is no receiver, you've got to penalize him for intentional grounding. And a really good job by the crew. It takes multiple people to do that.
And it changes everything. That was going to be a field goal attempt for Fairbairn. They were looking at a 57-yarder. Instead, it's Tommy Townsend now on the field, kicking it away to Codrington, who's standing at the 8. No rush. Townsend, high kick. This one is going to bounce and then settle in inside the 5. You can't do it much better than that. 32 seconds on the clock for Buffalo. 46-yard punt.
A sequence of offense for Houston. Timeouts in their pocket. Didn't run the football in order to set things up. Trusted their quarterback in that spot, which you understand. But at the same time now, you come away with no attempt at a field goal, and Buffalo gets one last shot at it.
Now we'll see if Josh Allen can pull a rabbit out of the hat. 32 seconds left from their own 3-yard line. Allen throws on 1st down. It's a battle. Keon Coleman, and a flag is down with Lassiter there defensively.
And which way is this going to go? Because they were both battling now.
Allen hoping it's against Lassiter. It's not.
Pass interference. Offense number 0. Penalties decline. 2nd down.
And this is what you have with Keon Coleman, who is quite the talent. But his ability to separate from people is something that you wondered about coming out. Big body guy, can go up and make every catch you want if he gets his body in front of yours. But if it's even, that's a tough play for him, tough for any receiver. And Kamari Lassiter was right there in position.
A couple of things to keep an eye on. If you're thrown out of your own end zone, you do risk a safety.
Holding penalty.
And if it's 3 quick passes, Houston would get the ball back with 3 timeouts.
and likely near midfield if you don't gain yardage.
27 seconds left. Allen in the pocket, heaves it, deep shot downfield. Hollins, the intended target, it's incomplete. In a matchup with Murray, 21 seconds on the clock.
And it looked like he broke free for a second, and Eric Murray, recognizing the double move, comes over and runs at the hip with Hollins to help force the incompletion.
7 straight incompletions for Josh Allen, who is 9 of 29. Third and 10.
So even if you decide to run it here, if you're Houston and you're alert, you use one of your timeouts to make sure you get the ball back. Let's see what Buffalo does.
From the gun, rushes on. Allen waits and throws. He bounces it. Curtis Samuel, the intended target. Will Anderson Jr. put the pressure on Allen. And it's a very quiet 3 and out with 16 seconds on the clock, and Houston has all 3 timeouts remaining.
I know that Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter want to accumulate the sack statistics. That's what catches everyone's attention, gets you to Pro Bowls and all pro teams. But their pressure continues to be fierce.
That was a 16-second possession.
And he's got to remember the punter cannot step over the back line for a safety.
Sam Martin gets it out of there, sailing kick. Woods from the 41. Clock is moving. 8 seconds, 7 seconds as Woods stumbles out towards the 45. 56-yard punt, a 12-yard return.
Fairbairn's long for his career 61, correct?
Yes.
Right now, if you don't run a play, what are you, about 63, 64?
Yes.
I think they're going to try and run something quick. They have timeouts in their pocket and gain just enough yardage to give him his best shot at it.
7 seconds remaining.
If you get 5 yards, you put him in a spot that you've seen him in before.
Bills are guarding deep. Texans might be looking for the quick hitter. Stroud.
Gonna run out of time.
Over the middle. 2 seconds. And they get the timeout. Fairbairn's going to get a chance here. 5-yard pickup through the air.
It's a good awareness by Stroud as he made his first move that you can't move much in the pocket before the clock's going to run out on you.
John Weeks is the long snapper. Townsend will hold it. 59-yard attempt for Kaimi Fairbairn. Houston looking for the win. A 59-yarder. Snap, placement, sweeps the leg. Fairbairn! It's gone! Clock City! Houston gets the W. 23-20 the final. They knock off the Bills at the buzzer. Fairbairn the hero. He ends it in regulation. D'Amico Ryans and company. Exhale, celebration, 4-1 start. Second best 5-game start in franchise history for the Texans. 23-20 the final.
The field goal has to be last resort.
Ramirez already back in.
Near the 2-minute warning, 2nd and 10. Carl lofting for Olave. Touchdown!
touchdown, New Orleans. Saints take the lead.
Well, there you go, right on cue, and great play call. Now they're going to go for 2. They want to try to make this a 7-point game. An extra point making it 6 does you no good, so all their best 2-point play, but I just love the aggressive nature. They're not trying to just bleed the clock. They're saying, I don't want to be up 2. I want to try to be up 7. And that's really good aggressive play calling there by Kubiak and good decision making there by Dennis Allen, the head coach.
Hard drops it right in the bucket, and that teaching tape toe drag from Chris Olave. His first touchdown of the season, the Saints' first touchdown of the day. And the 2-point conversion coming here with 2:03 left. Quick snap. Williams, low throw, not going to get it. Zach Bond was right on top of him, even if it was a good throw. Saints have the lead, but it's only 5. As we look back at the touchdown from Carr to Olave.
Yeah, great play design. They start empty. They bring Kamara back, and he's just going to run. Look at that inside steam. He gets Gardner Johnson thinking he's got to protect his inside, and that's just a mismatch. Gardner Johnson versus Chris Olave. That is not C.J. Gardner Johnson's strength as a player, defending off coverage against one of the fastest receivers in the league. That's about as easy, and then you mentioned it. That is unbelievable awareness, dragging that foot, and the special teams. Let's dive into this kickoff here for a second, Joe. There's 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Ideally, you don't want to kick a touchback here. You want to kick it short, make Philly return it, get this game under the 2-minute warning. Now they can only stop the game with timeouts. I'd be curious, Darren Rizzi, the special teams coordinator, how they play this.
Well, they've been the best team in this young season at avoiding touchbacks, at using that landing zone and forcing the returns. So right in their wheelhouse for Blake Grupe. So Carr and the Saints are in front, looking for their first 3-0 start in more than a decade. First tight game they've been in. They have an answer right there. All right, so it is a chip shot and perfectly done. Forces the return from Kenneth Gainwell. Gets this to the 2-minute warning, and Gainwell takes it to the 31. All right, so here we go. 3 timeouts for the Eagles. Tight one here, a defensive slugfest. Saints have just taken the lead at 12-7, and the Eagles have it out of the 2-minute warning with all 3 timeouts. Jalen Hurts underneath Jahan Dotson, who's going to have to be one of his favorite targets here because they came into the game with no A.J. Brown. They have since lost Devontae Smith. Limited options for Hurts. Second and 5. Underneath again. Tackle made right away by Willie Gay on Paris Campbell. There is a flag in the backfield.
Yeah, actually, I think it's going to be on New Orleans. I think they're going to get hands to the face, which really changes this from 3rd and medium here. You're going to see Alontae Taylor. He came off the right side.
Legal use of hands. Hands to the face on the defense, number 1.
Yeah.
That's a 5-yard penalty and an automatic first down.
All right, so they get an automatic first down. Watch, look at the left side of your screen. Saquon Barkley comes over in pass protection. Look, he's got both his hands right up under his face mask. Pretty easy decision, so only a 5-yard penalty, but still, it's the fresh set of downs. Instead of it being 3rd and 6, it's 1st and 10.
1:28, still all 3 timeouts. Barkley, the blitz pickup right there, has had the biggest play of this game, a 65-yard touchdown. Hurts is in trouble. Hurts is sacked. Brian Brzee, his 2nd one today.
It's a great blitz design. They show just 3 down linemen. They bring the 4th from the 2nd level, and Brian Brzee's had a quiet game here today. Had a great rookie year, 1st-round pick. Little stunt inside between Willie Gay, number 6, Brian Brzee, and again, Hurts just holding on to the ball a little too long. Something he has a tendency to do, and Brian Brzee made his biggest impact play here late in the fourth quarter.
Makes it 2nd and 16. Hurts 250 yards, but an interception and a fumble. Looking to be the late hero. Heartbreak late on Monday. Can they turn it around here in New Orleans?
Again, they're just in a 3-man front, so they only got 3 down linemen, 2 nose and 2 edge players. Everybody else is a backer or a secondary player. Brzee's on the nose.
So we're going to look to throw it. Hurts going outside. That is Wilson and incomplete. Alontae Taylor to the coverage on the rookie Wilson. 3rd and long.
You have to wonder how many reps here in this 2-minute offense has Wilson, the young rookie, even gotten. Just so unconventional to be forced to have to play out of 12 personnel. This is usually an 11 personnel, 3 receivers, 1 back, 1 tight end, 2-minute must-pass situation. You covered it, though, with the amount of injuries. They got no choice to have both Wilson and Dallas Goedert on the field.
3rd and 16. Trying to get some of it back. They'll get plenty. Dallas Goedert is wide open. Down the sideline. Inside the 10. 1st and goal for Philly. 60 yards from Hurts to Goedert.
Well, you're probably wondering, how does he get this open? It's man coverage and just a great job running interference from the other side. The way you teach that is you're not trying to get yourself open. You need to run at Dallas Goedert's man. Look, and then just avoid contact. Will Harris can't keep up with him, and Dallas Goedert's had his best game of the year by far in the game they've needed him the most. And now you got to wonder, if you scored too fast, of course you need a touchdown. But then all of a sudden, if you go for 2, there's a lot going on here, Joe. This is going to be awesome.
Got to hurry, got to use the timeout with that play clock running out.
Wow, this is great.
Number 2, Philadelphia. 30-second timeout.
Hello to everybody that just watched the Packers finish off the Titans. This game didn't have a whole lot going on through 3 quarters, but it is blown up in the 4th. Dallas Goedert, you said one of the best games of his season. That's one of the best of his career. A huge play right there.
He's had 3 plays over 30 yards in one day for a tight end. We said that element of explosiveness. Who was going to do it with A.J. Brown now being sidelined from injury 2 weeks in a row? You assume it's Devontae Smith, but now he gets taken out of the game. Big play offense is back for this Philly offense, and man, last week they lose a heartbreaker. Now they're on the other side of the coin. They got a chance to take a lead here late in the 4th.
Big plays back, but with a different cast of characters. Goedert and Barkley doing the job, but now can they finish the job? 1st and goal with 1:05.
I wouldn't be surprised if you keep it on the ground here. Just make the Saints use their last timeout.
They do. It's Barkley. Surge from the offensive line. And a touchdown from Barkley.
Yeah, smart play call. Obviously, you're going to score. That's clear. But if he gets tackled, you force New Orleans to take their timeout. So now, when they do get the ball back, they can't stop it. But, of course, great job up front. Saquon, now they're going to go for 2. They want to try to make this thing a 3-point game so a field goal doesn't beat them in regulation.
Barkley's 2nd touchdown of the day. And the Eagles back in front. Back and forth we go in the last minutes here at the Superdome.
Remember how important the Saints failed at their 2-point play.
Looking for the 3-point lead. Right downhill again, and Barkley slices through. Yeah, the Eagles get that dose of comfort, leading by 3.
I didn't have to get too fancy on that. Just, all right, they've had no answer for Saquon here in the 2nd half. Shotgun, put Goedert in motion, and just run right at him. Saquon Barkley, he's really him and Goddard have really taken over this game for this Philly offense, dealing with some injuries, and it was Goddard that got him started with the big play on the shallow cross. Let's take a look at it here. Watch Will Harris, number 5. He has Goddard man-to-man. But watch the interference here underneath. And watch, they run into each other right here. Lattimore and the safety trying to cut the shallow. They just run into each other, and Goddard's off to the races.
And it is a career-high 10 catches, 170 yards for Goddard. And it's redemption for Barkley. Less than a week after his drop on 3rd down, he said after the game, I catch that, we win. Well, if he's not here today, they don't have a chance.
Absolutely.
High kick into the end zone. And a knee taken by Shaheed. So now it's back on Derek Carr's plate with 1:01 and just 1 timeout. Coming up next on Fox, America's Game of the Week. Lamar Jackson leads the Ravens against Dak and the Cowboys, or the Niners and the Rams, or the Lions Cardinals. Check for the game in your area right here on Fox. We got a finish coming here you don't want to miss, though. This 4th quarter's been awesome. Saints and Eagles in the Dome. Field goal for the tie, touchdown likely for the win from the 30. Carr goes underneath. It's Mason Tipton, and he will get out of bounds at the 35.
All right, so let's do a quick recheck here. Under a minute, the Saints have 1 timeout. Think back to a couple possessions ago. Carr had to take a timeout. They struggled getting a play in, so they've had to waste 2 early timeouts in the second half, only leaving them with 1. They want to keep that in their pocket as long as they can. So if they get tackled in bounds, get up on the line. Don't use that timeout until you have to, preferably before a field goal try.
Still no Darius Slay at corner. Carr lofting into traffic and picked off. Reed Blankenship. The Eagles defense gets the stand they couldn't 1 week ago.
Yeah, you can see Carr, he's under pressure. He just can't throw this ball. He's trying to fit this thing into Shaheed down the middle. I don't think Shaheed thinks that ball's coming to him at all. And let's take a look here. His hands are under it. The ball doesn't move. I think that's a clean pick. And 2nd and 5, you don't have to get it all in one play.
And it's Reed Blankenship, who's gone from an undrafted player to their leading tackler last year to the game-sealing interception right here. And Carr limps over there to the sideline. It's fitting, isn't it, that it's the defense with the exclamation 1 week after all the talk was about how the defense couldn't stop anybody, couldn't get the stop down the stretch. They've been the biggest story throughout this game. And it looks like they've put the finishing touches on what will be a massive bounce-back road win. They're going to take a look.
Rolling on the field was an interception.
To make sure that he did get this one.
Yeah, those first couple looks that we got, and it's important to say, okay, everyone always looks at it and says, oh, the ball hit the ground. If it's being secured, it can hit the ground as long as it's not deemed to have been to move and at any point lose control over it. So let's take a look at it right here. So there, his right hand is under it. We kind of lose it behind his back. Let's see what Dean thinks. Dean, what do you think there? It might hit the ground, but does he ever lose control of the ball?
That's the key. I don't see any loss of control. It can touch the ground provided he maintains control. To me, it looks like he's got firm control. At best, to me, this is a stance.
Yeah, it's a good point by Dean. Remember, it was ruled an interception on the field, so barring an angle that shows something completely different from what we've seen, you have to imagine they just, at the very least, stick with the call.
Yeah, I think there's no way this gets flipped.
After reviewing the play, the ruling of an interception stands. First down.
And the interception does stand. And guess who is bringing the pressure? Brandon Graham once again making an impact.
Yeah, Brandon Graham, Jalen Carter, this defensive front, they've come under some fire. They've got a lot of investment along that defensive line in Philadelphia. And the last couple weeks, they felt like they weren't playing up to standard. Vic Fangio was very honest. And tell you what, they've answered the bell here, and they've clearly been the biggest difference in this game, run and pass. The Philly D-line has dominated this ballgame.
Speaking of under fire, how about Nick Sirianni's week? You know, not just the week, but really the last, 10 games or so. They were 10-1 last year, fade down the stretch. They come into this game having lost 7 of 9. A lot of talk about the way he handled the end of the game last week. And you're in all these tight games, you're going to find yourselves with decisions on your plate like he's had to make throughout this game. Bottom line, though, looks like his team is going to get out of this game with a win. Some extracurricular after the play there. Sirianni over there to make sure nothing.
It's Jalen Carter. He's chirping back and forth with Tyrann Mathieu and Lattimore and all those guys. And Big Dom is trying to keep him. Now Sirianni's running over to him. That's Clint Hurt. He's the defensive line coach. Big Dom, Sirianni.
He played a good game. Let's go ahead and just leave it there.
Yeah.
Some old SEC love. Georgia boy to an old Tiger. Yeah, for the Eagles, you're going to go from what I think is an underrated win week 1 down in Brazil over the Packers to that tough loss week 2 there. That close to being a 3-0 team. And Jalen Hurts, the early interception, didn't throw any touchdowns today, but he winds up over 300 yards passing on a day where he's down his top 2 receivers.
Yeah, moving the ball was not a problem for Philly. I mean, both through the air. Of course, Saquon had the big run. It really wasn't the issue. The issue was turning the ball over and the failed 4th down tries. I mean, that's really what even created this game to be even close. And defense just continued to get stop after stop after stop. And the defense is the reason they won this game.
Well, this one is not going to totally wipe away what's happened over the last 10 games or so, but what a sigh of relief for the Eagles and a fresh feeling coming out of here with a 15-12 win. They overcome the early interception, the fumble, the 2 turnovers on downs. They had a punt blocked. They had a missed field goal at midfield that led to a touchdown, and somehow they overcome all of it to get to 2-1.
And now all of a sudden 2:50, all the timeouts and the 2-minute warning. So a ton of time for Atlanta. Algier smack as he crosses the line. That's Yaya Diaby coming in there.
Shoyinka also able to get inside that time of the left tackle, Jake Matthews. He initially blew that play up, forced Algier inside.
Going no huddle here on a 2nd down and 12. Cousins under pressure, down he goes. All kinds of heat through the middle, and that's Logan Hall flexing his muscles.
I'll tell you, Logan Hall the last couple weeks has just looked like a guy that can take a game over any time that he wants. With such length, he gets through the left guard that time and also the back. What a rush.
Last play before the 2-minute warning. Algier to the outside can only get up to the 20-yard line. So now you've got a 4th down. You got a 4th and 16. You're on the underside of the 2-minute warning with $1:52 left and a 4th and 1,000,000. But at least they have all their timeouts. So you would think a likely punt here and then have to use their timeouts when Tampa has the ball.
Well, they're discussing that right now. I mean, it's a long way to go against a Todd Bowles defense that likes to dial up pressure in so many different ways. I'm with you with those 3 timeouts. And now it's decision time here.
So you've got a 4th down, 4th and 15.
Yeah, the offense is out on the field
for the moment.
Remember, they did convert a 3rd and 14 earlier. And I want to see if Todd Bowles is going to sit back or if he and rely on the front to get home, or is he going to pressure?
Have to get to the 35. London flanked outside. Going for it. Fired over the middle. Intercepted at the 35-yard line. Levante David, the heart and soul of that defense, comes up with the play.
Well, how fitting, Al, that Levante David in his 13th year in the play of the game just sits back and plays almost a center field. Watch him just read Kirk Cousins. Sits back, he knows exactly where he needs to go, waiting for the potential throw, and then just steps right in front of that to make the interception. Diaby, a good job on the pass rush, coming around on a twist to get into the face and force that ball out by Cousins.
David with over 1,500 career tackles. That's his first pick in 4 seasons. White goes nowhere, gets slung down, and of course Atlanta will now have to take all of its timeouts.
You and I were talking before. We thought with the 3 timeouts, maybe you see them punt it away and then use the timeouts and then get the ball back after Tampa would run the football. And now, with it, still have the 3 timeouts, and obviously now they got to still potentially do the same thing. They got to hold them to a field goal, and then they got to drive the length of the field, maybe down 6 points, and try to get that touchdown to win it.
Yeah, I don't know. 4th and 15.
That's tough.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Very tough. Pass was intended for Mooney that time on the David pick. $1:39 to go. So if Tampa holds on, they'll be 4-1. Falcons will go to 2-3.
And they put Bucky Irving back out there even after the fumble to show the confidence that they still have in him as a rookie.
Give it to him. Secures it this time. A flag is down. Going to stop the clock. Might have a face mask here.
Holding.
Nope.
Offense number 62. 10-yard penalty. Repeat second down.
That's the center, Barton. Did they miss a face mask here? Let's take a peek.
Yeah, it sure looks like it.
Yeah.
The Barton was definitely at holes, so it'd be an offsetting 62 on Grady Jarrett. Grabs onto the jersey as he cuts back.
And instead, he got a 2nd and 23 back at the 41-yard line. 1:33 on the clock.
Still have the 2 timeouts.
Going to throw a backside screen again. White just wants to make sure he stays in bounds. And he does.
I know it's a gutsy call. I just happen to be looking at him live. Mike Evans snuck off. And, they want to be conservative here, but this will be one Bake looks at when he looks at the film and thinks, oh, my goodness gracious.
Land sakes alive.
Right. Mike was like, oh, we had him. Everybody thinking run.
So 3rd down, 25. Falcons are down to their last timeout. Falcons go to Carolina next week. Then Seattle comes here and then at Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay goes to New Orleans next week. And then Baltimore comes to Tampa and the Falcons.
See, do you run here or go a high percentage pass just to make them use that timeout, that last timeout?
Keep it on the ground, make them use that timeout.
Yep.
Irving stopped at the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
To win it back in week 2. Koo getting loose. Trenton Gill for the punt. Put some backspin on it. Lets it bounce, and it takes a good bounce for the Falcons. Rolls into the end zone.
A lot of blitzes. They've been relying on that front, and it's been working out for them.
Cousins throws. A little behind him, but he makes the grab. That's Pitts. And Pitts is tackled out of bounds with 1:08. Cousins is now 394 yards.
Pitts now 7 receptions on the night.
London tops at 8. Mooney also has 8. Cousins fires over the middle. Open there. Up past the 40-yard line. That's Mooney.
Good job getting between the two linebackers there by Mooney. Goes right back to him after the drop. That time low throw. Holds on to it.
411-yard night for Kirk Cousins. Hangs in the pocket, fires, that's caught. Trying to get out of bounds and then loses the ball out of bounds. So they retain possession, Ray McLeod. But since he got tackled inbounds and then thrusted out of bounds, the clock keeps running.
Looked like he thought about potentially, he just loses the football.
Right. And then he has to spike it with 21 seconds. So he was going to get tackled inbounds. He's trying to get out of bounds.
Yep.
Ball goes out of bounds, but the clock keeps running.
By the way, Kirk Cousins on that last throw, you talk about you want to see a quarterback that's tough in these kind of situations. And this guy's about as tough as they come. Logan Hall, who's been getting in there. Look at this hit after he gets hit low, he gets high. Look at that throw to McLeod, who hasn't had many opportunities to make plays, but he dials him up there with the game on the line.
30 career game-winning drives in his years with Washington and Minnesota. 2 already this year. 3rd and 1. To the outside and getting out of bounds. Crowd wants a late flag. They won't get one. London making that catch 17 seconds.
Good recognition of the soft corner. Takes the easy outcut to London. Picks up the first down and getting closer and closer to giving Koo a shot here to tie this game up.
Right now you'd be looking at a 61-yard field goal if they don't get another yard. In the pocket. Protection's great. Dropped. That time it's McLeod. Good tight coverage that time by McCollum.
Yeah, McCollum looked like he might have gotten a hand in. That ball was thrown pretty well, but a little bit behind him. It looked like McCollum may have got that left hand in there to knock that football away. There it is. Yep, he does. Good play.
Timeout on the field for an injured player. By rule, because this injury occurred in the last 2 minutes, Tampa Bay will be charged with a timeout. It's their second.
That's Marquise Watts. And all that does, it doesn't do anything to the clock. Just cost him a timeout. So Koo won it from 58 last week. He might have to do it from even farther this week.
You know, he's had a lot of success against the zones with the underneath throws, whether it's been Pitts or London. You make a quick throw, you get up to the ball, and you fire it to the ground. You're looking at 5 to 8 yards is all you need to feel good about it, but it's got to really be fast.
And in all likelihood, get to the boundary. They spread it out here.
Out.
Said they're going to go over the middle to the 28-yard line. That's Drake London. Can they get it? Spike. They can with 1 second. So they got the extra yardage.
Look at Raheem Morris.
Crazy.
He is fired up about what his quarterback just did. I thought they got the ball down too far.
Yep.
I thought London might, as soon as he caught it, just take a knee. He kept running, and the clock kept running. But give the offense a lot of credit. Well schooled. They all sprinted to the line. Cousins fires it with 1 second remaining.
Tremendous. This will be a 47-yard attempt for Younghoe Koo, who's had better nights, but he can salvage it here and send it to overtime from 47. And
They got a flag that was calling a delay of game. They're calling a delay of game.
They are.
Delay game by the offense. 5-yard penalty.
Wow.
So the play clock going, that's the last thing you're thinking about here is the play clock.
I think they were thinking they were going to get a reset.
Right.
Terry, you hop in here. Why would they be thinking about a reset?
I don't see any reason to, Kirk.
Right.
I mean, they got the ball down. They had plenty of time to get their field goal team out. They don't get a reset in this situation.
Right. And now we got a timeout here from Tampa.
Final charge out. Timeout. Tampa Bay, this is a 30-second timeout.
So now you go from 47 to 52. He's made 2 tonight from 54 and 48. Missed from 41 and 54. Do we go to overtime or do we go home?
I'm still trying. I'm kind of in shock here that Raheem Morris is as well. That they pick up a big play by Drake London, and they're celebrating, and everyone's excited, thinking, "Wow, we did it! We fired the ball into the ground. We got the 1 second. Thank goodness, we're all high-fiving each other." Yeah. Meanwhile, the play clock has already started, and like Terry said, there's no reset. There's no reason to reset.
Exactly.
So here we go.
Exactly. Too excited about what had happened. So the final play of regulation, barring a defensive foul. 52 yards. And overtime. .30-30 at the end of regulation.
Let's not look. This is a great job by Koo here. 2 weeks in a row with the game on the line. One time he wins it. Next time he sends it into overtime. Right down the middle. Clutch. He may have missed a couple earlier, but when it really mattered, he steps up. Let's not lose sight of the decision to go for it on 4th and 15. It works out for Raheem Morris. They have their 3 timeouts. They use them. They end up getting the ball back. No timeouts. Still down 3. A chance to move down and get into field goal range. It's exactly what they did.
We will play 1 overtime period of up to 10 minutes. Each team will have an opportunity to possess the ball unless the team that first possesses the ball scores a touchdown. All replays are upstairs. Each team will have 2 timeouts. Fourth quarter timing rules are in effect. Any questions? All right, here's the coin. This is heads. This is tails. Tampa Bay, what's your call? Tails is the call. Tails is the call. It is heads. You won the toss. You want the ball with 40 to kick. Kick that way. Atlanta's won the toss. Will receive the overtime kickoff.
The Falcons get the ball first. So off we go to OT. If Atlanta gets a touchdown, the game is over. If not, it continues. Tampa will get an opportunity, or if there's a safety, then Tampa would win the game. So the kickoff through the end zone. You know what was very big too when Tampa Bay had the ball at the end, and they were clearly in field goal range, but you had the holding call on Barton. They missed a face mask call on the other side, and that pushed the
Way
Buccaneers
back,
out
of field goal range.
Made them punt instead of kick a field goal.
Yep.
Big.
Yeah, there's some. You could go back and look at this. There's some big plays there that gave Atlanta the shot that they needed to get this thing into overtime, and now Cousins is thinking touchdown, and let's get out of here.
440 yards, 39 of 55. Running back is Algier. Start with him. Got a yard. 2nd and 9.
That 440 you're talking about the most in a single game this year. You know, the big theme this year is what's wrong with the passing, why are the numbers down, and Cousins tonight on a Thursday night, most passing yards in an NFL game this year.
Second and 9. Up to the 38-yard line. 3rd down. Cousins' career high 460 yards in that gigantic overtime, not overtime, that game where they were down, I think 33-0 to Indianapolis and came from behind. 3rd down. 3rd and 3. Fired, caught, London to the 45-yard line. He goes. His giant night continues, and he's shaken up. So London's now caught 12 tonight, 13 targets for 154 injury timeout.
Now look at him off the line of scrimmage, just kind of an option route. It's just up to him to kind of find that soft spot, and he does a perfect job of being patient. See right away he's feeling some pain, and he and Cousins, really it's the first time this year that we've seen Cousins in sync and on time with his receivers, most notably Drake London and Darnell Mooney tonight.
So a career high in passing yardage, career high in passes, 57 for Cousins tonight, but he's going to lose London at least for one play. Mooney's caught 9, Pitts has caught 7. Kirk has completed 41 passes.
Yeah. Again, it said earlier, I'm going to say it again. This is what Atlanta Falcons fans envisioned. This is what NFL fans envisioned when Kirk Cousins signed with the youth around him, when they brought Mooney over. London, obviously, Bijan Robinson. Just taking some time to kind of work into this rhythm.
So Kadaro Hodge, number 12, he comes in to replace London, at least for the moment. 45-yard line. Robinson is the back. Mooney moving. That's fired. That's caught. And that is Hodge. And Hodge is going to take it to the end zone. A most improbable win for the Atlanta Falcons. Go figure. London gets hurt, has to come out of the game. Hodge hasn't played very much tonight. Comes in, scores from 45.
Oh my gosh. What a night. What a night for these Atlanta Falcons. And what a night for the old vet, Kirk Cousins. He and Todd Bowles there shaking hands. A lot of mutual respect. That ends up being 509 yards and 4 touchdowns for Cousins. Talking to Mayfield.
2, so he ran it for a couple yards. Justice Hill is the back. Likely in motion. He bobbles it. Scoops it in. Vacuums it home. Here comes Hubbard. Oh, he threw him away like a rag doll. And he throws in the end zone. Caught! Caught for a touchdown! Caught for a touchdown by Likely! Absolutely amazing! How in the world did he keep it together and then find the open receiver? Oh, Lamar Jackson!
Well, and it left the crowd stunned. Like the entire stadium just went quiet. First of all, he drops the snap and he can't get it, and he's trying to look up. Hubbard nearly has the sack right there. He extends the play to the boundary, and before going out of bounds and taking a hit from Pratt, he throws one up to the back line, and Likely's back in the corner, and he's able to find him, just throws a jump ball, and what an incredible play by Lamar Jackson, and just exhausted frustration from Sam Hubbard.
He's thrown 4 touchdown passes. He's thrown for over 300 yards. And the Tucker extra point makes it a 3-point game again. Probably the best game the NFL has seen through 5 weeks. This has been a beauty.
Well, it's a drop right there, but he keeps his eyes up, and instead of just jumping on the ball, he's like, well, let me pick it up. And Hubbard, incredible effort by Pratt and Hubbard, but Jackson just, how he's able to get that. And that's not a penalty. He still had the ball in his hands when he's making contact. He throws a ball that Likely can get.
These quarterbacks have combined, just jaw-dropping. These quarterbacks have combined for 9 touchdown passes. They've thrown for 654 combined yards.
We got 5.5 minutes left.
And no interceptions.
Oh, my gosh.
Just Just incredible. So the Ravens will kick off. And Tucker with it at the 35.
Well, if there's anybody joining this that wants to see the ending of this crazy game, make sure you go back and watch the first 3.5 quarters because this has had everything you could want in a football game.
Charlie Jones leaves it in the end zone out to the 30. Touchback. Stay tuned for the NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars, time permitting, with all the latest NFL scores and highlights. So Joe Burrow will take the field having completed 11 consecutive passes. Today, 353 yards and a career-high 5 touchdown passes. 2 to Chase, 2 to Higgins, and 1 to his running back, Brown. It's 1st and 10. The lead is down to 3, as it's been many times today, as Baltimore has come back time after time after time. Chase here, dumps it off. Here comes Chase, and out of bounds. Stayed in wisely. Caught it, picked up 19, hit the deck. That is Cincinnati 49, a first down. 10 catches for him.
And how about the fact Mims is back out on the field? He left, had to go get what we assume was x-rays because they carted him off. He's back in at right tackle. They were down to their 3rd tackle. Mims is back out. Chase now closing in on 200 yards receiving.
Roquan Smith was over there to make sure he was down. The accuracy of Burrow, my goodness.
Over 80% on the day.
1st and 10. He's got Higgins, who slips right by Stevens. And then he was brought down by the linebacker, Trenton Simpson. On 1st and 10, he picks up 11. They put him at the 40 of the Ravens. 1st and 10.
And Kevin, how about the last 2 completions, both to Jamar Chase and here to T. Higgins? They both get near the boundary, and instead of stepping out of bounds, they both go down inbounds to keep the clock moving. That's awareness by your 2 top receivers.
Four times, Baltimore and Cincinnati have been 3 points apart in this game. Most of those, Baltimore coming from behind. It's Moss on 1st and 10. And from behind, Owe got him, rode him down. 37, pick up a 4, 2nd and 6.
Well, and he's going to be hurt. Well, I don't think it had all the elements for a hip drop. They put a specific checklist as to what constitutes a hip drop tackle and what would cause a penalty. Now, the effect of this play is going to basically be the same as a hip drop because you're falling on the back of the legs of the ball carrier. Owe falls on that right leg, that right lower leg, so it has the same impact that a hip drop. But a hip drop is when you grab them and then all of a sudden you swing your legs in front of the player or in front of yourself and almost bring them down backwards.
That's a good. So Zach Moss walked off under his own power. Chase Brown is taking his place. And you mentioned the right tackle back in there, and he was for that last play. Amarius Mims, the rookie out of Georgia, after he left earlier with an injury.
Well, and he's just making the 2nd start of his career. The rookie first-round pick out of Georgia, 6'8", 350 pounds, got carted off the field. So, as we said earlier, I assume he went in and had to do x-rays just to confirm that it wasn't broken. But he's back in the game and playing.
So Brown will be at the side of Burrow. 2nd down and 7, leading by 3, and each team with their 3 timeouts. They rush 5. The throw on the money to Higgins on a quick slant. Brought down by Stevens. Got him from behind. Gets the first down to the 28-yard line of Baltimore. Gain of 9 on 2nd down and 7.
Well, this is just perfect execution. Baltimore takes the timeout here because with the first downs continuing to mount up and staying in bounds to keep the clock running, now down to 3:08. Baltimore uses a timeout to get things stopped, but just perfect execution by the passing offense of the Bengals today.
Stay tuned for the NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars, time permitting. All the latest NFL scores and highlights coming your way. We've had 73 combined points in this game with these 2 teams, and this is the most ever in a game in this rivalry between the Ravens and the Bengals. Usually high scoring, but nothing like this. And the artistry at quarterback is off the charts. And the receivers and the tight ends for both teams have both been amazing.
It has been phenomenal. This is not the game if you're looking for defensive football. No. You're not going to get a 9-3 game. This is up and down the field all day long.
1st and 10. It's Moss back in there. And Moss grabbed as he hit the line of scrimmage, immediately brought down by Travis Jones. All 6'4", 338 pounds of him. Another timeout by the Ravens. 3:05 to go in the 4th. Baltimore down to 1 point. One timeout, excuse me, and Cincinnati with the 3. It's been a big day receiving for Jamar Chase of Cincinnati.
Well, and he's really picked up the last couple of weeks since T. Higgins returned and they could stop double teaming him. Now he's been able to produce with the big touchdown catch earlier in the game, and then of course the one we just saw. Short little throw, but then a 70-yard sprint to the end zone, nearing 200 yards for Jamar Chase. I need the Bengals to maintain and stay aggressive. If you're trying to think that, hey, we're just going to try and use up the clock and get a field goal, that still keeps it a one-score game for the Baltimore Ravens. So I anticipate them trying to be aggressive still.
The running back, Brown, goes to the top of your screen. 2nd down and 10. Burrow, there's a whistle, 3:04 to go.
Yeah, I think Orlando Brown, I think left tackle moved early again.
Offensive 75. 5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
He's done this many times throughout his career. He's been called on it, and we'll see it again. He's right at the bottom there. He just moves a tick too early. Trying to time out the cadence. Left too early. That's 2 or 3 times today, right? That he's been called on that? Yeah. 2 times today?
Cincinnati 4 penalties. Baltimore 5. 2nd and 15 as they tack it on back to the 33.
Well, Chase and Humphrey are one-on-one at the top of your screen here.
Here goes Burrow. It's picked off! Intercepted by Humphrey! Humphrey's picked off the ball for the Ravens. It's the game's first turnover. That's his 2nd interception of the season. And it couldn't have come at a better time for Baltimore. 15th career pick. He's having a good season, and that makes it even better with an interception of Joe Burrow on the game's first turnover.
Well, it's a slant, flat combination. There's contact there, but it's under 5 yards. He just gets inside position. Burrow trying to lead this, and Humphries is able to come up with the interception. Thought he was making the safe throw, but Humphrey with the outstanding defensive play and effort coming up with the pick.
Now, can the defense of Cincinnati, which they've not been able to do, contain Baltimore?
Well, coming into this game, that was what was this defense going to do to stop or slow down the rushing attack of the Ravens? They've done a good job stopping the run, but not stopping the pass.
1st and 10, they go underneath, and it's picked up right here by Rashad Bateman. Takes 3 guys to bring him down, and finally they do as he takes it with the movement to the 36. He picks up 9 on 1st down. 1 Baltimore timeout, down by 3.
And Kevin, you have to remember who they have kicking over there for Baltimore. Arguably the best kicker in NFL history in Justin Tucker. So Ravens don't want to go down and get a touchdown here, not try and tie it up.
2nd and 1, the pressure up the middle, and Lamar has to throw it away. They were bringing the heat with Geno Stone and others. It's 3rd and 1 for Baltimore after the pick. With Tucker warming up on the sideline. They brought Logan Wilson and they brought Stone.
Well, they're trying to hurry up and get to the line of scrimmage here on 3rd down to cause some confusion for the Bengals, not let them get organized.
5 in the secondary, 3rd down and 1. It's Hill, and he spins for the 1st down. Hard-earned run right there.
How about that?
As he crashes into that defense, and he picks up 2, and it's 1st and 10. That's a big 1st down to the 38.
Well, it's a huge 1st down, and Ricard with the block, it's able to free him, and great job getting that 1st down.
Hill is in, 1st and 10, and that's a mid-range pass, which is caught and backpedaling to the 44-yard line, and a hard-earned yard right there And it's picked up on the play by Tylan Wallace. 18-yard reception. Put him at the 42. Cincinnati 3. 3-point game. Jackson on the move. He's got 329 yards through the air and 4 touchdowns. Humphrey just picked one off. Burrow, first turnover of the game with the interception by Humphrey. Now at the 42, 1st and 10.
Well, they got 8 stacked at the line of scrimmage.
It's Lamar Jackson, the block, and the drop. Flowers with the drop. The block came from Hill, so time was there. Looking for a quick hitter, incomplete. 1:53 to go. Baltimore 2nd down and 10.
Well, they gave the appearance of a blitz. They dropped 4 out, only rushed 4, so you hit the underneath, and instead he drops it. Wouldn't have been much of a gain unless he was able to make some of those guys miss, but still plenty of time.
2nd and 10. Five defensive backs. Jackson blocked by Stanley. Underneath they go. Andrews, who backpedals into the grass, but Pratt not out of bounds. He is swung at the 37-yard line of the Bengals. Gain of 5. 3rd and 5 coming up. They spot him at the 38. Grab that face mask.
He did. That right hand gets around the face mask. About rips the helmet off.
Yep.
He's looking. Look, he's not even out of bounds yet. He's not down yet. He's asking for the penalty, which he should have been. He had a grasp of the face mask and nearly ripped it off his head.
3rd and 5. Zeros on the clock, delay a game.
No, I think they called timeout. They got the timeout.
Final timeout.
The flag was dropped, but it was after the timeout had been called.
Well, and John Harbaugh was right next to the official. He knew it was going to be close, and he got it called in time.
Now Baltimore's out of timeouts. Up next, most of you are headed to L.A. Game 2 of our NFL on CBS doubleheader. It's a matchup between the Green Bay Packers and the Los Angeles Rams. Others will see the Giants and the Seahawks. Now that's a CBS Sports Sunday. The NFL on CBS is streaming on Paramount+. 3rd and 6 and out of timeouts. And at the 38 and down by 3 as Tucker warms up. He has missed from 53, 56, and 46. All wide left in the first 3 games. Did not attempt a field goal against Buffalo. 3rd and 6.
7 guys stacked at the line of scrimmage for the Bengals defensively.
They rush them all. Jackson hit as he throws, incomplete. 4th down. Blitz was on. Tucker is on the field to try to tie it.
How about Lou Anarumo dialing it up that time? Most of the day he's at 8 or 7 at the line, and most of the day he's been dropping out a number of guys and not bringing all-out pressure. That time he brings all-out pressure and forces the quick, inaccurate throw.
The ball will go down at the 46. It's a 56-yard field goal to tie the game. In the final 2 minutes of the 4th quarter, he is 27 of 30. This for the tie, and he got it! Tied at 38. 56-yard field goal by Justin Tucker.
I know you mentioned the misses that he's had this year, but I can guarantee you that sideline was 100% confident that this was going to go through because Justin Tucker has done it his entire career. But let's think about the Bengals now offensively. You're Joe Burrow. You just threw the interception, but now you have a chance to go down and get your team in position to win this game. You have 1:35. You have all 3 timeouts left. You've got plenty of time to get yourself in position.
That was a season-long 56-yard field goal to tie it by Tucker. 1:35 to go, tied at 38.
and it looked like it would have been good from 65, right? It's like,
well, he knows all about that.
He knows all about it.
He knows
right?
all about that distance.
As a quarterback, you have to have a short memory. Joe Burrow's last throw was an interception that Humphrey jumped on a slant route to chase. Ball in your hands with a minute 35 and 3 timeouts. This is what you asked for.
Out of the end zone, 30-yard line, touchback, 1st and 10, Burrow. 3 timeouts, tied at 38. The Bengals winless at home, 0-2. They won their first game of the season last week after beginning the season 0-3. Baltimore has come in winning 2 straight games at Dallas and last week beating Buffalo. Burrow is ready. 30 of 38, 392, and a career-high 5 touchdown passes. The back is Brown, and it's 1st and 10 for Burrow. Up the middle they come, and down he goes. Matabike got him. Devours him. Sack back to the 23. Loss of 7. Big time play. First sack for him. 13 last year. First of the season right there. And the clock is ticking.
Well, they line 5 at the line of scrimmage, and they bring the heat. Matabike able to get that sack. The clock is moving now, almost under a minute, but you do still have 3 timeouts.
Second down, 17. Burrow getting a block right there by Volson. And feeds to Higgins, who lost the ball. Coverage by Wiggins, the rookie. Incomplete pass. 3rd down and 17.
Well, I'm giving this credit to Wiggins. They've gone after him a couple of times today, this time with Higgins on him, but watch Wiggins' left arm. He's able to get it in there and pull it away.
So, Trent, you got 53 seconds to go. You have a 3rd and 17. In the way that Tucker can kick, I mean, this is kind of an interesting call right here.
Yep. I still think if you're getting pressure here, you want to throw, you're thinking like if they're lining up, do you get a screen, get something quick, get it out of your hands. Instead, they go with the draw.
And it's Brown, who will be shy of the 1st down. Hit on the play and brought down Eddie Jackson. He picks up 9. Baltimore is out of timeouts. That clock is going to tick. The ball to the 32-yard line of Cincinnati.
So after the sack on 1st down and no production really on 2nd down, you have to make the decision. Do you get risky and give an opportunity, or do you, as we just saw there, you run the draw, let the clock wind down, punt it, and hope it's not some kind of miracle play by the Ravens at the end of the game, so this thing gets to overtime.
Play clock is at 5. And that is the first one. Well, we now have most of the country here in Cincinnati welcoming you to an 83-degree day and fireworks in every way. The 2 quarterbacks have been sensational. Lamar Jackson, 333 yards, 4 touchdowns. Burrow, 392 and 5 touchdowns. Jackson has pulled a couple out of his hat, as has Burrow. And Jamar Chase has been phenomenal today with 10 receptions and 193 yards. And Zach Flowers has caught 7 for 111 for Baltimore. Here is the punt. Rico. They let it bounce, and it will die at the 11. And no time remains, and overtime is here. 57-yard punt.
Defense wasn't very good.
We're going to play one 10-minute, maximum 10-minute overtime period. Both teams will have an opportunity to possess the ball unless the first team scores a touchdown, there's a defensive score. Each team has 2 timeouts. All replays are upstairs. 4th quarter timing rules are in effect. Any questions? Baltimore, you're still the visitors. Heads. He called heads.
Kyle Van Noy.
You want the ball with the kick. Baltimore will receive first in overtime. Good luck, gentlemen.
Overtime is here. Tied at 38. Rivals in the North on CBS. Ravens and Baltimore last Sunday night and lost that one 35-10.
Well, and you have to remember the overtime rules here. It's big getting the ball first, because if you score a touchdown, the game's over, you win. If you get a field goal or anything other than that, the Bengals will have an opportunity to get the ball on offense.
Bengals will kick off. Evan McPherson. Deep back, they have Collier and Hill. And out of the end zone it sails. A touchback to the 30-yard line. It'll be first down and 10 for Lamar Jackson. So here are the rules in overtime.
You got a 1 minute, 10 minute, or 1 10-minute period. A TD or a safety on the first possession wins the game. Score is tied. You see all those things there. 2 timeouts per team. No coaches challenge. All up in the booth. We've had a great one here in Cincinnati.
If you're just joining us, the Bengals did not have Mike Hilton today, starting nickel. They lost their other starting corner, Dax Hill. So they are deep into their rotation in the secondary. Jackson, 25 of 40. Henry the back, first and 10. It's Henry, and grabbed by Hubbard. No gain on the play, second down and 10.
Well, that's just the 12th carry of the day for Derrick Henry, averaging under 3 yards per carry. They've had an answer for him in the run game. It's just the pass game where Lamar Jackson has really shined. As you said, Kevin, well over 300 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, taking advantage of the secondary that's injured.
83-degree day here in Cincinnati. But it has not taken its toll, but it is warm. Second down and 10. Flowers on the move, over 100 yards receiving. It's Henry. Rosengarten the block. And around his ankles he finds Hubbard, who's had a big day defensively, including a safety earlier in the game. And Derrick Henry picks up 8. Setting up third down and 2 for Baltimore. The numbers and some outstanding individual performances.
Well, it really has been. Both quarterbacks have played outstanding. As they're a big third down, the crowd tries to get into it here. Getting to a third and short. Baltimore on the day, 8 of 13 on third down.
Henry sledgehammering and has the first down, nudging it by the 40. Gaining 3 on third and 2, first down Baltimore.
Baltimore's had a lot of success taking some shots up the field because they've focused so much, the Bengals defense, on stopping the run that it's given them some one-on-one opportunities up the field. Thus Lamar Jackson having the day that he's had. With the first down here, don't be surprised with the play action and trying to push it up the field a little bit.
Henry and Ricard in the eye. First and 10. Fake to Henry. Blitz off the side. Picked up nicely. The blitz came from Bell. Look at Jackson continuing to evade one tackler after another. He's short to Bateman. It's incomplete. Covered by Osai. And it's second down and 10.
Well, they had that play action dialed up, but Von Bell coming off the edge. Ricard's able to pick him up. But Murphy, who's back this week after missing the first 4 games, is putting pressure, not allowing any time for Lamar to push it successfully up the field.
There's a nickel secondary, and it's second down and 10 for Jackson. Justice Hill, the back. Blocked by Stanley. Here goes Jackson. Trying to bamboozle him, and he jinks it up to the 46. And not buying the fake was Logan Wilson. Hitting the deck. Jackson, the reigning MVP, picks up 6, make it third down and 4 here in overtime.
Well, that time the Bengals only rushing 4, dropping 7 into coverage, and Jackson seeing a lane up there, so good response. How about the leverage by Pratt there, not allowing him to get outside, knowing he had Logan Wilson coming from the other side. Once again, another big third down.
Jackson to the air, caught by the back pedaling Bateman. Takes it into Bengal territory at the 38. It's a first down throw on third down, picks up 16, first down, Ravens.
Well, this is man-to-man coverage, and Taylor Britt's lined up on him, and just a quick little stutter at the line of scrimmage. Able to get away from it, accurate throw, 5-man pressure, so you're in man-to-man. Good first down for the Ravens.
They come in 2-2. Bengals at 1-3. A look at Joe Burrow. Just under 400 yards passing and 5 touchdowns. So after that 3rd and 4 completion of 16, first and 10, 39 of Cincinnati. Henry back in. Bobbled it. Loose. It's picked up. It's picked up on the play by Pratt. It's picked up by Pratt.
What a huge turn of events. What a huge turn of events. You know, they were trying. You could see Jackson clapping his hands before the snap because the play clock was nearly at 0. I don't know if that took the concentration off. It looked like his eyes came up at the last second. He had the drop snap at the end of the fourth quarter that he was able to get back and extend the play to get a touchdown. This time not able to get the ball back.
And now the Bengals take over, and a field goal could win it.
Any score at this point in time now wins the game.
1st and 10. Running back is Brown. All in motion. Brown the call. Following the block in there by Kappa. Burrows his way to the 38. No gain. 2nd down, 10. Evan McPherson warming up on the sideline.
Oh, just a brief lapse in judgment. Taking your eye, Lamar Jackson, you can see just sick to his stomach over there. He took his eyes up to look at coverage right at the last second. The ball goes through his hands, and he's not able to bring it back.
McPherson before the game made every field goal at this end of the field. 2 tight ends, 2nd down 10. Chase Brown is the back.
And Chase is one-on-one up top with Stevens.
Timeout taken Cincinnati.
Timeout.
1 left for them and 5:42 to go in overtime.
Sorry, I got excited thinking, I'm like, oh my gosh, they're putting one-on-one up top. We'll take another look at Lamar's eyes right as this ball is coming up to him on the snap. Watch his head. Right when the ball comes, he goes to glance up. He just takes his eyes off for a second. It goes right through his hands. And then it's a matter of kicking around at that point.
Coming up, most of you are going to Los Angeles in game 2 of our CBS NFL doubleheader. It's the Packers and the Rams. We were in Lambeau last week. Others are going to see the Giants taking on the Seahawks. Now that's a CBS Sports Sunday. The NFL is on CBS and is streaming on Paramount Plus. We talked about Burrow playing almost a perfect game. In his words, I had to be perfect. He has been pretty darn close. Each quarterback has turned it over. A fumble by Jackson moments ago. Burrow threw a pick. Now 2nd down and 10.
Well, now you got Jamar Chase against Wiggins, the rookie, the first-round rookie, but you got him down here one-on-one if you want to take that shot.
Chase Brown with a burst to the 35. It looked like it had some daylight, and he only picks up 2, carving his way to the 35. Now 3rd and 7. Clock is ticking. McPherson warming up. The wind will be at his back should they try that field goal.
If you can't tell, I'm a little aggressive. I'm like, what? It seems like they're just trying to set up the long field goal. If I had an opportunity with Jamar Chase and knowing that he's already got 10 catches for 193 yards and 2 touchdowns, although it looks like right here they're just going to stack it up with big bodies and try and get to what part of the field do you want to try the field goal from?
Extra lineman is in there. That's Cody Ford. And off here to Chase Brown. On that 3rd and 7, nothing doing. Hit by Metabike. And so here comes the kicker, Evan McPherson. He has made all 3 of his kicks this season beyond 50. And right here, 53 yards it looks like to win it. Baltimore's 2 timeouts. He had a 56-yarder last week at Carolina. As the head coach,
Timeout. Cincinnati.
Zach Taylor
30-second timeout.
is taking their final timeout. McPherson has been terrific in fourth quarters and in overtime. He's made 14 consecutive fourth quarter and OT kicks. This is his first field goal attempt today. On the season, he's 9-10. Like we said, a 56-yarder last week in Charlotte against Carolina. Wind at his back, but it's not strong. If he makes it, they win. From 53 yards away. Nope, he missed it. Wide left. And the Ravens are alive. The hold by Rico, the punter. The snap by Adamitis. Watch the hold.
Ooh. Oh, he dropped it right before he got it down.
Rico is a rookie free agent.
He caught it, but then as he's going to place the ball, it slips out of his hands as he's placing it. He's lucky to even get it back up. But that throws everything off mentally if you're the kicker.
And now here come the Ravens taking over at their 43. It's a 1st and 10. Here comes Henry. Ricard a block. Here he goes. Rocketing down the sideline. Breaks a tackle. Down to the 5. Galloping 51 yards. Derrick Henry has done it again. Look at the block by 42 Ricard and Stanley, and he's off to the races.
They had done such a good job containing him for most of the day. The biggest run up until that point for Derrick Henry was 7 yards. He was averaging under 3 yards per rush. A missed field goal, and one play later, now the Ravens are in position to win this thing.
Baltimore's taking a timeout. Henry, 14 carries, 40 yards. In his first 14, he had 40 yards, and in that one, he had 51. And he gives them a 1st and goal, and the ball is at the 6. And they're going to try to win it with a field goal chip shot here by Justin Tucker. So a couple of miscues late. One by Jackson. But the missed field goal of 53 by McPherson on the bad hold by the rookie free agent punter. And now Tucker will try to win it. A 24-yarder. The Ravens have won 3 consecutive games. And they do it on the road. And Lamar Jackson goes to 9-1 against the Bengals. And Baltimore wins a beauty against the Bengals. In overtime, 41-38, and Tucker with the game winner.
Well, we had everything in this game, and you have to remember Tucker hit a 56-yarder at the end of regulation to send this to overtime. So both quarterbacks played well. Derrick Henry came up big with his final carry of the game.
It's a big play to get started with something going forward to get you into that emotional.
By the way, DJ Moore is back on the field as they hand it off here on 1st down, and no gain for Swift. So Moore looked like, he could possibly be hurt enough not to return, but he's back out there. Four minutes to go. 2nd and 10. Pressure. Able to slip out of it and throws it out of bounds.
What a play by Bobby Wagner.
Welcome all of you just joining us who watch the Chiefs and the Raiders here along with Tony and Tracy and Gene. 12-7. The Commanders lead it with 3:49 to go, and Chicago, for those just coming in, had it down inside the 2-yard line just a few moments ago, and they went with a little trickery. They fumbled at the 1-yard line trying to hand it off to an offensive lineman out of the backfield. 3rd and 10. Here comes the blitz. They protect him. He gets it to his fellow rookie, and Odunze takes it to the Washington side of the 50.
What a fantastic route. This is the 3rd or 4th route in man-to-man coverage where Odunze really takes advantage and moves the defender, and now gives him a chance. Huge third down play right there.
Picked up 16. Back to Johnson. That's the back we thought they would have gone to in goal line. And this time he gets the carry for 5 yards.
I would not be going crazy fast right here. I'm trying to work this clock down, stay in phase. The problem is they're actually a little better when they're going quick because their offense had struggled most of the day and only looks good when they go quickly.
Here's a bootleg. Williams able to get around Armstrong. Now throws it across his body. Look at that throw. Keenan Allen to the 18-yard line. The improvisational skills of Caleb Williams on full display.
Oh my gosh, right here, pause this. At this point, Keenan Allen is right here. There's nobody open. And Caleb Williams makes something work from nothing, and that is a veteran presence who is supposed to chip and block. He didn't even have a route. He's supposed to go up there, chip, 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 and then turn around. Just instincts.
We're approaching 2 minutes to go. That was a 22-yard pass play.
Well, this is where I would be using timeouts, Washington, after this play, but you can't because you had to use them before the snap in the third quarter.
Swift, who's well over 100 in this game, and finally got the Bears a spark when he broke a 56-yard touchdown run in the third quarter. And well, it turns into a nail-biter after all here in the shadows of our nation's capital. 2 minutes to go, 2nd and 8. Trailing throughout. Caleb Williams and the Bears. He's going to keep it. And he's going to be tripped up. Shoestring tackle it is by Payne.
What a play right there. That was easily going to be a first down. Extending, reaching out, and just tripping off the back foot. And if Washington's able to hold on and win this game, you can look right back at that play because that was going to get him inside the 6-7 yard line.
How about Caleb Williams through 3 quarters had thrown for 36 yards. That's all. In the fourth, 95.
He almost flipped a switch. See if he can finish it off, though.
He's going to run it again. Back-to-back plays.
Whoa.
Boy, that was on a third down play, too, Tony, and I see you shaking your head.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that one. I'm definitely going for this. I got 3 timeouts. I would get up on the ball, though, quickly. That way you have an opportunity to make them punt and still have chances. But taking this all the way down to 40 seconds, here's the game now, Jim.
It is. This is it. 4th and 3. And listen to Washington roar. Williams looking right, goes to the end zone, and there is a flag. Keenan Allen almost didn't even have to look around, look back. He knew it was going to be called.
He ran one of those great Keenan Allen routes where he makes your leverage. I'm going to go wide. I'm going to go wide. A little juice, and then bam.
Pass interference, defense, number 1.
Watch, he's going to go up, make you go outside right there, and boom, when he gets your leverage.
1-yard line, first down.
Ball's going to the 1-yard line, and St. Juice not poised through the ball right there, that arm. Now, I don't think this ball was going to actually be in a position to be caught. Doesn't matter.
Well, they reached the 1-yard line again. Josh Harris, Adam Peters on the left. They headed down early. I'm sure they thought this one looked pretty good. They got Roschon Johnson. Remember, we were talking about him in goal line. They didn't go to him last time. Not going to him here. Ball is through the back of the end zone, intended for more. You can run it here. You got all 3 of your timeouts.
Well, it's not the worst thing. I'm not sure I would have done this either, but the ball's too high, hangs in the air too long, and if you'd have thrown it sooner, you'd have had a chance. But they're doing this based on the Washington front. Washington needs to align everybody inside, and you're going to play man-to-man outside. One-on-one here. You want to throw it? Go ahead. Put everybody in here and go.
Handoff. Johnson up ahead. He's across. Touchdown, Chicago. Matt Eberflus's team never led for 59 minutes and 37 seconds until this touchdown by Roschon Johnson. They are going to go for 2.
Mercedes Lewis with a great block inside, and this is why you stay in the game mentally. They always come down to the wire, and who can make the big plays.
Look at shovel pass, and they complete it to Komet for the 2.
A little Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes to Kelsey special, fake the run, come back from the backside. It's a different way to run the football up the middle with misdirection. What an incredible drive right there. Everyone go with the running back, and then I'll pretend like I'm running it with someone else. Wow, Chicago stayed in it mentally. That's so hard when you got beat all game.
All game. You really don't feel like
you deserve to win.
Anything's happening. Yeah, you're getting beat on all sides except the punting game.
That kept you in it.
And then all of a sudden you break one, your defense makes some plays. They put a couple of seconds back on the clock. There's 25 seconds to go. Washington has 1 timeout. That's 15 unanswered points by Chicago. And what a homecoming, a memorable return this would be for Caleb Williams, who really had no time to work with through most of the game, and then comes to the fourth quarter and throws for about 100 yards and leads them.
He flipped a switch. He actually did a great job changing the pocket platforms and standing in under pressure and delivering the ball in the clutch situations.
It's going to be returned. It's Eckler. Time off the clock with this. Look at that tackle. That was not a good time to bring it out. There is a flag down, though, as the tackle is made aggressively by Hardy. There is no flag.
You got about 3 plays if you can get out of bounds, possibly, and you got the timeout in one of those 3, but I'm taking a chunk deep down the middle. You got to slide and move in the pocket.
Down the middle they go. That's one hopper into the hands of Ertz. Incomplete. This would be, if Chicago can hold on, their second double-digit comeback in the second half this year. They did it week 1 against Tennessee.
This has happened a little bit today. I honestly believe Daniels, you want to throw that low anyway, but I think we talk about the rib injury coming in. He just didn't have quite the same velocity he's had throughout the year, and he's pushed through it. But this is the most challenging situation you could possibly have. But you don't need a touchdown. You just need to find a way to get 35 yards.
12 seconds.
They need to reset the clock here. That showed only 1 second for that play, and
that was good.
So let's add 2 more. That would be 12, not 20.
The operator really likes Washington. He's trying. He's doing the best he can, but someone caught him. Same thing here. Now at this point, it's whoever's open, but you got to get at least 15, 20 yards.
Daniels completes it, and I'm going to have to call a timeout here. Ertz has it at the 35. Just 5 seconds left. Barring a miracle, this is going to be honestly, it's a shocking loss for Commander Faithful. And just a reminder, the kickoff of the Cowboys and Niners game is at 8:22 Eastern on NBC.
I'm telling you right now, this is not the Hail Mary time. This is where they're going to be way back. I'm throwing a 8 to 12 yard outcut that should take 3 seconds max. You might even be able to get up to 13 to 15, but it's 10 yard out. You can get to 12, round it, and get yourself into a possible chance for the Hail Mary. So get up here and run an out route right now. Throw it.
There it is, Tony. Right on your design. McLaurin out with 2 seconds.
So that gives them a chance now because they couldn't have reached the end zone from the throw before. Now, I might bring in Mariota because his ball doesn't have quite the velocity he's had in the previous weeks because of the rib injury. So there's a chance I'd bring in a backup. But if he says he's okay, but you got to launch this.
Well, he has thrown up a deep ball twice today, both times to McLaurin, and one time it worked. So here you go.
He's gotten hit throughout the rest of the game, and it's hurting more now.
Comes down to one last play, and it's going to be getting longer by the second. You're all the way back at the 30-yard line. Now you can step into it. Here comes the Hail Mary with the game on the line. And the ball is caught! Caught! It's a miracle! It's Noah Brown! Oh my goodness! This town is going crazy! It's a madhouse in Landover, Maryland!
He did it!
Oh, this one will be paid back over and over again for decades. The ball tipped by Stevenson. Noah Brown just standing back there all alone. Plucks it out of the air for the victory.
I know this sounds crazy, but there's a method to the madness here. Everyone usually goes and jumps to the ball. You always put one guy behind and try and put one in front and have 2 or 3 go jump for it. And Daniels extending this play, and the time allowed everyone to get down there in position to go toward the ball and be in their spot. And what a game, Jim.
There are no words.
You're supposed to try and tip it behind you. See the guy in front and the one behind.
In the end, off the tip, it's the easiest Hail Mary catch you'll ever see.
Not easy to come down with it, but that was pretty easy to come down with. And look at Dan Quinn, and the legend grows for Jaden Daniels.
Dan Quinn looking for people to hug, and we go down to Trace.
He can just do so many different things for this defense.
This time Montgomery, Bynum grabbed him, that ball is out, picked up by Pace. Down the sideline, there is a flag, he's in, Minnesota leads, pending the penalty. Crucial call from Clay Martin coming up here. The call is against Detroit. And the Vikings get the takeaway.
Tell you what, man. This is an unbelievable job by this defense. Tell us he gets the punch out. Pace picks it up, and he's off to the races. Back-to-back drives.
The foul was holding number 60. Penalties decline. Result of the play is a touchdown.
Yeah, Graham Glasgow, the left guard, he gets called for the holding penalty. But back-to-back drives. They had given up 4 consecutive touchdown scoring drives. They get a stop. They get a forced takeaway for a touchdown, and they're going to now keep the offense on the field, and they're going to go for 2.
To try to make it a field goal game. Darnold looking left, throwing there, incomplete. He's trying to find Addison with Brian Branch in coverage. Ivan Pace, the green dot today with Blake Cashman, their leading tackler, out with turf toe. Picks it up after Montgomery coughs it up. And the defense of Flores gets the big play to take the lead.
So remember, they called a hold here on Graham Glasgow. He's the left guard. Just going to run a simple off tackle here to the left side. Great job here, Metellus. You'll see him. He comes up and he punches it out right there. Pace scoops, scores, and Van Ginkel gets just enough of Taylor Decker to get him in. And you just can't say enough about this Vikings defense and their ability to regroup after what was 4 really difficult possessions in a row. Their ability here to respond and take the lead here with 5 minutes to go, just under 6. in the fourth quarter.
The Lions had not lost a fumble in the first 5 games. That giveaway comes at the most crucial time. They were the only team without a lost fumble on the season. They'd only turned it over 4 times in the first 5 games. That turnover comes at a crucial moment, and Minnesota takes advantage and takes the lead. Out to the 30 comes Detroit. We talked about the critical drives for Minnesota. They haven't had to play from behind very often at all this year. Their defense comes up with a big play, and these tight games have been the definition of the Vikings for the last few seasons, even going beyond.
Remember, this was Kevin O'Connell's first year. They hosted a playoff game, lost it to the Giants, but winning one-score games, and then last year, that kind of flipping, going 6 for 8. It's been something they've been really good at this year, and this one looks like it's coming down to it as well.
This will be Gibbs. Short gain. Carissa Thompson with a game break.
We're letting you guys know what's coming up next. A Super Bowl rematch, Niners Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes looking to keep his team perfect and improve to 6-0. Meanwhile, Brock Purdy and the Niners looking for a little revenge. Kyle Shanahan has never beat Andy Reid. Will that change today? We will find out next. America's Game of the Week. Adam?
They beat these Lions to get to the Super Bowl last year before falling to KC. 2nd and 6 for Detroit. Off the fake. Goff steps up, launches, got a man! It is Raymond lunging out, incomplete! Could not stay in bounds on the deep shot, 3rd down.
And really, it's just the slight ability of Van Ginkel to get Goff off his spot. The ball just sails on him a little bit more than he was hoping, because Raymond was wide open when the ball left Goff's hand. It looked like a touchdown. Watch Van Ginkel just getting Goff to step up in the pocket and throw that ball with the hand in his face is all the difference it took.
Four-man rush. Goff is hit. It's out. And it's recovered by Detroit. And the pass rush from Jonathan Grenard gets to Goff again.
So we've talked all day about this blitz scheme and how many guys they bring. And really here it's just Van Ginkel and Grenard on the same side running a little pick stunt. They don't bring any extra rushers. And in this fourth quarter, Jonathan Grenard and Van Ginkel, just their ability to win one-on-one matchups in a 4-man front has really been a big reason this game's flipped.
And now the clock becomes a factor with 4:25 to go. Fox boots it away. That is a 60-yard punt by Fox to flip it. Powell gets chopped down shy of the 25-yard line. That ball came out at the end, but down by contact is the ruling at the 22. The pressure at the crucial moment from Minnesota. 4:16 left. We still have the 2-minute warning to come. Detroit has 2 timeouts left. All 3 for Minnesota if that plays in. And it is Sam Darnold and the Vikings playing ahead in the late stages of this one. Three possessions, 3 scores in this half, including the defensive touchdown from Pace for Minnesota.
Look at this second half. After scoring 3 touchdowns in the second quarter, this Vikings defense has held the Lions to just 1 touchdown here in the second half.
Started on the ground with Jones, who slips through and turns it into a positive play to the 27. Gain of 5.
Now the question here is, how much confidence does Kevin O'Connell have? Is he willing to go under center? Everyone in the building thinks you got to run the clock out. It's 4-minute offense, run the clock, get it under the 2-minute warning, pick up a couple first downs. Does he dare go play action? Does he try to generate a chunk play through the air and have confidence in Sam Darnold that it's not going to be incomplete and stop the clock?
Darnold just 4 incompletions today. Check to a second call. It is a run for Jones. And he gets tackled inbounds. That keeps the clock moving with 3:20 to go. Darnold's been efficient all day, but he had the pick in the first half. He's been clean in the second half.
Yeah, he's been excellent. We came on to the second half of the show and said, hey, he's got to find Justin Jefferson. They've got to get this offense rolling here coming out in the third quarter. And boy, has he ever started with that opening drive of the half, finishing with the touchdown to Jefferson. And he's got a chance here with the conversion to, at the minimum, get this thing underneath the 2-minute warning and start making Detroit use their timeouts.
On 3rd and 4, it's Darnold rolling and throwing on the move, too tall. Looking for Jalen Naylor or Justin Jefferson up the sideline. Had a couple of options, and it ends up stopping the clock. That's the critical piece here, too, at 2:41, and it's 4th down.
Yeah, he's trying to fit this in to Jefferson. For some reason, I think Naylor is trying to just uncover and get open, and he ends up being right in the same throwing lane as Jefferson. I think that leads to Darnold putting too much air, and Aaron Glenn saying, hey man, we needed to stop, and we got one. Both these defenses coming up big when the game's on the line.
So now Ryan Wright boots it. 51-yard punt, grabbed by Raymond, and out to the 30. Trent Sherfield Sr. on the tackle. Wild game. This is what we were hoping to see, a competitive game between the top two teams in the top division in football. That great drive ending in a Jefferson score. Detroit answers right back with their only score of the second half, the Montgomery fumble forced by Metellus. Pace took it to the house to put Minnesota on top. Vikings failed the 2-point conversion. Still a 1-point game. And now Detroit's got the ball back with 2 timeouts and the 2-minute warning to come from the 30, down by 1. Here is Gibbs. They're sticking with Gibbs after the Montgomery fumble. Vikings have all 3 of their timeouts. They don't have to use one here, and if they don't, Detroit's going to take this down to the 2-minute warning.
Not sure why Detroit's working so slow here. I mean, they do realize they're losing.
Yeah, they're really playing the time factor in a big way right now. And they'll take it all the way down to the 2. 2-minute warning. Minnesota trailed by 11 to start the 4th. Detroit has it, 2nd and 6 with 2 timeouts. Still need about 25 or 30 yards to get in a comfortable field goal range for Bates. And Gibbs will get some of that yardage and more. Out to the 48-yard line. He picks up 14. Inside of 1:50 left. There is Jake Bates, who was one of the great stories out of the UFL. A guy who hit 3 60-yard field goals at the UFL level. Earned a contract with Michael Badgley, tearing his hamstring in July. But he might be gearing up for the biggest kick of his life.
I typically like not taking our time until you're in field goal range. They've been operating very slowly.
Now give it to Gibbs in space, and there is a big sprint down into field goal range to the 36-yard line, and it stops the clock at 1:18 as he steps out.
All right, so now they're in position that they can really start to think about the clock, understand what they're trying to do. They want to say, okay, this field goal ends the game. There's no chance that they give the ball back to Minnesota. So I understand the logic. I traditionally like getting the ball across midfield, getting in reasonable field goal range, then start bleeding the clock, then start running this thing down to get your field goal kicker in position to win the game at the end.
Vikings still have 3 timeouts. Goff's going to throw it. The aggressive Dan Campbell philosophy ends on this play with a catch by St. Brown inside the 25-yard line.
The timing, the accuracy, and since he's come in the league, Amon-Ra St. Brown, all he does is make critical plays at big moments. You know you're going to get hit. You know the second that ball hits your hands, you're going to take a shot in the back, and able to secure that catch through the contact, through the ground, and now they're in prime spot to just run this thing down. So, yeah, we questioned the early start, letting it get to the 2-minute warning, really taking their time. But now after the last 2 explosive plays, they're sitting pretty.
Now with Minnesota using that first timeout, Detroit's in prime position to be able to burn some clock to the point where maybe they could set up a field goal with little to no time remaining.
Exactly right.
You see Goff trying to get the rest of his lineup out there with 67 seconds left. Gibbs is the back. Ball security paramount here. Gibbs at the last second puts 2 arms around it. 1:02 to play. Minnesota uses that second timeout. Jared Goff continuing to impress today.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. We came into the game saying he's been so good against the blitz. That's carried over to today. And it just seems like he has an uncanny ability to make the right throw at the right moment, the right completion, the third down pickup. We've seen him multiple times check in and out of the right call, alter protections. He's really playing the quarterback position as well as possible throughout this league, and it's been really good.
Vikings trailed by 11 to start the fourth quarter. Twice Minnesota faced 11-point deficits. This drive by Goff has Detroit inside the 25, and now they are trying to burn as much clock as possible. They'll force a timeout used by Minnesota here, their last, and they are seemingly setting the stage for Jake Bates. They cannot run the entirety of the clock down, but they can get most of this 61 seconds off the clock.
Calls their third and final timeout of the half. Please set the game clock to 1 minute, 1:00.
So a minute left. They'll take a knee. You burn, the 25 seconds off, or the 40 seconds off after the knee is taken. So you get this down to about 20 seconds. You can take a timeout, set up Bates for a go-ahead field goal. And then Minnesota will have a chance to get the ball back with very little time and no timeouts.
Based on whether this kick goes in or not, Minnesota's going to look back on that last offensive possession and say, we've got to find a way to get a first down. We've got to find a way to either make Detroit use their timeouts on defense or get that thing as close to or under the 2-minute warning as possible, and ended up going 3 and out.
So you can get this clock inside of 20 seconds before Dan Campbell will use that timeout. And it'll set the stage for Jake Bates, who was a soccer player at Central Arkansas and then became a kickoff specialist at Texas State and Arkansas, was signed as an undrafted free agent by the Houston Texans last year, released during the preseason, and then made his name in the UFL with those booming 60-yard kicks. Hit 3 of them, including a game-winning 64-yarder at Ford Field against the St. Louis Battlehawks. To that point, he had only attempted and missed 1 kick in an organized game. That was all the way back in high school. Incredible story. He went 21 of 28 in the UFL, earned a 2-year deal after Michael Badgley tore his hamstring in July. He's hit a game-tying 32-yarder against the Rams late in the fourth quarter. He is 9 for 9 in his NFL career, but this one, the most weighty kick of his life.
And remember back after that fumble return for a touchdown, the Vikings went for 2-point conversion and failed. They convert that. This is to tie. Instead, it's for the win.
From 44 for the lead. Bates has delivered. Detroit is on top with 15 seconds left.
Big-time kick, big-time drive by Goff and this Lions offense to put him in position. Unbelievable first half of production. Little slow in the second half. Didn't quite find their rhythm. Montgomery has the big fumble that the Vikings take back for a touchdown. But after all that, the defense gets the stop. Goff puts together the drive, runs the clock down, and barring a miracle with 15 seconds left, the Lions continue to find a way to win.
Myles Gaskin in the first 5 games was the only Minnesota player to have a kick return. They've used 2 different guys today, hoping to get something back to set him up for what would be a wild final play.
And I think here you got to kick it short, force the Vikings to return it, force them to burn as much time off the clock as possible if you're Detroit. So I'd really expect this ball to be short of the goal line. And they kick it through the uprights.
Well, it's an interesting decision to make, right? Because the time is a factor here. You don't want to give an extra play to Minnesota, but they're going to go ahead and take the touchback instead.
And with the way kickoff returns have been in the NFL this year, it's really been a non-factor. Teams are having a hard time even getting it past the 20, 25, and it would probably take you 5-6 seconds to do that. But with all that being said, guard the sidelines, tackle them in bounds, and this game's all but over.
No timeouts for Minnesota. They can't stop the clock unless they step out of bounds. Let's gear up for a crazy sequence. Reichard hoping for a shot. They need to go about 40 yards to even have an opportunity. Darnold. Precious seconds ticking. Throw it to the middle of the field for Naylor. And the clock with 5. They'll try to set it. They'll try to spike it. The clock is at zeros. A flag is thrown from the near side of the field. And if they weren't set, this ball game's over and Detroit's in first. Let's see.
Now, they were in a legal formation. So this thing's going to be over because even if they did snap it, there'll be a runoff. If there was any remaining time, they had 5 in the backfield. With the clock running, that should end the game.
Campbell knows, Goff knows. Clay Martin's call will make it official. Let's see here. He's saying one play.
We have a live ball in legal formation, offense number 71, as he was lined up in the backfield. It's a 5-yard penalty, first down. We'll replay it now. The ball hit the ground with 1 second on the clock. So we have one play.
Dan Campbell wants an explanation for that right there.
Is they were set. That's the key. As long as the offense gets set, there's no runoff. Even if they're in an illegal formation, that's a live ball foul. You're going to see all 11 get set. They snap it. It's a foul, but with 1 second on the clock when the ball hits the ground. So they do get another play. They will enforce a 5-yard penalty.
Dean, thank you very much for that clarification, because the initial thought is that's a runoff because they're in motion, the clock is moving. So that's a very good clarification from DB. So now 1 second. The field goal from here is irrelevant. It'd be like a 75-yarder basically. So it's going to come down to 1 second and one play. Detroit brings an extra body, and they get to Darnold to take over first place. Trevor Nowaski finishes it off, and in a heavyweight battle in Week 7, the Lions overtake the Vikings for the top spot in the NFC North. And another Jared Goff comeback special.
Definitely don't want that one. But here we are again, third in a long yardage situation. Not a lot of plays in the playbook for this, but at the same time, holding the football and then being smart with the football going to be critical right here.
Darnold's going to throw it from his pocket over the middle. Intercepted by the man replacing Sauce Gardner. It's Eccles. And the Jets get the big defensive stop they needed.
And I always like the idea of quarterbacks always playing aggressive. If you feel you got the throw, you take the throw, even in a 3rd and long yardage situation. But, man, that's tight. You got defenders deep in coverage right there, trying to get that up and down. Very difficult for the quarterback. I always like to say, play the play. It's 3rd and long. Don't try to force it to get the first down. If the play says throw the check down, throw the check down and punt. Huge play by that Jets defense to set up their offense again.
So the Jets go 3 and out after the Vikings make it a 2-score game again. And then get the big turnover to even the turnover battle and set up the Jets on the Minnesota 42 after the Vikings only took 56 seconds off the clock. 9:47 to go. 4th quarter. Rodgers sends Wilson in motion. Then throws it to Lazard, who turns upfield. Takes it to the 35 of Minnesota, gain of 7.
Good play once again. Allen Lazard on the little choice route. Find a hole, find a window. It's one thing that Aaron feels real comfortable with in this offense. Hits that back foot, gets the ball out, understand what he's seeing. As long as they're on the same page. Nice completion to set up 2nd and short.
2nd and 3 to be exact. Rodgers, quick throw. There's Wilson. Makes an inside move and takes it down to the 25. It's a gain of 10. Gilmore and Smith finally ended the play for the Jets.
Soft coverage over here. It's a quick hitch route. Ball's out of Aaron Rodgers' hands. Pass rush can't get to him. But all set up by winning the early downs. They've had success this year when they've had success on first down. That 7-yard gain on first down. So you can settle for those quick throws and not having to hold the football.
8.5 to go in the 4th quarter. 1st and 10 from the Minnesota 25. Rodgers over the middle into a host of purple. Incomplete. Triple coverage on Conklin. Lucky to get that back, Kurt.
No doubt. Just as we talked about Sam Darnold forcing the one, throwing it high for the interception. Here's another one. I mean, an unbelievable throw around those defenders, but everything has to be perfect. You get the middle linebacker to carry the tight end. You like to feel that there's somebody underneath that you can get the ball to.
2nd and 10. Rodgers, quick fire, incomplete. Mike Williams stopped his route. That was Gilmore on the coverage. 3rd and 10.
Once again, do we see miscommunication right there? Aaron Rodgers throwing the deep ball. Mike Williams stopping his route. Those little things that make such a huge difference in keeping drives going.
Not many people sitting as Rodgers with a quick snap over the middle. That's complete to Mike Williams. Kept his route going there inside the 10-yard line.
I love the play call. They know that Minnesota is going to line up in the walk-around defense. So let's get up quick and snap the ball before they have a chance to get into position. They're trying to run out to cover 2. Aaron takes advantage of it. Hits the big receiver. Sets him up inside the 10.
10 straight pass plays for the Jets. Have them 1st and goal. Breece Hall out wide to the top of your screen. 3 receivers to Rodgers' right. Play clock winding down. And they do not get it off. There's a flag from underneath the end zone. Goal post.
Delay game on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Touchdown.
We've talked about it so much with this team this year. Is one step forward. 1 step forward and 1 step back. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. There's a great play that they make on 3rd down to get the first down, and now set yourself back 5 yards on a mistake you just can't have inside the 10-yard line.
The Jets training staff ran out with the Gatorade. Maybe they were trying to make it sell that they got the timeout off, but they didn't. 3 timeouts remaining. Now 1st and goal from the 12. Huge delay of game penalty. Rodgers throws that one out to Hall, makes a move, gets out of bounds. Pace and Gilmore were tracking him. Gain of 5, so they get the penalty yardage back. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 7.
And you start to think now you're inside the 10. It's a 2-possession game. Offense hasn't been moving the football a lot. If we put ourselves in 4-down territory saying, hey, we got to get the 7 points on this drive.
I mean, we're putting the cart before the horse, but that would be a heck of a call when you're down 10. But we'll see what happens over the next couple snaps. Rodgers, 2nd and goal. Quick throw to Wilson, makes a move, and he is corralled down by Murphy and Bynum at the 2.
And the only reason I say that, Rich, is because it can change your play calls if you decide ahead of time to go for it. Nice tackle in open space by Byron Murphy out there. But you get down here inside and you go, okay, can we run the football? Can we change up our play call? Do we have to throw the ball into the end zone? Sooner you can decide whether you go for it on 4th down or not.
Braylon Allen's in the game on 3rd and goal from the 2.5 to be exact. Rodgers throwing again, end zone. And there's the flag. Stephon Gilmore on Garrett Wilson. And it is going to be on Gilmore.
Pass interference on the defense number 2. Foul is in the end zone. First down.
I was going to be surprised on this one if they didn't get the call. We've seen so many on Justin Jefferson where maybe a little more questionable. You see all the contact right there by Stephon Gilmore. Aaron says, come on, give us one. All right, we got one.
Ball placed at the 1. Jets had trouble punching it in from this spot against Denver. And Rodgers is standing all by his lonesome on 1st and goal at the 1. Rodgers, all kinds of time, throws it. Touchdown, Garrett Wilson. Six minutes to go. Jets make it a 1-score game.
And Aaron Rodgers again, hey, just buy a little time. Not very much happens on time down here in the red zone, so just buy a little time. Let guys create a little bit of space. So good at having vision, finding his guy, getting into the end zone.
Rodgers, 6 of 8, 46 yards and a touchdown to cash in the interception for 6. 6 minutes to go in this game. It's now a field goal game. Sauce Gardner out, Brandon Echols in, and that leads to a Garrett Wilson pass interference drawn and touchdown caught to make it 20-17 Minnesota.
What a huge drive, and you see the touchdown right there, double covered, but buy me a little extra time. Allow me to find that opening in the defense. Aaron Rodgers did just that, as he's done on both touchdowns today. Just buying some time. May not be the same guy that we've seen in the past, but there's enough there to be able to create and allow his guys to free up.
Sam Darnold and the Vikings do not have a touchdown today. Since that second quarter with C.J. Ham diving into the end zone, Andrew Van Ginkel with a pick 6, 2 field goals. That's the 20 points. 6 minutes, 4 seconds to go as Zuerlein sends it into the end zone. Gaskin takes a knee. Once we are done, the rest of your Sunday, you got the Bills and the Texans. It's a Stephon Diggs reunion game, as we all know. Ravens and Bengals. It's always a paint-swapping affair in the AFC North when they collide. The Raiders have won 8 in a row over the Broncos going into that game. And then, of course, you have Sunday Night Football and Monday night. Sauce Gardner is back in the game. So, let's see how the Vikings respond on offense. Darnold hands it off. Chandler, gain of a half yard. Under 6 minutes to go as the Jets defense has been all over Darnold in this half, Kurt.
Yeah, they've stepped up and made the big play when they've needed to make the big play. Good coverage on the back end, the interception on that last drive.
Darnold on 2nd and 9. Lots of time over the middle to Jefferson. Big, huge gain for 18, gain of 25 to the Jet 44.
Just an incredible move right there by Justin Jefferson. He pushes hard to the corner. Not many guys are going to do this. Push hard to the corner and then break back and flatten underneath the safety. Create a window for your quarterback. As Kevin O'Connell said, that guy is one of one. The ability to run that kind of route, get down the field, stretch the defense. Nobody else like him in this league.
Quinnen Williams off the field right now for this 1st and 10 as we hit the 5-minute mark. Chandler on the pitch. Nice move by Chandler inside the 40. A flag is down at the end of the play, right around the line of scrimmage. And it's going to be a hold on Minnesota.
Legal block in the back on the offense, number 67. That's a 10-yard penalty. First down.
An illegal block in the back. Not a hold, but it's still a 10-yard penalty. 11th flag of the game on Minnesota, Kurt.
See the big fella right there. DB turns his shoulders. You don't see that called all that often when they're out there in space, and he's turning his shoulders to try to get into the running back, but definitely a push in the back there. Big mistake there by the Vikings, pushing them way back.
Certainly, since Chandler appeared to be already out the gate. 1st and 18. Back in their own territory now. Under 5 minutes to go. Up 3. Darnold throws it. Quick throw to Jefferson again. He gets it to the Jet 44 for a gain of about 5, if not 6.
And good smart football by Minnesota. Don't try to get it all back with one throw. Chip away, chip away. But you got to find yourself in a 3rd and manageable situation here after this down. Make sure you get points out of this drive.
And when the chips are down, look for 18. And they've done it a couple times in this drive already.
Got him up top against Sauce Gardner right now.
2nd and 13. Darnold on the play fake. Over the middle. There's his tight end, Johnny Munt. Gain of 21. Darnold is spinning it, Kurt.
Well, Kevin O'Connell talked to us about the elite throwing ability. He doesn't miss open guys. The play action holds the Mike linebacker down the middle of the field and comes back and rips the seam to his tight end for the 1st down and put him into sure field goal range.
Well, they could just hold on to the ball potentially, depending on how the clock gets played by Robert Saleh and what they can do offensively here. Starting on the Jets 26 right now. Darnold's going to throw it. And he throws it for Jefferson. Whoa, Most makes a great grab. And he left the ball up in the air. Gardner almost had it before getting out of bounds. I mean, that's 2 all-pro sets of hands that touch this ball, Kurt.
And good protection right there to give him a pocket. Just got on him a little bit quick. Contact there at the top of the route. Sometimes you got to let your receiver get out of it. Couldn't locate the football, and you're right. Very lucky when that ball goes up in the air. Somebody on the other side didn't come down with it.
2nd and 10. They're going to run this one. And the Jets get Chandler down around the 24. And the Jets fire off the first of their 3 timeouts. 3:15 to go.
Tell you what I love about these kind of moments and games like this is you got a team in Minnesota that's come in 4-0, playing really, really good football. And you want to be a great team in this league, you find a way to finish these games. Even though you haven't played your best offensively, you haven't played your best, you find a way to finish in that situation. And then on the other side, the Jets fall down 17. Aaron Rodgers talking to us a lot about building culture, bringing hope, believing that we can win. This team's fought back from down 17 to make it just a 3-point game. And if their defense can stop here, a 1-possession game with a few minutes to go.
3:15 to go. Vikings over on 3rd downs this half, trying to convert one here. Darnold throws it. Incomplete. No flags on the play. Chuck Clark with Jefferson intended.
Would have been short of the first down, and they've run this play a couple times. The choice route to Justin Jefferson, and key on plays like that is you've got to get the ball out and anticipate so you can get the ball in your receiver's hands and he can make a play. Ball comes out a little bit late with the pressure, and even with the catch, they're going to be short.
Big 41-yard attempt for Reichard. It is good. Oh, that looked like it was leaking right, but it hooked right back in, and it is a 6-point lead for the Vikings with 3:07 to go. As soon as this game is over, stay tuned for NFL Game Day Final, Mercedes-Benz postgame show. The crew will break down the highlights of this game and give you an interview with the winning team and set you up for the rest of your football Week 5 Sunday. So, Robert Saleh with a smile for his young receiver who just scored a touchdown to make it a 1-score game again. 3:07 to go, 2 timeouts and the 2-minute warning for a game-winning drive, which, I gotta be honest, didn't seem likely. Down 17-0 early in that first half.
Not very likely at all. They've taken advantage of a couple of mistakes on the other side by the Minnesota Vikings, but the defense has played well. This Vikings defense has played well all day, so it's going to take something for this Jets offense to be able to get down and score 7 points. Saw a couple big plays on the last drive. They're going to need a couple more of those.
They're playing Travis Kelce's song as we get that kickoff into the end zone. 34 career game-winning drives for Aaron Rodgers. It's been 3 years since he came back from 17 or more points in a game. And they are 70 yards away from giving their place kicker an attempt to do that.
These are the moments where precision becomes so important, that you need every play, you need guys to be in the right spot, something that this Jets offense has struggled with throughout the year. Let's see if they can tighten it up here and put a drive together.
Well, you said Brian Flores likes to have the pen in his hand to end the game. He's got it in his hand, but Rodgers has one too. And he throws one up for Lazard. Almost grabbed it. Shaq Griffin on the coverage.
You might talk about Aaron Rodgers not being able to move quite like he used to, but he can still throw it like he used to. That ball was right on the money. Hit Allen Lazard in both hands, and you see Shaq Griffin getting that right hand in there, maybe pulling that left arm of Lazard down at the last second, but man, what a beautiful throw.
2nd and 10. 3:02 to go. Rodgers, quick throw. It's Garrett Wilson. Wilson takes it past the Jets' 45, gain of 17. Easily Wilson's best game of the year right here in London.
He creates such quick separation on the quick slant. He wins so fast at the line of scrimmage. Hit him on a slant, able to take it for 20.
92 yards on 12 catches on the day. Jets at 2.5 to go. Snap it. That's Lazard. Turns it upfield. And he trucks Bynum to get it into Minnesota territory. Nearing the 2-minute warning.
Perfect answer, Brian Flores. Hey, we give up a big play. Let's come after him. Bring the all-out blitz. Aaron Rodgers having the pen that time says, okay, I'm going to stroke this to the little dart pass out in the flat. Pick up 7.
And chooses not to snap it before the 2-minute warning. Back here in London. 2-minute warning behind us. 47 yards in front of the Jets. The Vikings defense that has been so stellar through the first month of the season, needing to stiffen and hold in order to have the Vikings improve to 5-0. The Jets sitting at 2-2, looking at the Brian Flores defense thinking, touchdown. 2 timeouts left. Rodgers. Quick throw to Lazard. That's a first down catch. Under minute 50. Saleh has 2 timeouts in that back pocket. Doesn't fire one off there. Rodgers. Pump fake. And throws for Wilson, who's open, and it goes over his head. 91 seconds to go.
Oh, I don't know if that was the design double move. He came out, looked as if he was going to throw the hop to the inside, but Van Ginkel jumps out again. He has to pull the ball back, and I'm not sure if that's when Garrett Wilson decided to turn up the field. Aaron Rodgers, knowing the pressure was coming, didn't feel he could set his feet and make the throw. Man, a tough situation right there, but he's mad that he missed that one.
91 ticks left. 2nd and 10. Rodgers to Wilson, grabs it, and he was able to crawl for a couple more yards to the 32. That's where he's being marked down.
That's catch number 13 for Garrett Wilson, a career high for him on the day, and they're hoping this is that breakout game between him and Aaron Rodgers, where they just start clicking the rest of the season.
Well, that spot was crucial because it's short of the first down. Their first run in 19 snaps is a first down for Breece Hall. Under a minute to go, clock rolling, and the second timeout called by Robert Saleh for the Jets.
Based off of what we've seen earlier in the game, as they get closer to the end zone, going to be imperative for that front four or the pressure of the Minnesota Vikings to get to Aaron Rodgers quickly. We've seen the 2 touchdowns have come from him kind of buying time and allowing his guys to create some space on the other end. Pass rush of the Vikings has been great all year long. They need to step up big now.
The skull chant in the UK. And the Jolly horn blowing. Jet fans barely breathing. What was once looking like a blowout has become a nail-biter. 58 seconds to go and only 1 timeout left for the Jets, down 6. From the Minnesota 26, Rodgers batted in the air and he catches it. Oh, wait a minute, I thought he caught it. My bad.
And a smart move by Aaron Rodgers.
Because
you can catch that, get a couple yards, but you're going to keep the clock going. So the smart move there is just, hey, it would look good on the stat sheet, but no, I'm not going to catch that one.
Yeah, just let that go through the basket, through the wickets. Ward, Jihad Ward with a crucial batted ball. 54 seconds. Rodgers slips. As he's hit, he throws incomplete. That was intended for Garrett Wilson. Brings up a 3rd and 10.
You know, there's nothing more frustrating for a pass rush. Bernard right there, like, I got him. able to fight through it and get that throw off. Well done by Aaron Rodgers.
Well, Grenard said he'd never met Aaron Rodgers before and said he would like to meet him for the first time in a sack and say nice to meet you. He almost had that moment at the most crucial moment. 3rd down, 49 seconds to go. Rodgers, quick throw, and it's intercepted. Stephon Gilmore gets the Jets again. As a Patriot, as a Bill, and now as a Minnesota Viking. Mike Williams, the intended target.
And we know that Aaron Rodgers loves to make the back shoulder throw. Been working and teaching these guys to look quickly in those situations. And you see Mike Williams' head came late. Good coverage by the savvy veteran right there. Holding him off, and what's he do? Get your head turned, find the football, knowing what Aaron Rodgers likes to do is throw it quick. He locates it, the receiver does it. And a nice catch to finish the game.
Rodgers wanted a flag, clearly did not get one. And Stephon Gilmore comes up with the big play the Vikings defense needed. And it's victory formation time. The Minnesota Vikings will hit their bye week with a London game victory and a 5-0 record.
What you love about the team is both sides are showing up and making the big play when they have to. Offense didn't play great today. Defense step up and make a play and finish this thing, and they did just that.
So the Vikings improve to 5-0. They have a bye week. The Jets fall to 2-3 and next take on the Bills on the Monday night Week 6 finisher. For everyone here at NFL Network, my Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, I am Rich Eisen. Thank you for taking in this London game. Sam Darnold beats the team that drafted him. And the Vikings can skull chant their way and fly back to Minnesota.
Point to this one now. But C.J. Stroud and the Texans mount a go-ahead drive. They'll try Mixon inside. Aleem McNeil and DJ Reader. First contact, but a good job by Mixon to bounce off and get 4 yards to the 34.
You know, just one follow-up on Jake Bates. When we were talking to Dan Campbell, he said, you know what? If I put that young man in a position to fail, that's on me. Yeah. So he didn't try, despite the fact that he had that huge leg. They didn't try a bunch of really long field goals early on. Apparently now Dan feels like he's ready and delivered. And so far what they've done with him has been a masterclass.
Action Stroud on the boot, looking downfield. Nothing open on this side. He gets rid of it. Incomplete with a lot of traffic. 3rd down.
Well, I'm just going to say that a lot of the success that C.J. Stroud had in the first half was when he got the ball off on time or stepped up and made a play.
Ball out.
Right? I think that he's got to take a little pressure. Don't revert back to feeling like he's got to scramble around. Yes, you do sometimes, but some of those quick darts also can have a major impact on the defense.
3rd and 6. Stroud throws inside, complete to Mechie. Big catch by Mechie. Texans first down at the 43-yard line.
Ogunbowale definitely had the block on that one, but Mike, that right there is what will help this offense more than anything. You know, the pressure was there. They sent a delayed blitz. He didn't try to scramble out of it. And he delivered the big play that they had to have right there.
He's going to try to bounce it. Down off the first tackle. Campbell goes for a ride for a couple of yards. Irvin Nowalski had the initial contact. Mixon limited to just 2 yards there. Still under 2 yards per carry. Remember, the Texans have the guy who's made the most 50-plus yard field goals in the league, and Kaimi Fairbairn. He already has a 56-yarder here tonight. So they're only a couple of first downs away from a shot at a go-ahead field goal.
Clock starts to be a real factor here. This first down is a big one if they can pick it up.
2nd and 8. Tank Dell is the motion man. He's going that way. Dell's got it, and he's got a first down. Good play call to get Dell in motion on the move and get the ball in his hands for the 5th time tonight.
Bobby Slowick, great call right there. Use the motion to the advantage of Dell, a smaller guy. They don't like to see him get jammed off the line of scrimmage. Get him on the outside against Branch, but watch what Dell does. So many receivers catch that ball and sort of drift out of bounds. He turns right upfield at 165 pounds. He used to have to put weights in his pocket just to get legal to play in the league he wanted to play in. Big time play.
So small growing up, had to fight his way to find a space. And Mixon finding space. That's to the 41, and a field goal from there is 59 yards. So they are right at the edge of Fairbairn's range as we come down through the 2-minute warning.
But man, one more first down, one more, and you control the game at that point. You force the Lions to burn their timeouts. You are in control. Field goal, last play of the game, all that sort of stuff comes into play, but only if you make another first down.
A couple of big first downs on this drive for the Texans. Mixon inside. Stopped after the gain of a yard, and that'll take us to the 2-minute warning here. Two division leaders, two teams that you'll probably see in the postseason with one of those tense, tight fourth quarters going on here. All tied at 23. It is 3rd down and 4 at the Lions 40. Field goal from here is 58 yards. And Fairbairn has been terrific from 50-plus, so this is a huge play, Chris.
Love to see Stroud out on the edge some way, somehow. Give you a two-way go.
Dario Gumbawale is the back. He stays in. Stroud in trouble. Throws in the middle. Incomplete. Terrian Arnold coming over. Maybe shaken up as he remains down on the turf. As he was flying by to make that play. The Texans and Stroud want a pass interference call. Athletic training staff checking on the Lions rookie. You see, he definitely got it first. Anzalone's in there in front of him. No doubt.
I mean, Terry, that's contact early, isn't it?
It is, Chris. He's playing through the back before the ball is tipped by his teammate, the defender's teammate. So it should have been a foul for defensive pass interference.
Anzalone right in front. So the ball's at the 40. It's incomplete. That'll cost the Lions a timeout because of the injury in the last 2 minutes, even with the clock stopped. Aaron Glenn, former corner in his playing days, Pro Bowler at that, talking to the rookie Arnold. Meantime, from the 40-yard line, it is 4th and 4.
This is almost the game, this kick right here, don't you think?
And here comes Fairbairn and the special teams unit on for a 58-yard field goal attempt.
You make this, you're the hero. You miss it, you turn the ball over to this Lions offense that's been hot at midfield.
Fairbairn missed a 56-yarder against the Jets last week. His 56-yarder earlier, his 11th 50-plus of the season, which ties an NFL record for most 50-plus in 1 year. We're only halfway through.
Lions going for pressure inside here.
Kaimi Fairbairn for the lead from 58 yards away. It is wide left, not close. The Lions will take over at the 40-yard line. Not the best snap from John Weeks.
You're trying one that long. Almost everything has to go perfectly. A little bit of a high snap, maybe threw the timing off, but man, oh man, oh man. The Detroit Lions now with the ball at the 48-yard line. and they will have a chance to do what the Texans could not. Run out the clock, get a first down, and take care of this game.
D'Amico Ryan's Texans team has not scored in this second half. The Lions have scored all 16 points. And if you go with the reverse of a Jake Bates just made a 58-yarder, they're only a dozen yards from his field goal range. Houston has its full complement of timeouts as well. 1:51 to go. It is Gibbs running inside. They pull at the ball as Gibbs gets the 48-yard line. Timeout Houston. 1:46. Each team will have 2 remaining.
Mike, I'm going to show you why you run away from Penei Sewell. Watch this. He's going to come down here. Watch what he does to the guy that he's blocking. So this gives you all kinds of opportunities for a cutback run. You put somebody on the ground, and that was a fantastic play defensively to come around and make that, because Penei Sewell altered that line of scrimmage.
Remember, one of the best run stoppers inside for the Texans, Foley Fatukasi, is out for the remainder of this game. Lions trying to do something that has not been done since 1970. Down 15 or more in a game where you throw 5 picks or more. Colts did it to the Bears 54 years ago. For the 48, edge run. Gibbs can't get to the outside. He is brought down inbounds, so the clock will continue to run. It was Azeez Al-Shire, who Chris has highlighted, such a huge part of this defense. Timeout taken before 3rd down.
He looks like Usain Bolt out there tonight. I mean, he just flying over here, and we're talking about one of the fastest running backs in all of football, and he's stride for stride with him, going right with him. What a difference he has made defensively tonight for the Texans.
He was with San Francisco when D'Amico Ryan was the defensive coordinator. When D'Amico got this job, it was assumed that Al-Shire would come here. Went to Tennessee for a year. When they played against Houston, those guys had their little back and forth. And after a year with the Titans, he's back with the guy who was so important to him. And now, Chris, the Lions face 3rd and 6.
Everything's just flipped.
Yes.
Right here, it just flipped, right? If they don't get this first down, then they're going to have to either make a very difficult decision or punt the football away and give the Texans and C.J. Stroud another shot. Here's the play right here. And typically, Amon-Ra St. Brown's the guy that's involved from here. They have 4 defenders out there on 3 receivers.
Jameson Williams alone on the bottom of the screen, the left side of Goff. Goff sets, throws. It is caught by St. Brown for the first down at the 37-yard line. Shades of the clincher against the Rams in the wild card game in Detroit last year, when they have a gotta-have-it moment. It's 16-14.
Watch how patient Amon-Ra St. Brown is. Coming down, just taking his time. He knew what he had to get done. A little late move, create that separation. I tell you, even when it's not pretty for the Detroit Lions, they get back to basics. And when they get back to basics, they started with David Montgomery. They started bringing in Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Penei Sewell takes over up front. That's the basics of what the Detroit Lions do.
C.J. Stroud, after a first half where everything went right, a second half where they could not get any momentum built. And the game's not over by any stretch of the imagination, because this is still a 55-yard field goal with a kicker who's still in his first year in the league. The Lions still have time, but the Texans have lost control of the situation out of timeouts. Jahmyr Gibbs remains the back. Gibbs inside for 2 to the 35. David Montgomery comes on the field with 1:20 left in regulation.
I don't know what's going to happen in this game, but the Detroit Lions, they are grit.
That is grit right there. Right?
They're grit. They are. They're grit. They really are. They had no business being in this game and come out in the second half. Carlton Davis gets a couple of picks. They had an opportunity in the end zone, but Dan Campbell has preached grit since he got here, and we're seeing grit tonight.
Final minute of regulation. David Montgomery now the back. Montgomery inside run. Falling forward, the whistle blew at the 34, so he's not going to get the fall forward yardage to the 32. 3 more seconds of game clock than play clock. So let's see how Dan Campbell manages the time here.
I think you're kicking it when the clock runs down.
Just told the official that he wants the timeout when he wants it. Ball is on the left hash. If they wanted to move hashes from 2nd down to 3rd down, or 3rd down to 4th down instead, they have that option. Timeout taken here with 6 seconds remaining. Campbell's asking the official, why did you stop it there? I think Dan wanted a couple more seconds before the timeout.
Second charge timeout.
All right, so they've got it right now at 4 seconds remaining. Dan said I didn't call timeout.
He'll take 4 seconds, though. You know, sometimes it can play to your advantage if something were to go wrong with the snap, right?
And now the field goal unit will come on for Bates. Back in his hometown area. And he thought his dream of football, which didn't go through that typical Texas high school kid playing on Friday night under the big lights. That wasn't the case. He was a soccer player. He was a kickoff specialist at the multiple colleges he went to. Through the UFL, he's kicked in 20 games this year. And now back in his hometown, he's got a 52-yarder for a come-from-behind win for the Agents. For 52 for the win. It is just good! Just inside the upright. Jake Bates, hometown hero. And the Lions have come all the way back. A remarkable victory, 19 unanswered points. For the 2nd time in this now 7-game win streak, Bates is the hero, and he does it back in his hometown.
Mike, I'll tell you one thing. It's a good thing they didn't put an extra coat of paint on these uprights, because we have seen them slide by all night long. One more time. What a football game.
Hogan Hatton, the new snapper, perfect. Jake Fox put it down. Won it by that much. Oh my goodness. That was the complete mirror image of the first made extra point. Jared Goff threw 5 picks. But like you said, Chris, if you need a defining win in what the Lions have been the last 4 years, that's it. They should have been blown out of here, but they come back. They don't blink. Goff had a good second half. They scored all 19 in the second half. And D'Amico Ryans of the Texans lost the momentum. C.J. Stroud and company couldn't grab it back at the end. And the Detroit Lions improved to 8-1 with the hero of the moment, Jake Bates.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you, Joe. What we're seeing of Kirk Cousins and Zach Robinson as offensive coordinator, I mean, they have really hit their stride.
Mayfield able to keep the play alive. Flag flies as White, the catch and run across the 35, but this may be coming back. Chris Jones with pressure. Here's the call. It's a hold against Tampa Bay.
Holding. Offense number 68. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Well, we've shown Chris Jones a number of times tonight, and typically when we've shown him, he's got 2 people that are trying to block him. This time, Ben Bredesen, he's one-on-one. He's not getting any help, and Chris Jones beats him to the inside, and That's what generally happens. You get out of position, you start grabbing, and Bredesen gets called.
Tampa Bay's longest pass play of the game is 18 yards. Here's Palmer. That is a nice route, well-timed, and a much-needed completion. Scott Thanks, 2nd down and 6, 2 minutes to go, 1 timeout. This one is caught for the first down. That's Shepard. And Sterling Shepard with the biggest gain of the night, ties for it, 18 yards on that completion.
No, I've always liked Sterling Shepard and how he's able to run routes, and he ran a great one there.
Clock running. Mayfield ducks under trouble, throws it to the sideline, and it's out of bounds. Had pressure by Tershawn Wharton.
Just a really good route at the top of the screen and getting to the corner, and Mayfield gets the ball out on time, does a heck of a job. Those are two good. The prior, at the 2-minute warning, we saw Trey Palmer. He ran a nice route as well. So we haven't seen a lot of that throughout this game, getting the ball to the wide receivers. But when it matters most, both those guys have come through.
And Shepard on this slick night's been bothered by a bad hamstring. Wouldn't know it there. Extra men on the rush. Mayfield throws, sideline, pass caught. And they are going to rule it a catch. A gain of 9 by Sterling Shepard with Williams, Joshua Williams, on him.
Well, that's a good job. I wasn't sure he got his feet down, but he did. But Rachaad White.
Yep.
That's a good job. Rachaad White in the backfield. He makes a great block on a blitz right up the gut to buy some time for Mayfield.
The previous play is under review.
So they shut it down. We're inside 2 minutes, obviously, so it's a booth review. It sure looked like Sterling Shepard made this great catch with left foot, right foot taps.
Yep.
He maintains possession through the catch. Are you seeing the same thing, Russell?
Yeah, Joe, I see it the same way you do. I see that the second foot comes down before the knee touches out of bounds and he maintains control. I have this as a catch.
And if it stands, it's a 9-yard gain. It'll be 3rd down and 1 after this officials review.
Well, this is already taking longer than I thought it would. This was pretty much textbook.
Russell?
The other thing they may be looking at is whether the shin came down inbounds for a clock status situation. I'm not sure that it's clear and obvious that the shin's down inbounds before they're out of bounds, so I don't think they'll do anything on that.
And when you say clock status, then they would wind the game clock. But in this case, we're going to say knee comes down, out of bounds, clock stops.
Correct. If the shin were down first inbounds, they would reset the clock, and then they would actually have a 10-second runoff option.
Buccaneers do have a timeout, which they could use if they wanted to avoid that. But here's the call.
Review, the receiver did get both feet in down while inbounds while completing the process of the catch.
So that's it. Clock is stopped with 1:28. They're able to maintain their timeout, and it's 3rd down and 1. Now 1:30 on the clock.
It's a little unsettling for an offense. This much time, it takes away from what Tampa's trying to do. That you get the defense kind of on their heels a little bit. Hard to do against this group. But you get Kansas City defensively reeling, and then everything comes to a complete stop. Hard to get that momentum going again.
Here is White. There's a little momentum for you. First down carry to the 31-yard line. A 9-yard pickup on 3rd and 1 by Rachaad White.
Well, Baker's calling the play. I thought he might call 2 in the huddle there, so they didn't have to try to communicate that if they did pick up the first down.
Sideline spinning grab by Shepard. What a catch inside the 25 for 7.
Yeah, this is a ball that gets away from Mayfield. That's incredible. A lot of contact at the top of that route.
Mayfield has time to survey. Time runs out. And Mayfield's going to dive for a first down. And with 44 seconds left, a timeout. It's 1st and 10 at the 20 of Kansas City.
Well, they've positioned themselves perfectly now. They've still got one timeout. They can work the middle of the field. There's no hurry. 44 seconds left. You know, they've that play sheet that Liam Cohen's looking at. There's a lot of calls on that sheet from this position that he can use. They're going to challenge these receivers on the outside. They got one-on-one looks.
Mayfield over the middle. He's got his man Palmer. Palmer is down to the 1. And now a timeout is taken.
Not sure I would have used it there.
And it is Tampa Bay. I thought maybe it would be Kansas City, but I'm with you.
Yeah, they still had plenty of time. No reason to hurry. You've got to believe that Todd Bowles knows what he's going to do. Are they going for 2 to win it if they score, or are they going to tie it up? But, 30 seconds on the clock. You're on the 1 yard line. There was no reason to call a timeout.
So 30 seconds. Now they put 3 more on. So 33 seconds.
Yeah, they had a chance to run it down, and I would go for 2 if they score, but if they score here, they're going to leave a little time left for Mahomes.
Mayfield keeps, and the pass is broken up. McDuffie knocked it away from Otten.
These conditions, and we've seen a couple balls. That's another one that just got away from Baker. We saw the one that he threw to Sterling Shepard that he was able to haul in.
Fake the handoff, wide open, touchdown Ryan Miller. Miller with the touchdown, his first. And the kicker comes on after the first career touchdown for Ryan Miller, has the Buccaneers within 1.
Well, there's Miller and McDuffie. He's looking in the backfield, and it's 2nd down. I'm not anticipating that they're going to run the football there with no timeouts left. And they're kicking the extra point to tie it up.
On a wet night.
I think I'd have gone for 2.
Extra point is perfect. But now you've got 27 seconds left with 3 timeouts for Kansas City after taking that timeout after the completion to Palmer.
You just don't count Patrick Mahomes out in any situation.
The drive will start at the 30. The Monday Night Post game presented by Nationwide is coming up after our game on ESPN. $18 game-winning drives in the fourth quarter or overtime 2 this season for Patrick Mahomes. 3 timeouts in his pocket.
Well, 25 yards puts him in field goal range.
Spinning grab. Nice catch, and that is Peyton Hendershot, the former Dallas Cowboy, with his first catch. He's got 9 with 18 seconds to go.
Yeah, if you look at Harrison Butker as far as what his career long is, 62 yards, that's the 44-yard line that they would then need to get to, which is about 15, 16 yards. So 15 yards, they at least put themselves in a position to give him an opportunity.
Here is Butker pregame this end of the field from 62. Banked it in off the upright.
And you know, to still have 2 timeouts in their pocket, I mean, 19 seconds, that's a lot of time.
Mahomes had to pull it down, and now over the middle, it's tipped and incomplete. Nearly intercepted by Winfield after the tip by K.J. Britt. Big play by Britt, who's been under fire, the inside linebacker for the Buccaneers, and that ball definitely hit the grass.
Yeah. Yes, he has too. He has struggled. That area, the linebackers, whether it's been him, Levante David, they've had some issues. They're in the middle of the field.
Four-man rush, quick throw, and nearly intercepted by Winfield. He read it the entire way.
He did read it, and DeAndre Hopkins did not. And so you see that Hopkins, as he's coming off the ball, he wants to put it on him right away. He wants to put it on Hopkins right now, and Hopkins just was not prepared, wasn't anticipating what Mahomes was seeing.
And now because of that incompletion, it's 4th down and 1. They can't go for it.
No.
And the punt, which will, barring the thrilling from Trey Palmer, should send this game into overtime.
Yeah, had Hopkins have been looking, that would have been real interesting. It would have been close as to whether or not he would have gotten them into field goal range.
Buccaneers just have to stay away. And that'll do it for regulation. What a job by Baker Mayfield as the Buccaneers try to get a win here tonight. They started the season 3-1. They've lost 3 of their last 4, including those 2 to the Falcons. They've got a home date with the 49ers next week, then their bye week. And then for Todd Bowles, a really favorable schedule the final 7 games of the season. So, I mean, if they can squeak out a win here somehow or squeak out a win next week against the 49ers, who have climbed to 4-4, then they may be in business going into their bye week with some winnable games coming up the back end of the schedule.
Yeah, last year they had their backs up against the wall and they were able to get in, and not only just what a win itself would mean in staying in the hunt within the division,
welcome to overtime,
but also being able to win a game like this against defending champs.
Each team is going to get an opportunity to possess the ball. If during that initial possession you score a touchdown or a defensive safety, you will be declared the winner. All replay will be handled upstairs. You'll be given 2 timeouts. In Tampa Bay, you're still the visiting team. What is your call? Tails is a call. Tails is a call. It is heads. Kansas City has won the toss and elected to receive.
Baker Mayfield, when he was at Tech, he was Patrick Mahomes' host on his recruiting trip. And of course, he transferred to Oklahoma, and what a shootout they had between OU and Tech back in college when they were both quarterbacking.
That was back in 2016, and now here we are in 2024. The night for Patrick Mahomes. Baker got Patrick twice in college, 2-0, but 0-3 in their time going head-to-head in the NFL. Game ends on a touchdown. Otherwise, both teams will have a chance to possess. Here's Hunt out of the backfield. Able to break 1 tackle, and he got 11. Josh Hayes couldn't bring him down. Andy Reid told us about flexing in these new guys into their offense, like DeAndre Hopkins, bringing Kareem Hunt back. Tight ends like Hendershot. It's been a challenge, but he's had some fun with it. On 1st down, a handoff to Hunt. And a 4-yard gain. They're going to give him forward progress out to the 46, give him 5.
Well, you're in this hurry-up mode as Patrick and the Chiefs were when they got the ball this last time before the end of regulation, and you're in this hurry-up mode. Then all of a sudden you go into overtime and you realize, okay, now everybody just kind of take a deep breath, slow down, relax. It's like you're starting the game all over again, and you can just kind of methodically take your time. And for Patrick, if he gets time in the pocket, doesn't have to force anything, and that's when they become really, really dangerous offensively.
Mahomes keeps, flips to Kelsey, first down. 7-yard pickup on that little pitch.
Yeah, so they've got routes going down the field, but Mahomes is going to be real cautious with the football and not force anything. And this is what, when you talk about Patrick Mahomes, and he just knows what has to be done in various situations in order to come away with a win. And this is just another example of that as we watch him on this possession, and he's just going to be real cautious and methodical.
First down carry for Hunt. Not going down easily. He's to the 43. And a gain of 4. The Chiefs score a touchdown. They win the game. Tampa Bay just needs a stop. Of course, a field goal try or something else to get the ball back to number 6.
Yeah, that's Baker Mayfield. He's over there just hoping that he gets one more opportunity to get on the field.
Hopkins makes a man miss. And Winfield knocks him out of bounds inside the 30. Went around Josh Hayes in a 15-yard catch and run.
Just a little thing, but after Hopkins catches this ball, he knew exactly where he was and what Hayes was going to try to do, and the spin move coming off of it and picking up some more positive yards. Boy, what an addition. What an addition he has been. We had them a few weeks ago, Kansas City, and kind of felt then that, just sensed they needed somebody at that wide receiving core, and he's filled that hole.
Mahomes slides to the 26. That's where they'll mark him with a gain of 2. This is as quiet as 76,416 people can be. Mahomes, Kelsey down near the 10.
Well, a little different formation here with the 2 tight ends. We've seen variations of this over the last few weeks, but this time they line up a little bit differently. Different wrinkle for Kansas City. But the results are the same that you get used to seeing with Travis Kelce and Mahomes.
Career high 13 catches in the regular season for Kelce. First down at the 11. Back to Hunt. Cuts back. Levante David can't bring him down. And Hunt is down between the 6 and 7 yard line.
Well, that's a great job by Kareem Hunt, because when Levante David, the reason he didn't get him to the ground was once he got him stood up, he's trying to rip the ball out. And Kareem Hunt just protecting it and then keeping his legs going and turned what looked like was going to be not much of a gain into really positive play.
It's been a 5-minute possession already. Timeout. Mahomes.
First timeout, Kansas City. It'll be a 30 seconds.
Man, it's just a slow, methodical march down the field. Toward the end of regulation, the extra point tied it. You were talking about at the time, if you're Tampa Bay, you have to at least consider going for the 2-point conversion, try to win it there. Otherwise, you might be facing what they're facing right now.
Yeah, no, I think if you're on the road and you got the defending champs, on their heels, I would bet on one play, on a 2-point play to win it. I think that's one that Todd Bowles is going to regret.
Here's Kelsey driving near first down yardage. And we'll see where they put it down.
Yeah, it looks like just short of the first down. So they can pick up the first down in a new set of downs. Third and about a yard, maybe less than that.
Well, they're right up against.
They're right on it.
There was movement by Jawan Taylor, the right tackle, just an instant before the snap, but no flag. Caliendo comes in. He's eligible. Here is Hunt for the touchdown. Kansas City remains unbeaten. 8-0. And a win in overtime.
Two timeouts to be able to stop it 3 times.
Underneath again, it's Zach Ertz. Stopped by Wanye Thomas. To the 10 he goes. Only his second catch of the day. 1st and goal for Washington.
Remember, if they can score here fast, a touchdown especially, they don't have the onside kick, so this is critical they finish in the red zone.
Hand it off McNichols. He's got room. And Jeremy McNichols dancing to the outside to the 4.
Now Dallas gets a chance to kind of reset. Micah Parsons now back on the field. See where Mike Zimmer wants to line him up. We've seen him play both edges. We've seen him play inside in a 3 technique, meaning he's lining up on the offensive guard. They can move him around. They're going to try to force a field goal if they can, but I think if I'm Cliff Kingsbury and Dan Quinn, this is touchdown or bust here. No field goals for them.
2nd and goal. He's got one-on-one with McLaurin. Instead, zips it over the middle for a Zach Ertz touchdown. Washington not finished yet. .302 left in a 5-point game. And the 2-point conversion coming.
Great job there. Just a great route. Really good anticipation and timing. When Jaden Daniels need to put his best drive together to give his team a chance here late, that's the best we've seen him in the passing game in weeks. And you just have to ask yourself, did it come a little too late in the game? But he was in rhythm. He was attacking downfield, past a yard to gain.
7 for 7 on that drive.
Now this is where I think Dallas is going to take their... I think Dallas took a timeout.
Timeout. Dallas. Their second of the half.
So they've used 2 timeouts in this game. They used one just in kind of a random 3rd down and 9 spot where the play call wasn't clear to everybody. And they used one right here to be sure before the 2-point conversion. Hoping that they don't need one. They don't need to worry about that. Leading by 5 with 3 minutes left.
And we mentioned when Trey Lance came in the game for Dallas, even though the play went for a loss, I said that having a mobile quarterback that you're willing and able to activate as an extra runner and the stress it puts down here. So now on the 2-yard line, Dallas has to understand that if they account for both the quarterback and both the run fits and the quarterback and all the pass receivers, all the eligibles, there's only so many guys to go around. So they've got to be really sure of their assignments, who's responsible for the quarterback, and he can't take his eyes off him, make somebody else beat you.
Eckler's the running back. Leads the way for Daniels. Bounces to the edge and gets 2. 3:02 left. 3-point game. Jaden Daniels scampers in for the 2-point conversion.
That's what I'm saying. You know they're going to put the ball in the hand of their best player. But Wanye Thomas, you see him, number 30, he's out here off the screen. He's got to set an edge out here on Eckler and allow Micah Parsons to be the inside-out chase player. You're going to see Micah Parsons, he turns and says, come on, man, set the edge. I'm a free runner. But instead, he jumps inside. That Eckler being able to get the edge there with the block on Thomas in the field. Now it just becomes a foot race. And even though Micah Parsons is unblocked, the rest of the defense doesn't do their part. And now we got ourselves a ball game.
So Jaden Daniels' sense of urgency right here puts together his best drive maybe in weeks. 7 out of 7, and then finishes it off with a 2-point conversion.
Now, obviously, there's a lot of time here, 3 minutes, but we mentioned it. After that last extra point to make it an 11-point game, should Mike McCarthy have made it 12, right? Make them have to score 2 touchdowns. Now with 3 ability to stop the clock, 2 timeouts, and the 2-minute warning, they can kick this thing deep.
Line drive to Turpin, and it bounces through his legs. Here he comes. Devontae Turpin spinning 3. Here he goes. Fastest man in the NFL. Devontae Turpin takes it all the way. Touchdown, Dallas. "95 yards, and the special teams adventure of a Sunday afternoon continues.
You know, there's something about a bobbled kick that the coverage unit just kind of slow down. They just downshift just a little bit, and that went from looking like an absolute disaster to being a 95-plus yard touchdown. It's just one of the most dynamic players in all of football, and special teams has just been an absolute disaster at times for both teams, and no bigger than that.
I guess the glass half full or glass half empty. If it's half full, it's, well, we've gotten a block kick. We've blocked a punt if you're Washington. If you're Dallas, oh, well, we got a kick return touchdown.
Yeah, so watch. So he fumbles it, and now everyone just kind of starts checking down, and they just completely lose the leverage integrity of the return of the kickoff unit, and he gets into the open field, and it's over.
You know the move on Madden. He hits a spin button to the outside.
Oh,
done.
my God. I mean, look at that. I mean, Jeremy Reeves, then Jordan McGee, number 58. He just completely gets out of his lane inside, and you see him reach his hand out there, but that's not going to do it against a guy like this.
And so Devontae Turpin, perennial Pro Bowl return man, adds a kick return touchdown to a season that already has a punt return touchdown. And McCarthy and Rush, what are we worrying about? Like Turpin back there to calm the nerves a little bit right after Washington had cut it to 3. One UFL product to another here, and Aubrey to kick it away. Touchback. Got a good one coming in America's Game of the Week. Christian McCaffrey going to have to carry even a bigger load, you figure, today. With no Brock Purdy for the Niners, Jordan Love and the Packers ready to host San Francisco, or an NFC West battle between the Cardinals and the Seahawks in a jam-packed division. Both those games right here on Fox.
Well, now things have suddenly drastically changed now if you're Washington, because even if you are able to get down there and get a quick score, you're completely reliant on recovering the onside kick, which in the NFL this season has been virtually impossible.
Swing pass. Austin Eckler stays in bounds and loses the ball. Kendricks on top of it. Might have gotten ripped away by McLaurin, though.
Yeah, I think it was Jordan Lewis who initially ripped that ball free from Eckler. Deron Bland came in. He was the first one. And then, yeah, I think it's Jordan Lewis. He rips it out. And great effort by Washington to come up with the recovery. Terry McLaurin.
Daniels evades the pressure, now runs. And Jaden Daniels, he has his sights set on the sideline. He'll turn the corner into Dallas territory and kill the clock. Run of 22 yards for Daniels. 2:11 to go, 2 timeouts for the Commanders, plus the 2-minute warning. Does this Dallas defense have enough to get to the finish line in probably its finest effort of the season?
We're going to take a look here at Eric Kendricks. He was having a hard time getting off the field, and then he ended up just kind of taking a knee. Couldn't exactly tell what was wrong.
24 second half points for Dallas. This is on the kick return. Jaden's reaction. If we're not great at lip reading.
Yeah, I think he said, man, what happened there?
Yeah.
I think that's something along those lines. But I mean, I don't blame him. I mean, gosh, you're sitting there, you say, I just had the best drive we've had in weeks. We've come to life. We've made this thing a 3-point game. You still can stop the clock 3 times and get it back and try to either go win or kick a field goal, and then all of a sudden the game completely flips on its head, and he just has to sit on the bench and helplessly watch.
And for Dan Quinn and the Commanders, this is an organization that's tormented them so much the last 2 decades. Figure roles have reversed. Going to maybe have the upper hand this time, but going to need a late miracle. Ertz hurdles out of bounds.
So now, you're Jaden Daniels here. You can throw this ball anywhere you want on the field. The 2-minute warning is going to stop the clock regardless, so you can keep those 2 timeouts in your pocket and don't have to force this ball out of bounds.
2nd and 5. Flag down. Finds an opening for De'Ami Brown. Brown inside the 20. Down to the 16 he goes, 24 yards. Let's see what the flag is.
Illegal formation. Offense, number 74. Not on the line of scrimmage. 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
So penalty wipes away a 24-yard gain there. Dan Quinn against his old club right here. Vontae Turpin, best chance at a big play for the Cowboys. Got his hands on the ball in a 10-point game out of the 2-minute warning. Over the middle, there's Ertz again. That's 1st down. So 2 timeouts, 1:50 and counting. Hurries to the line to spike it. And does with 1:44 left.
So now, obviously, for Washington, they're going to come out now and elect to take the field goal. They're trying to keep as much time on the clock as possible. They know they need a 3 and they need a 7. So for the sake of time, they're going to elect to try to get the 3 here and obviously pin all of their hopes on recovering an onside kick.
Isn't this doing it a little early? This guy struggles from out here. 1 for 4 on the year from 50 plus. I mean, I get the strategy, but Seibert's kick is good. Perfect strategy. Great call.
No,
what do I know?
No, but you're right. I mean, it's definitely something that coaches in those situations, they really go back and forth and debate, is this our best opportunity to get the touchdown? Either way, we're probably going to get the ball back only if we recover the onside kick. So it's hard. Now they got a shot. Let's see if they can dial up something here. It's been a special teams wonderland today, so it'd be very fitting if this game had a onside kick recovery somehow mixed in.
Well, it took this one a little while to get going, but it's picked up 27-20. It was 3-3 at halftime. It's not been the prettiest second half, but it certainly has had a lot to talk about. And a lot to write about tomorrow. Tonight, tomorrow, coverage of this game. Cowboys hoping that they're a minute 40 away from snapping this 5-game skid, while Jaden Daniels and the Commanders are staring down the barrel of a 3rd consecutive loss in a tight playoff race right at the edge of the playoff picture in the NFC. certainly way ahead of expectations no matter how this game falls. They still have their sights set on the division. A couple games back of Philadelphia, who will play later tonight against the Rams. So here we go, the onside kick coming from Austin Seibert. Goes to the left, and Tolbert's on top of it. So with 1:39, the Cowboys take over. Washington can stop it twice. Only 2 successful onside kicks in the entire league this year. Cooper Rush, one of the many headlines of this game, how efficient he's played it. 24 for 32, 247, 2 touchdowns, no picks. I mean, you take that from any quarterback. You take that from your franchise quarterback, let alone a guy who's been plugged into a tough spot as a backup.
All right, so now, but keep an eye on this here now. With them having 2 timeouts left, it's not necessarily over. It's not at the point where they can kneel it out. Going to try to take away as many seconds per play. Dan Quinn's going to be able to use timeouts after 1st and 2nd down, and then he'll be able to run it down 40 seconds and try to at least maybe to try to block a punt or just keep their hopes alive. So it goes back to why he elected with 1:40 plus to kick the field goal, and at least gives them a prayer theoretically of getting the ball back.
So this is the 2nd timeout used. Here's standings in the East we're talking about. Game back in the win column, 2 games back in the loss column of Philadelphia after they fell to the Eagles last week. They'll face them again weekend before Christmas. Eagles in LA taking on the Rams tonight. So that's the 2nd timeout used by Dan Quinn. The first one was used in a failed challenge.
Yeah, it's worth noting. This game looks entirely different if you've got 3 timeouts in your back pocket as opposed to just 2. I mean, that's 40 seconds on the play clock every time.
2nd down, fake to Dowdle in Rush's hands.
Got to take the sack. Just take the sack.
And he smartly will. Payne gets credit for it.
Yeah, smart. And I like the aggressive play call. Field position here is not really much of a factor. Now Dan Quinn will take his 2nd timeout.
Washington. Then throw the final.
Boy, oh boy, what's this going to look like? Key play package. There have been all kinds of wacky plays in this game. An interception that led to a field goal. 2nd takeaway of the game right there for a team that has struggled to get him this year. Turn those into points. And just when it looked like Washington was maybe set to turn the tide, Kavonte Turpin took off. 95-yard kick return for a touchdown. With a field goal, Washington back to within a score. 3rd down and 18. 1 play away here from getting the ball back. And Washington fans know about a little something about late game miracles. Had the Hail Mary a few weeks back in the win over the Bears. Hoping for another dose of magic.
This clock cannot be stopped. Hand off. Keep it running.
Dowdle to the 49. And the punt team comes out.
Yeah, so we'll go back, though. The 2nd down decision, yes, it was a big take. He took big loss yardage there, Cooper Rush, but smart play. The field position didn't really matter. If you pop a play action and you pick up a 1st down, the game's all but over. But really smart by Cooper Rush. Just simply take the sack, force Dan Quinn to take that last time out. Now Dallas is going to let this thing run all the way down. Mike McCarthy has the option of taking it all the way down to 1 second on the play clock and take a timeout, or just elect to snap it and keep the clock moving.
They've had 1 block today. Yeah, they'll let it run.
Yeah, so he takes the delay. I mean, again, the field position here right around midfield is not a huge factor.
Offense, number 5. That penalty is declined. 4th down.
All right, so 39 seconds. They bleed out every second that they can, and now we'll punt it. Brian Anger. Olamide Zaccheaus back to return for Washington. And boy, they're at least going to have a shot here. Down 7, 40 seconds left. Here they come. What a good rush. Anger gets it off. Fair catch from Zaccheaus. 34 seconds down to 33 seconds. Can Jaden Daniels spin another miracle here?
All right, well, as far as end-of-game clock management, it's about as well as can be expected if you're Dan Quinn. The one, obviously, clear mistake was the failed challenge, or else this looks entirely different. But this is what this Dallas Cowboys defense is built for. We've talked a lot about that formula, and it's been broken over this past season, but rush the passer, a sack ends the game, tackle them in bounds. They're made to play in these styles. Now they can just unleash at the quarterback.
Half a minute, no timeouts. Daniels throws down the sideline for Terry McLaurin. McLaurin is loose. Lightning strikes twice in Washington.
Oh my gosh.
86 yards.
They dropped 11 guys in coverage. If they just tackle him in bounds, the game is over. I don't even know what to say. I'm absolutely speechless. And before anyone on Washington gets too fired up, remember, we've seen a missed PAT already.
Yeah, you hold your breath with anything special teams related on this day.
This is unbelievable.
Seibert's got to have butterflies here for the tie. Low snap. It is no good. And the worst special teams day in history has a fitting finish.
I'm not even sure what we just watched. The improbability of all of this happening for this finish to be possible, but it starts with a bad snap. It's low. Wade does a good job getting it down, and
Austin Seibert had not missed an extra point all year. He misses 2 today, and all the twists and the turns of this game end with this. After an 86-yard miracle to Terry McLaurin, a missed extra point and a missed opportunity for Dan Quinn and the Commanders.
You know, again, I'm sitting here and I have the luxury of hindsight. And again, if you knew he was going to miss, you'd say, oh my gosh, you should go for 2, but and I understand you just have an emotional play. Guys are running all over the place. Just play it safe and kick the extra point, play for overtime. But what a disaster. Yeah, so let's go back to the touchdown. Watch Josh Butler and Jordan Lewis. Jordan Lewis just has to get more depth. Then Butler can't make the tackle, and then he's just off to the races. Just a complete and utter breakdown. They're worried so much about defending the sideline that they forget to just tackle him. They got to go 30. They got to go in 30 seconds. They got to go the length of the field for a touchdown. Just unbelievable. And then obviously we've talked a lot about the special teams of the day, and just been Shank. This field goal, miss extra point, now another missed extra point. Now we got another onside kick. That'd be the only thing that'd make this any crazier is if they somehow recovered this. Last time he went to the left.
He goes straight ahead this time, and it's picked up, and that'll put the nail in the coffin. End-to-end Wanye Thomas. Although you can make a pretty good argument he should have went down.
He should have. And Bones Fossils on the sideline kind of shaking his head, but I get it. I mean, you catch a one-hopper and you got a chance to take it the distance. You'd love to see him just slide, take a knee, and the game's over. Now you have to go back out and play defense. And I don't want to say in an 8-point game because I don't want to be responsible for any jinxes.
What a circus. And another special teams play. I mean, the bingo card is full, Greg. Like, we are winning this game of special teams bingo, big money.
And the best thing Thomas did is he knew if I get across that yard line, they can't hit me within 10 yards. So he's got a clean recovery and takes it to the house.
The extra point is good. Hey, you ready for another special teams play?
I don't even know what.
Oh, my gosh.
I'll tell you what, if you're Cliff Kingsbury, I'm not sure if you have many more. I mean, look at the fourth quarter. I mean, just an absolute circus in a game where we couldn't find a touchdown.
41 points in this fourth quarter.
So good.
And still not over. 14 seconds.
You're Cliff Kingsbury, you're looking down at your play sheet. You're like, I've kind of wasted all my miraculous end of games. I'm 2 for 2. I don't know if anybody in the history of the NFL has a third call to try to score, but we'll see what happens.
No, usually that section that says miracle, that's two play calls there.
Yeah,
they've had 2 of them.
Yeah, and you used 2 in your career.
Right.
He's had to use 2 in a couple weeks.
Beat the Bears. A Hail Mary a little less than a month ago. Looked like they had another miracle to get this into overtime, but a missed extra point. Now they're set to get the ball back after Thomas returns the onside kick. If Thomas just lays down, the game's over. Eckler's going to bring it out. He wants to put his name in this special teams crazy game and crunches crosses the 35. And the ball came out and Eckler is down.
Yeah, Eckler took a big shot, and immediately everybody started calling for the sideline.
And for those of you in the home markets of our late games, in a moment you'll be leaving this game. We'll be switching you to the start of your game. They're going to come out and take a look at Eckler here. Francisco and Green Bay, or Arizona and Seattle. This, by the way, the first game in NFL history to have 2 missed PATs, 2 kick return touchdowns, a blocked punt. So to our point about the special teams bingo card being full like it never has been.
We are here for. You would have told us we were here for a historical day. I'm not sure if that was the angle we were looking for, but
we've seen history, Greg. Been a part of it.
All right, so I said this the last time. Yeah. Dallas should be good in these situations playing the pass, but what do I know?
2 rules. Don't let anybody behind you and don't wave to the fans.
Yeah, exactly. But you can see they're not going to give up. So they've learned their lesson. We've got press and press. They are not going to give a simple out route in this coverage like we saw Chicago do.
Daniels steps up, and there is 7 yards to Ertz. 4 seconds. So does Evo come here?
Yeah, I think we got no shot. I mean, you're right on the border with the drop. He's going to have to throw this thing 60 plus. That's a 65-yard plus from the top of his drop. Not sure if he could get it there.
You're going right. You're going right.
Team's been playing since 1960. 41 points in this fourth quarter, the most ever in a single quarter. So here we go. Last breath for Daniels and the Commanders. Dances around, buys some time, lets it fly towards the end zone. Going to fall a little bit short this time. It's picked off, and the game is over. Intercepted by Israel Mukwamu. And this thrill ride, this crazy ride, finishes with the Cowboys ending their 5-game skid. 34-26, the final.
And again, we started the game by saying the Chiefs, every week, high drama. Once again, here we go. From the 8. No timeouts. Dancing. Flag thrown. Catch made at the 11-yard line. Going right down there is Michael Mayer. Flag at the line of scrimmage.
I think Chris Jones may have jumped.
Again.
Offside. Defense number 95.
He did.
5-yard penalty. It's 1st and 5.
Yeah, this whole potential drive by the Raiders will all come down to the protection. This secondary, I think, is vulnerable. I think you can throw the football on them. There's a little jump there, just a little early there by Jones. Can they protect O'Connell? Can they give him enough time with Jones, Karlaftis, and company coming after him?
And gain around 55 to 60 yards to give Carlson the confidence to make a field goal. He's missed 3 already today. O'Connell throws over the middle, caught just shy of the first down, and then spinning and picking it up to the 20-yard line. Abdullah, first down.
What a job there, being able to get away from Nick Bolton. Keep in mind, O'Connell has not played a lot of football with that thumb injury. This is where you hope just the knowledge of the offense allow him to play fast.
90 seconds. Pass caught. Short gain here. That's Mayer making the grab again. The number 2 tight end, Bolton, makes the tackle.
Good job of keeping him in bounds. They're willing to give up the middle of the field and give up the yards as long as they can keep the ball in bounds. No timeouts.
2nd and 5. O'Connell fires. Grab to the 50-yard line goes Bowers.
What a move. He's isolated against Reed. A favorable matchup for the Raiders. This kid has wide receiver skill set. Just enough time to be able to make that throw.
Under a minute from the 50. O'Connell fires, and that's going to be caught and taken down at the 40-yard line. Jacoby Myers makes the grab. 45, 44, 43. Getting up to the line.
Look at the poise of O'Connell here. Not panicking at all. Got set, get the play call, get ready to go. Need the field goal.
First down, 34, 33. Pass is caught. Can he get outside? He's in bounds. It's Abdullah, but they're clearly now in field goal range. 24, 23, 22.
This is textbook. Fire this into the ground and kill the clock. This is about as good as it could go for Aiden O'Connell and the Raiders.
With 15 seconds. So Carlson getting loose on the sideline. He made one from 27. He's missed from 56, 55, 58. The 56 was short. The other 2 were ugly.
Mahomes just wanting to get his hands on the ball, wanting a chance, but I don't think it's going to happen. It's going to come down to this drive. Cannot say enough about Aiden O'Connell. Guy has not played football with a broken thumb. Has had no chance other than to work his mind to stay sharp in this game and flawlessly moves this offense into field goal range.
It would be a 50-yard field goal from here. Drops it. Flag is thrown, though. Flag will stop it. 4 seconds went off the clock, but what is the call?
The center he's a rookie. He snapped the football. I don't know what he thought he heard. The Raiders weren't even lined up. It's got to be on the Raiders for not even having a chance to get lined up.
This crowd couldn't hurt anything. Jackson Powers Johnson is the center.
I'm not sure. The Raiders didn't have a chance to get set. The ball is snapped.
It was a 2nd and 3.
Remember, the clock had stopped by firing it, so there will not be a 10-second runoff. I'm not sure Jackson Powers Johnson what made him think to snap that ball. It just bounced off the chest of O'Connell.
Illegal shift on the offense. That penalty's declined. The Chiefs did recover the backwards pass and take over first down.
Whoa, wow. On top of it.
Wow. Wow. But just talking about the command that Aiden O'Connell had, and he did. This is not on O'Connell. I don't mean to put it all on Jackson Powers Johnson. Something made him want to snap this football. O'Connell's not expecting it. He's surveying the defense. There's the ball. It's snapped. Rest of the offensive line surprised as much as anybody. And there's Bolton jumping on top of it.
And the play alive. This is going to clinch a playoff spot for the Chiefs. It's the first turnover of the game for either team. Meanwhile, the teams are still out there because the Chiefs, Air ball, they're going to have to run. Meanwhile, the conversation continues.
Now, do you see that right guard tap? Barnum tapped the center. Jackson Powers Johnson, usually when you're on the road with silent count, that's to let the center know we're good and we're ready to go. But the quarterback had not notified the offensive line that he was ready. Just not on the same page. I mean, we saw the debacle yesterday with the Bears and Caleb Williams and Eberflus, the end of the game disaster. And as good as that looked, ends in a disaster here as well in Kansas City for the Raiders.
Once again for the Kansas City Chiefs, they can take it right down to the nub.
On 2nd and 10. Low throw, McNichols. Got 5. Quick update with Pam Oliver.
Yeah, Joe, De'Ami Brown is out with a hamstring injury. We saw Marshawn Lattimore was not in the game. He is questionable with a hamstring.
All right, so you see Luke McCaffrey getting a little more chance on offense. To the top of the screen. McLaurin, his favorite target, lined up to the bottom on 3rd and 5. Daniels pressured, throws across his body, tipped and picked. Reed Blankenship the interception. Blankenship back inside the 30. Well, the 5th turnover of the day finally mean too much to overcome for Washington.
And it's probably his worst play of the day. I could see what he saw, but what happens is when he starts retreating backwards, there's just no way to get this ball and drive it fast enough. It's going to get undercut by Slay, and then it just turns into a tip drill. It's 3rd and 5. You're trying to make a play downfield, but you just can't throw the ball late off your back foot in the middle of the field. And this is what this Philadelphia defense can do to you. You get put into a must-pass situation, and they can just bring the dogs up front, and it just puts a ton of pressure. Jaden Daniels has faced a career high during his rookie year of pressure faced today. It's a miracle. He's only gotten sacked once, but he's had pressure in his face the entire day.
Commanders have turned the ball over 9 times all year coming in. That's their 5th one today. 2:53, 2 timeouts for the Commanders as Barkley goes down in the backfield. Johnny Newton drops him for a loss.
All right, so now it comes down to timeout usage. They're going to let this thing run down. So what you don't want to do is you don't ever want to use timeouts on the plus side of the 2-minute. That introduces the opportunity for the offense to be able to throw the ball without fear of stopping the clock because they have the backstop of the 2-minute warning. So that's right now what Dan Quinn is managing. He doesn't want to put this Philadelphia offense into anything other than a run situation.
It's a pass, and it's Brown. St. Juice the tackle. Would have saved the touchdown, but that tackle right there as Washington uses the 2nd timeout at 2:07.
Yeah, so
St. Juice doesn't make that tackle. Goodbye.
Yeah, but this is kind of what I'm talking about now. At 2:07, it's right on the cusp that now, no matter whether they run or pass, the 2-minute warning is going to stop the clock. So this is right on. That's a great tackle there by St. Juice, and they're going to continue to target him, as you mentioned, Pam Say, with Marshawn Lattimore in the 10.
Going to be 3rd down and 5 here. St. Juice has been a starter throughout his career, but with Lattimore finally getting healthy, he hardly played last week. And it does not look like Lattimore is going to be coming back in here. So St. Juice is out there, 3rd and 5 with 2:07 left. Kenny Pickett, first chance with the Eagles.
He didn't get this thing close enough here on 3rd down. 4th down's an option.
He'll look to throw. He's got Smith. It's juggled and drops. Oh, the sure-handed Devontae Smith drops what would have been a 1st down outside of the 2-minute warning.
Wow, so again, you Introduce the ability to go through the air, because even if that ball is complete or incomplete, the clock's going to stop. And they just get an absolute gift because he was wide open.
Man, he's as sure of a thing as there is in the league.
Wow. So now worth noting now, 4th down is going to be attempted on the plus side. So when Washington gets the ball back, they'll be able to stop the clock one time.
Low snap right there, picked up towards the upright and just through. 4th make of the day for number 4. Oh man, Kenny Pickett saying, oh my gosh, that close to icing this game. Instead, it's still hanging in the balance. What a ride this has been. Jaden Daniels and the offense with another shot. Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, though, on a day where they've turned the ball over 5 times, are still going to have a shot here to go down and win the game. McCaffrey back to return the kick. He's gotten close a couple times today to breaking it. There's a flag down as McCaffrey returns it across the 35. Let's see what this calls for.
Legal formation. Number 21 on the kicking team left early. 5-yard penalty added to the end of the run. First down, Washington.
Yeah, so Sidney Brown. So the rule is the ball has to be caught or it has to land in the landing zone before the coverage unit is allowed to go. And clearly Brown just a little overexcited there. And, you know, go back to what we talked about, the timeouts. They got 1 remaining. They used 1 on defense. They used 1 before the 4th down field goal try 2 possessions ago. And I don't love splitting the use of timeouts. I think you got to use them on either side of the 2-minute warning together.
Olamide Zaccheaus, who's got 2 touchdowns in this 4th quarter, has 7 yards on the first play of the drive. How many lives do the Commanders have on a day where they've turned it over 5 times? Get the ball at midfield, down 5. On the ground here, Robinson. That's a first down. Robinson gets 5. One of the best turnaround stories in the NFL. They were 4-13 last year. Nobody gave them a shot to be any good this year. Trying to get their 10th win in playoff position. 2 games left after today. On 1st and 10, Daniels sideline. McLaurin timing route, first down. He got 11.
Just great anticipation again. How many times have we seen Jaden Daniels, at the time he's delivering the ball, have an Eagles defender in his face? Great job here, not only securing the catch, then just simply rolling out of bounds to stop the clock.
4th catch of the day for McLaurin after he only had 1 when he faced the Eagles first time. Philly showing pressure and bringing it. Daniels steps up, makes a man miss. Jaden Daniels, first down inside the 25. Timing again today, making plays with his legs.
And it's really been the difference maker. Jalen Carter has him, but we've just seen they've had a hard time getting him on the ground.
Under a minute to go. Another blitz coming, and so an open man underneath. There's McLaurin for 6. 38 seconds. Clock winds. They've got the 1 timeout.
Again, coming off last week's game, 8 sacks taken against New Orleans. Career high in pressure. Only 1 sack taken.
He's going to run it here. And they're going to have to use that last timeout. I don't think he got a first down either. 23 seconds. And they used their last timeout. A lot of time ran off before the ball was snapped there.
Yeah, and I think Jamison Crowder might have missed the alert. You can see Jaden Daniels, he tried to pull that and throw it. So it was a run play trying to pick up the first down, and then there was a tag alert on the perimeter, and when he went to throw it, both receivers were blocking.
Boy, this has been the place where miracles have happened this year, huh? He had the Hail Mary that he threw to Noah Brown week 8 to beat the Bears, his 52-yarder. A few weeks after that, it was even better, although they wound up losing, right? He had the 86-yarder to Terry McLaurin. Looked like it was going to force overtime against the Cowboys, only to have the extra point missed. And they lose that game, but trying to do something that's only been done one time in the NFL this year. That is, you turn the ball over 5 times and still win. The Lions did it against the Texans on a Sunday night earlier.
Yeah, now this is a really interesting call because if they don't get the ball out of bounds, they got to get the first down in order to be able to run up and clock it. If not, it's going to be 4th down with the running clock if they're tackled short.
They are going to run it. It's Robinson inside the 10.
All right, so now they got to get up, and they've got to get it. So Eagles are going to be slow getting off the ground. You've got to clock this ball as fast as you can.
There they do it. 10 seconds. 10 seconds, no timeouts. Ball at the 9.
All right, so obviously this is end zone or out of the back of the end zone. This ball cannot be completed. With 10 seconds, you do not have enough time to be tackled short and get up there and clock it. So you have to throw this ball into the end zone no matter what. And of course, it goes without saying, you cannot take a sack.
McLaurin to the bottom of the screen. 2nd and goal. 10 seconds. Daniels fires. End zone. Touchdown. Jamison Crowder. Preposterous. 5 turnovers and the lead with seconds remaining.
Washington's going to line up here and go for 2. I'm not sure it really matters with 6 seconds. You're looking for your legacy moment as a young quarterback, revitalizing a franchise that has been desperate for success for what seems like decades. And after falling behind early in the game, you bring it all the way back against arguably the best team in football.
5 turnovers, but he got 5 at quarterback, and he's got 5 touchdowns. 34-33 Washington. They'll go for 2 with 6 seconds on the clock. And it's a run. McNichols crashes ahead. He's got it. 36-33. Back to the touchdown. Crowder's second of the day.
All right, so keep your eye on Zach Bond. He's the middle run-through player. It's 2 high safeties. He's got to carry the middle. And Jamison Crowder's just going to run a simple little middle bend. And Zach Bond, for whatever reason, he just drops him and never flips his hips. And in red zone in the NFL, that's wide open.
And we talked, Greg, about how Jaden Daniels probably should get even more credit than he's getting, considering the cast that he's got. How about this today? He's got 5 touchdowns. 4 of those have come from Jamison Crowder and Olamide Zaccheaus, who entered the day with 0 on the year. 4 of them today.
Take a look here. Andrew Wiley, I think he's good. I mean, he's moving right as that ball is a little half tick early. I think Mike Pereira and Dean have told us that they're going to give the benefit of the doubt when it's close. So I actually think he's good there in super duper slow-mo. I think it's a good no call.
Jaden Daniels, the first Washington quarterback with 5 touchdowns in a game since Mark Rippon in the Super Bowl season 91. They're trying to get to 10-5 for the first time since that 91 season. On the return, it's Gainwell. This is going to be it right here for Philadelphia, trying to make magic on their last play. This is Avonte Maddox. He shovels it back, and that is the ball game. What an incredible comeback. Defying the odds. On a day where they turn the ball over 5 times, they still beat the Eagles. Jaden Daniels' signature game. 5 touchdowns, 10 wins for Washington. Best start since 1991. For the Eagles, the 10-game winning streak comes to an end.
He's 3 points, 3:09 to go in a barn burner here in Tampa. Quick throw, White looking for some blockers. Has a little seam, chucks his way to the 40. What's going on the 49ers sideline? Deebo Samuel. Oh.
Yeah.
It's Tabor Pepper, who's the long snapper, special teams.
Yeah. That's a lot of emotion, and these guys are fighting hard. You know, you're coming out of the bye week. And Debo, he doesn't want to hear that.
I guess taking some trash talk or shots at the kicking game, but not what you want to see. 2nd and 4. Ball is dropped. Mayfield gets rid of it. That ball is loose. I don't know if that is a fumble, completion, not sure what it is. I know the Bucs have it. Bucky Irving dove on it just in case. It's like hot potato right now.
It is. It's just bad, untimely football. Just dropping the ball. And there's Debo. Again, you're trying to use just slips out of his hands. That ball's supposed to be a handoff to White.
Yeah.
Bucky's not even supposed to touch it.
Bucs down by 3, 2 minutes to go. It's 4-down territory. What's their thought process?
Yeah, you got 3rd and 7. You got plenty of time. You're only down 3. So the first thing you're thinking is field goal, but you got to deal with these 2 downs and get a fresh set of downs. So the challenge is you already see Bosa lined up to the offensive left. He's one-on-one. Good job by Cohen putting Cade Otton over there, at least over him. But again, he's your go-to receiver. White's got to play a role. Otton's got to play a role in this situation.
3rd down. They send a blitz. Mayfield gets rid of it, incomplete. He had Shepard out of the break. Could not connect, and now it's 4th and 7.
Oh, wide open. He had him on a simple outcut. That motion softens up the coverage on Yadam, and Baker knows it. Got to hit that one. And here it is, the play of the game.
So they got to have it. They do have all 3 timeouts left if they don't get it. So they're not out of the game, but certainly need it.
Then Bosa moved to the other side.
They send pressure. Mayfield evades. In trouble. Stiff arm. Throws. Oh, it's caught! How did he do it? It's a 1st down!
Get on the ball. They got plenty of time. Stay calm. You don't have to go very far.
How did he just stiff arm Nick Bosa for 5 yards? Mayfield to throw. Pumps. Near side flag. Incomplete. Flag in the secondary. I can't get over that.
That was ridiculous. I mean, one arm.
Holding. Defense, number 33. 5-yard penalty, automatic 1st down.
It's one of the best plays I've seen all year.
That's one of the best plays I've ever seen a quarterback make. And what a catch by Rachaad White. Just, they're dealing with so many adversities, the Bucs. They got their bye week next week. They're thinking if we can just get to 500, and they have put themselves in a position based on, look at that. Oh, yeah, he's happy.
Same reaction up here.
Look at that chain right there.
All right, so 1:27 to go. All 3 timeouts. Bucs down by 3. New life. Mayfield pressured. Gets away again. Looking. Nothing there. Going to run on that bad toe. And Mayfield's going to pick up a couple. Stops the clock with 1:20 to go. Realistically, they're 10 yards out of a field goal try.
Yeah. In a position now. 2nd and 8. Again, you got 4 downs. Let's see. On the 47, you'd love to have another at least 12 or 13 yards. So time is no factor. The reality is if you do hit a chunk, you're thinking about winning the game. So you think about field goal, the reality is you hit a chunk play, 15 to 20 yard gain, you automatically start thinking touchdown.
Blitz coming. Mayfield gets rid of it. Incomplete. Try to get it to White, let him a little too much, and now back to that 3rd and 7 again.
Yeah, those ones we got to hit. He makes the ridiculous play. Stiff arm on Bosa on the 4th down, and then misses the easy one in the flat to White. So now you're same situation you were before. Dealing with Bosa. But the thing that I always felt comfort in these situations was the rush has now been out there for an extended period of time. You may not get the same burst from the D-line. Looks like they might dial up some pressure here if you're this defense. It's a lot of bodies near the line of scrimmage.
They do dial it up. Mayfield in trouble. Flag flies. Knocked down. Incomplete, and a flag in the area of holding too, which would be really tough. Oh, you hit it. They sent the house, Tom.
I think you realize can't get there.
Personal foul, face mask.
Whoa!
Defense number 54. 15-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
They get Fred Warner, and it goes the other way.
Wow. Right there, hands up to the face. Yeah. Can't stiff arm the running back and walk him back. Again, he's such a powerful guy, but you can't have your arm up there for that long. No way. Now they are in field goal range, KB, with a minute 14 and 3 timeouts. You are 100% thinking we want to score a touchdown. You don't want to go to overtime against San Francisco 49ers. You're at home. Now, you can't take any negative plays, Baker. You got 4 downs. Get the ball out of your hands.
Looking, nothing there. Mayfield stays up. There's a flag. That might be another 15-yard. Stays alive, completes it again to White. Baker Mayfield, you can't bring him down. This is unbelievable.
So strong in the pocket. You can see why they love playing for Baker. He fights to the end. What a competitor.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense number 99, unnecessary high contact while the quarterback is in the pocket. 15-yard, half the distance penalty, first down.
Got to ask Mike Pereira on this. Mike, did he get the face mask enough? Is that what they're calling here?
I think that's what they have to say because he said high contact. It looked like he had the mask and then it slipped off really quickly.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming when he said high contact, that's what he's calling.
He doesn't even have the mask. He's just trying to make a tackle.
That's a tough call.
Yeah, that's no tackle. There's a little bit right there.
Guess that's what they're calling there. But the Bucs in business now. 1:04 to go. They're on the 13 on a 1st and 10.
Yeah, you got off coverage. Throw it quick.
They're going to hand off. White in some trouble. Penalty flag flies behind the line of scrimmage. And that may be moving back.
It's one I don't understand right there, KB, that call.
Illegal use of hands to the face. Defense number 69, 5-yard penalty, first down.
Wow, Bucs are getting bailed out. They get it on Evan Anderson.
There he is right there. His hands up in the face of Cody Mock. You know, if you get your hands up there, you just got to misplay. I mean, you are absolutely in perfect position. You still got 3 timeouts. Do it basically everywhere you want. No negative plays if you're Baker. If it's not there early, throw it away. Yeah, at least try to run it down a little bit if you could. There you go.
They are going to. It's White slipping inside the 5. Now the 49ers, you would think, would use their first timeout, and they do, with 53 seconds to go. Well, we'll see how this finishes. Obviously, it feels like an eternity left with 53 seconds to go. But if the Bucs somehow get in and win this game, this is, I want to say, a heroic drive by Baker Mayfield. I mean, some of the plays have been unbelievable.
That play, obviously, with Bosa was absolutely ridiculous. And at the same time, so many unforced errors by the 49ers today. Even on this last drive, the multiple penalties, not necessary. And again, the special team miscues. They've had plenty of opportunities to come on the road and win. And yet, they've done everything they can to basically screw it up on this last drive.
This is the play of the drive if they somehow get in. Holding off Bosa for like 5 yards and completing on a 4th down.
And again, some of that I wonder is the defender not want to make a mistake and cause unnecessary roughness too.
2nd and goal. White is sandwiched and stuffed. Great play inside by Anderson, who just had the penalty, and the rookie comes up big, and it's 3rd and goal.
And that would be such a great place for Bucky Irving, who to me, if you are going to run it, he provides the most juice for this offense. You know, you give it to White, and there wasn't much there anyway. You got a good, just a little, that's Evan Anderson again, yeah. Going up on Mock, and nowhere to go. Or excuse me, on Barton.
So now, 48 seconds to go. You're down by 3. You're obviously in field goal range. 49ers have 1 timeout left.
Yeah, you're throwing all the way for this end zone, and if you do get it close, maybe to the 1 or 2, maybe they do go for it. If they don't get any yards, they're certainly kicking the field goal. In this situation, you're looking for Cade Otton. He's probably going to motion in and get him involved in this bunch.
Mayfield looking, gunning, end zone, knocked down, and it's incomplete. And now on 4th down with 44 seconds to go, the Bucs will have to settle for a tying attempt here.
So frustrating. You get down there to the 7-yard line on 1st down, chance to win, and now settling for the field goal. Just some really good defense. Good job defending the run. And again, say a lot of good plays there to end the drive, a lot of bad plays by the 49ers defense to allow them to get down there. But what a battle we've seen today.
McLaughlin from 26 to tie it. Low snap, it's handled beautifully, up and good, and we are tied. So all this drama, the Bucs go down the field.
Yeah. And if you are Moody, you're in a situation where, yeah, you're probably not kicking with the most confidence, but although you've missed 3 field goals today, if you come down and kick the game winner,
doesn't matter.
You can undo a lot of things that have kind of gone on today. So we'll see. They're probably kicking it deep, the Bucs. 41 seconds and 1 timeout. You're going to need chunk plays. You're going to need to get the ball out of bounds. The wind's not a factor. They're getting a lot of zone defense. Really interested to see how Purdy steps up and tries to lead this team down the field with 40 seconds left.
It's interesting. They send Deebo Samuel back to return kicks. He'll do this occasionally when they're looking for a play. So, you know, interesting because Deebo can obviously make a play back there, but he also wastes a lot of time if he takes it out.
Sure. Yeah, if he takes it out, it's probably down to 32 seconds, 31 seconds. And again, if you're Tampa, you want to boot that thing out and not have to tackle Deebo in this situation.
Oh, this one is bombed. Flag flies immediately on this play.
That was right off the bat, that flag.
Yeah.
Illegal formation, kicking team number 32. 5-yard penalty will be added to the touchback spot, 1st down.
It's so funny. It's been such a clean game until the last 8 minutes or so, and each team has made a bunch of mistakes.
Yeah.
They see you're not allowed to move until that ball is touched or officially down out of the end zone. So that's what it is. So 35-yard line for the 49ers, 1 timeout, 41 seconds, and realistically for them, you're talking about 25 yards under normal kicking conditions.
Totally. 25 to 30 yards is all you need. You got time. You're going to need a chunk, and I would expect at some point Bulls to blitz.
Here's Jennings, makes the catch, and stays in. No, goes out of bounds. Tried to gain 5 more yards there, but he's out after picking up 6 on 1st down. Only took up 5 seconds.
Yeah, good soft throw, off coverage, find it. You have no problem if you're the quarterback running 3 seconds off the clock and gaining 7 yards. So if they're going to back off inside, just throw those easy throws to the perimeter. You're always thinking as a quarterback, where is my best throw to get the ball out of bounds in this situation? Again, at this point, I'd expect Bulls to force the ball out of Purdy's hands and blitz him. Here's Jennings.
They do blitz. Purdy getting far sideline. Pearsall makes the catch, and he's out of bounds with a 1st down. Stopping the clock with 31 seconds to go.
Again, you're going on Thunderbuck. Look how off he is. He's way off. The cue for the quarterback right away. Sees off coverage. Hey, let me just spit that ball out to the outside part of the field to Pearsall. And again, getting out of bounds. You don't have to use the timeouts. When you do call those pressures, you do tell the corners, back up a little bit. So there's this little cat and mouse game. Now they're up there. That coverage looks a little tighter. He's pressed. Might try to get something in the middle of the field here.
Purdy, big drop, looking, throwing, Pearsall in stride, and he's inside the 40. Ball comes out, and I think they say he was down. It's a catch. He's down inside the 40 with 23 seconds to go. And the 49ers, I think, are going to call their last timeout. They do.
Again, you got Pearsall on Itzian here. and competitive coverage. I do like that a lot. They tried to pressure on the inside, and they go to the rookie Pearsall for that inside throw that Purdy loves, that this offense loves. They're basically in field position, 23 seconds. If they get whatever they gain here, they're going to rush the line of scrimmage and clock. So any catch in bounds, I would expect the 49ers to go to the ball and spike it. You're looking for a very high percentage throw, and definitely Bowles is bringing the blitz.
Purdy looking quick outside, gets it to Jennings again. So, he stayed in bounds. Why did he stay in bounds? He gets a lot more yards. Up to the 25. They will have time to spike it, it looks like. It might be a brilliant play by Jennings. And they spike it with 3 seconds left. So Brock Purdy and the 49ers do their job. Now the mood on Moody, who's missed 3 kicks today. Can he redeem himself here?
This would undo it all. And again, we talked about battleship defense. Bowles brought the blitz there. And when you bring the blitz, there's no one back there in the secondary coverage. Purdy read it, flipped the ball out there, and it all comes down to this.
Can it be redemption for Jake Moody to win it from 44? Kick is up, and it is up and through. It's good. The 49ers win it.
Well, coming up, the State Farm post-game show, JB and the crew, the game recap, as well as the presentation of the Madden Thanksgiving MVP. It's coming up on the State Farm post-game show. 2 minutes to go. Bears down a field goal. 1st and 10 at the 50. Kramer is the new center. Fake it to Moore. Looking for him. Nothing's there except Lion defenders, including Ezekiel Turner, who got to him first.
You're going to see a play fake right here. And at this point, you're going to see the defender come flying in. And that is a great job by Turner. You're going to block, I'm going to rush. Instead of standing back there, makes a huge play.
2nd and 17, clock running. Williams in trouble again. Splits the defenders and takes off. Going to fight Branch for every inch. And he picks up 6.
Great job by Caleb Williams getting out of this. You're going to see this edge and then McNeil in the middle. And to be able to just navigate that, use the little instinctful move to get McNeil out of his leverage. And they had him boxed in. That's a rarity to get out of that, as we have another guy injured.
Yeah, it's a Lion defender. And again, it's Zadarius Smith for the 2nd time on this drive, having to be helped to the sideline. That was a 13-yard scramble by Caleb Williams. At one time, it looked like they had him. He pinched right between the 2 defenders and picked up big yardage.
That's what I was saying. It's just rare for the guys to get out of that position. And, you know, he's shown that ability over and over again. That's part of his positives, like unique gifts that he has. And right now, they're going to need to utilize that because there's going to be nothing easy coming in if you're going to score a touchdown. I would tell you, we're not fully in a comfortable position for a field goal to me.
Yeah.
If I'm Chicago. This is too long. It's just too long. I don't even know that I would kick this one from here.
It's 3rd and 4. He's got his center back in. Shelton has returned for this shotgun snap. Back to Williams.
Up the middle.
Pass. Broken up.
What a play by Smith. Zadarius Smith pops out at defensive end. No, it's not Smith. Sorry, it's Muhammad.
It's Muhammad back of the helmet. He had that sack earlier on this drive.
And here we go. Like we said, they're going to have to go for it. And they had internal pressure. 2 linebackers blitzed. The ends dropped out. They're coming after him here.
Would have been a 62-yard field goal. Santos' career-long 55. They're going for it. From the pocket. Pass. Caught. First down. It's Moore. Down to the 22-yard line.
I think this is coming back. Komet keeps running this pick route, and I think as good as he did last time, he's going to get his second pass interference of the game.
That was a 21-yard pass play. The flag is at the far side of the field at the line of scrimmage.
Pass interference, number 85, offense.
You got it, Tony.
Previous spot. Replay, fourth down.
And they keep playing man-to-man coverage. And when you play man, you want to get pick routes you can run by. But watch, you can't go run in and hit a defender. That's called every time. You got to fake like you're going to hit him and then move out of the way. He didn't need to do that. I think Moore would have had it.
Gene, you comfortable with that call?
Yeah, Jim. When they run the cross, Komet's done a great job of right before contact rerouting himself. But the offensive responsibility is he has to avoid the defense in that situation. It's a good call for OPI.
So here we go. 4th and 14. Williams has to backpedal. Running for his life and heaves it down the field. And a flag comes out.
This is going to be PI on Detroit. But was it? They're talking about picking it up right now, Jim. That's the discussion, because the back judge saw and he's like, I don't think it actually was. The call for the game right here.
Yeah, well, was it catchable? That's another question they got to be talking about.
It wouldn't have been pass interference, but was it pass interference? I'm telling you, this is discussion right now is whether it was or not.
Pass interference, number 29, defense. Ball we placed, a smaller foul, automatic first down.
Oh, boy, Vildor flag for it. And the Bears are going to be deep in Detroit territory.
Gene, do you think they were talking about whether it was or not? Is
yeah,
that why
most definitely, Tony. As we take a look at it, look, both players are going to get tied up here, and you're going to have some fighting hand play. The question and the decision they're making is, once they decide to disengage, do they both disengage at the same time, or is he restricting him a little too long?
29-yard penalty on 4th and 14.
Wow.
On first down, Williams.
Oh, he missed
that at the feet of Moore, who had all kinds of space down that left sideline, Tony.
Yeah, he missed him. This could have scored. He would have at least gotten to the 5.
Williams got walloped after the throw, but had the chance to connect with him there. This 7-game losing streak on Thanksgiving Day for the Lions. 6 of them have been 1-possession losses, with Chicago claiming 3 of those. Tight wins.
If the Bears end up losing, that'll be one that Caleb wants back. Ton of space there, and I know he had a little internal pressure, but still a lot of game left.
2nd and 10. With timeout called as that play clock was running down.
Second charge timeout, Chicago. 30-second timeout.
Of course, from here, you're talking about a 43-yard field goal to tie it, but you're in position to go win it. Again, coming up, the State Farm post-game show with JB and all the crew with their recap. And we'll have the presentation here. Tracy will be handling that. The Madden Thanksgiving MVP coming up on the State Farm post-game show.
Here's the last play, Jim. You're going to watch the crosser and look at the space Moore would have coming underneath. Look at that. That could have possibly won the game right there. Still time.
What will Aaron Glenn call now? His defense had not given up a single second-half point the last 3 weeks. Today they've given up 20 in the second half.
Wow. Any given day. Shows you Chicago and Eberflus, they could easily be 6 7-4, 6-5, and just got to finish these games. They haven't been able to do it recently, but an opportunity here.
2nd and 10. Williams guns it, pulled down by Allen, fights for the out of bounds to stop the clock, and another flag is down.
Illegal use of the hands to the face. Number 76, offense.
Wow.
10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay, 2nd down.
Called on Jenkins, takes out the big gain.
Well, he's going against McNeil inside. You'll see right here. Yep.
Now he ripped his helmet off.
That's called every time.
Coming up the face guard. Just boom. No, it's not going to be disputed.
That wipes out a big play right there, too, and makes the field goal much tougher if it does get to a 4th down.
Yeah, you've gone back from 43, you're thinking as the max, to now it would be 53. With a kicker who has struggled in some of these big spots. It's been blocked each of the last 2 weeks. 2nd and 20. No one touched him. And down goes Williams. Zadarius Smith.
Well, this is supposed to be a quarterback draw. They have a light box.
Clock is running with 15 seconds, and it's 3rd and 26. They have a 1 timeout left.
This is like the light box. You could have gotten numbers, but just didn't.
You better hurry.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is disaster in the making here. You're going to have to do something when it comes down to this play. Incomplete, and the game is over. Completely botched at the end by the Bears.
I can't believe they didn't take a timeout. You just assumed they would have taken.
They're looking around like, what just happened?
They had a timeout left.
The clock has struck 0, and it is over. They took way too long to get in position to run this play. This had no intention of being their final play.
Oh, my goodness.
They would have had an attempt of a field goal to send it to overtime from about 59 yards.
Caleb, like, it's got to go up and spike it right away to save the timeout, or you got to take the timeout. I mean,
well, you run the 3rd down play quickly, try to get closer for your kicker, and then you take the timeout.
And you're trying to get a quick play up. That's what they were trying to do, Jim. So you're saving. You do want to save the timeout. You just got to get the experience of that. Caleb hasn't just been in that situation a lot. But you get up, call a quick play, throw it for 5-6 yards, down, timeout, tie the game.
I mean, they took a long time. Look at this. This is the end of the previous play was right at 32 seconds.
Wow.
Now at that point, do you believe you're not going to get another but 1 play off after this?
The coaches are like, listen, everyone get back. You had downfield.
Even Caleb's trying to get him to come back.
Just run this play, hurry up. But Caleb, you got to hurry up. Be screaming at him. Hurry up. He doesn't know there's 15. Snap the ball. Snap the ball.
You got to run it
He's
now.
He's looking around, taking his time, getting everyone set.
This is where they lose it right here.
Yep. You cannot get it down below 10 seconds there. It's okay to snap it at 12, 13, but he just lost track of time.
Another Bears defeat that at the end of the game, they find another improbable way to lose it.
Wow.
Detroit hangs on. Detroit, by the way, has just gone to 11-1 for the first time in franchise history. That's 10 consecutive wins as well.
Mode here, because you never know if you have another big negative play. You may have to punt this ball, but it would be tough to.
Penix, look deep, covered, now pumps, now takes off just to midfield. It's a gain of about 4, but we're looking at maybe 3rd and 10, depending on the spot here, with 3:11 to go. That speed Russian package in for Dan Quinn. Officially 3rd and 11. Big tight end is like a receiver. Pitch at the bottom of the screen. 3rd and 11. 4 coming. Putting it up for Pitts. Couldn't bring it in. Chance of the big play. Jeremy Chin the coverage. 4th down. 34 to go. I think they're going to go.
Big play by Chin, no question, and saw this a week ago as well. I think this is the mistake, and this is what Penix is going to have to fix. Not that he didn't make a good ball. He did. That ball has to go up in the air. They have Kyle Pitts and Drake London, 2 of the best contested catch guys, and he really has not taken advantage of that yet in his young career.
Has to get to the 39-yard line. 4th down. Penix fires. Caught! London! Spinning away! Inside the 20! Drake London to the 19-yard line. 31 on 4th and 11.
Mike, here is what gets this guy open. Watch London, this little move at the top of the route here. He's going to sell Sandra Still on that one and create that opportunity. That's the same move he used against the Eagles. He's been using it all night to get open one-on-one on the outside. That is a big-time play.
Teams have combined for 4 of 4 on 4th down conversions. Here we go in the red zone. 2:25 left. Tyler Algier is the back. Ray McLeod coming around. McLeod inside the 10, around the 5-yard line. Pulled out of bounds by the safety, Juan Martin. But Atlanta's in business with 2:20 to go.
Little misdirect here as well. A little just jet sweep on the outside. You got your wide receivers out making plays on the edge. Darnell Mooney, not a big guy out there. Who else was that? I think that was Kadero Hodge outside.
Yep.
Man, this is some drive. He's doing exactly what we talked about. Michael Penix.
Algier and Bijan Robinson there. It's Robinson who took the direct snap earlier. Again in the Wildcat at the front. Oh, and the snap goes through his hands. The running back's back to get it at the 25. Running for his life, a loss of 22. Jalen Holmes makes the play. They go Wildcat, and they screw it up. Dahlman fires it back. The running back can't bring it in.
Now the only question is, was there any opportunity to be able to throw that ball? Because he was out of the pocket, would have just had to get it back to the line of scrimmage.
And he is a lefty, by the way. 2nd and goal from the 26-yard line. Penix back in there. They throw left side again. London with the catch. And they'll have 2 shots from about the 13-yard line.
Isn't that unbelievable? We were talking about it. Was there any chance that he was left-handed? If he's right-handed, it would have been a very hard throw to make. But he's left-handed. The ball gets away from him. Now he's moving out of the pocket. He could have just thrown it to the line of scrimmage. Ball back on the 5.
Story in 2023 about him trying to throw at an event. Guy wears Michael Vick's old Atlanta number. 3rd and goal. Penix looking, throwing, end zone over London. And he knows it. And it's down to 4th and goal with $1:23 to go. Look at Raheem Morris almost coaching up this young guy there. Like, you got this.
Oh. That's probably the NASCAR signal, which means he's got his pass rushers in the game here. But boy, that was an opportunity on that one.
Atlanta needs to win to keep control of the NFC South. Washington's trying to win to get in the playoffs and bring the Rams along with them. 4th and goal. Penix, end zone, touchdown, held on to by Kyle Pitts, who does come up with a big play.
Now, what do you do?
Kicker's coming on to try and tie the game.
Wow, Michael Penix did exactly what Jaden Daniels did last week. Huge game, end of the year. We've been waiting for a breakout moment, right? We've just been waiting for this out of Kyle Pitts, and both those guys got it done at the same time. Maybe it's a start.
Must get us to time. Riley Patterson in for Younghoe Koo, who's out with an injury.
Here we go, when magic is made by young quarterbacks, it is something special. A week ago against the Eagles, there it was, 4th and 11, and he went skiing all the way down close to the goal line. Everything on the line here tonight for Michael Penix, 4th down. He converts that one. Now 4th down again, drill it in there to Kyle Pitts, and the making of a young star potentially happening. Mike, I'm old enough. I can remember Peyton Manning's moments like that, Tom Brady's, Patrick Mahomes. It all starts with something, and those are two pretty special somethings out of these young quarterbacks.
Does Jaden Daniels have one more in a season where he's authored some magic moments this year? Can they get in field goal range? Only need about 35 yards for that. One timeout, 79 seconds to go. Daniel stepping up, got away from one. Evan Katie brings him down for the sack at the 29-yard line. Loss of a yard. Clock turns. Atlanta has 2 timeouts. Final minute. Daniels has 5 in the pattern. Across the middle, incomplete. Fans look for the flag. There is none. McLaurin was the intended receiver.
A.J. Terrell's had one missed tackle down on the goal line for the touchdown. But other than that, he is solid gold out here tonight. And nobody in the NFL, other than Jamar Chase, had a better year than Terry McLaurin has this season. And he's been doing a job on it.
3rd and 10, 55 seconds left. And Daniels throwing in the middle of the field. It's incomplete. Zacchaeus was coming across, and maybe a finger on the ball with Mike Hughes to knock it away. It's a rapid 3 and out.
Oh, man, Mike Hughes. He has been coming off of an injury. I think he either distracted or got just a fingertip. Nope. Went right through. So what had been pretty much a perfect night for Olamide Zacchaeus, couldn't reel that one in, and now it gets interesting.
Atlanta with 2 timeouts. Tress way to kick. Avery Williams standing back at his own 25. Best kick of the night for Way. It's over 60 yards. Williams back at the 10. Brought down at the 19. Tremendous coverage play by Percy Butler. 40 seconds to go. Atlanta 2 timeouts. Coming up, the Chevrolet postgame. Melissa will interview the stars of this game, and we will recap this one and start setting our sights to the final week of the NFL season.
I'll tell you, Mike, I don't want to second guess, but I guess I will be here. I mean, you want the ball in your hands if you're Washington, or at least they're burning timeouts on the other side. 2 timeouts, possession of the ball here on a quick 3 and out. Wasn't good.
40 seconds remaining. Atlanta going with the shotgun. The running backs, Bijan Robinson, and Penix is dropping back and throwing downfield, and a comeback with Mooney at the 45-yard line. He is inbounds. Inbounds, so Atlanta has to take a timeout. And they don't.
And it doesn't matter. They're going after Michael Davis.
21 seconds left. 17 seconds left. Penix again firing to Mooney. Incomplete. Trying to come out of his break. Now they're down to 12 seconds. And they probably need about 15 to 20 yards. Again, like the first half, the timeout not taken.
Yeah, and especially when you had the bonus one to play with, right? Be one thing if you'd be down to no timeouts. You've got 2. Plenty of time, though, to work the middle of the field, call the quick timeout. That's probably where I'd be going at this point. Although I will say, nobody's been better in this one than Drake London running those out routes.
Somewhere around 18 yards will give him a realistic shot to Patterson with a kick. And they got to pick it up first. Penix, middle of the field, incomplete, no flag. Receiver down, looking for a call. Now we're down to 7 seconds remaining.
This has got to be really quick. And you have to tell these receivers as well. Catch, down, call timeout.
You see Igbenogany and London, they catch feet. Entangled feet's not pass interference. Again, they only have 7 seconds left. They need to run a route long enough for the first down, get down or out of bounds. 3rd and 10.
And everybody on the field has to call timeout.
And now
timeout.
Atlanta takes a time. Well, in the first half, they let 20 seconds run off the clock. Here, it is 16 seconds from earlier, not using the timeout. And it's taken here with 7 left.
Yeah, time management wasn't great on either side. To create the opportunity and then now have the opportunity. Yeah, but all it takes is one little 20-yard completion, get down, call the timeout, but it is tight at 7 seconds.
We'll get into all the tiebreaker scenarios for the playoffs in case this game ends in a tie once we get to overtime. We got those here for you. We'll get them to you if necessary. 3rd and 10.
Let's go.
Play killed. Play killed with the offside.
Neutral zone infraction. Defense number 97. 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
So the play kill puts the second back on the clock at 7.
But that helps.
Yep.
Because now you're talking about, you know, a 12-yard throw, and if it's a vertical route and not a lot of down and in and running across the field, I think you can hit something quickly here.
You want to try to get in field goal range with this shot? Do you think you can get to the 35 in 6 seconds?
I do.
Okay.
But it's got to be straight down the field. It's got to be somebody like Kyle Pitts or Drake London take advantage of their size and get down.
3rd and 5. Washington brings heat. Penix steps up, grabs it again, throws incomplete. Flag down. 2 seconds left and a flag down. So what will the call be? And will it be pass interference and down where the infraction happens, which gets close to field goal range? Big conversation here.
It was close. There was clearly a foul.
Pass interference. Defense number 24. Ball is placed in the spot of the foul. 1st down.
And the spot of the foul looks like it's around the 36, which would make the field goal 54 yards. Let's see where they put it down. Here comes Patterson. They see the replay on the screen and the fans go crazy.
This has been all about going after Michael Davis. It didn't matter where he was on the field or who the receiver was. They were going to go after him. Not here, not here, not here. This is where it's going to happen, right there.
So they mark it at the 38. This is a 56-yard field goal from Riley Patterson. It's his 3rd team this year. In for Younghoe Koo because of injury, with an opportunity to keep Atlanta in control of its playoff hopes.
Looks like the wind has settled.
There is Younghoe Koo, who's been the man who's hit a lot of big pressure kicks for Atlanta. At the back end of his range would be a career best for 56 for the win. Riley Patterson has it on the way. It's online. Is it long enough? No! Short! And the game goes on!
Dead straight. Just didn't have enough.
We're so used to watching the Brandon Aubreys of the world hit the middle of the upright from 61 today. But Patterson, as I said, his 5th team, his 3rd team this year. He's kicked a game for the Jets, a game for Cleveland. This is 2nd game for the Falcons. Raheem Morris didn't have the guy who could get it all the way there. Jaden Daniels and the Commanders still have a chance to go to bed tonight in the playoffs. as this Washington team had a big
10 minutes.
third
Both
quarter.
teams will have
Point
a
toss
chance
time.
to get the ball. Unless there's a touchdown or a safety scored, that'll end the game. Each team's going to get 2 timeouts. Fourth quarter timing rules apply. There's no coaches' challenges. All the replays come from upstairs. Atlanta, you're the visitor. What's your call? Heads. Heads. Heads is called. Heads is called. It's a tail. You win. You want the ball. Which way you want to kick? Flip around.
Bijan Robinson, huge first half, limited in the second half, but the 2 Atlanta touchdowns put them on top. They had a 17-7 lead late second, but Jaden Daniels was the star of the second half. 2 touchdowns. You see his total of 280 yards. Meantime, the other rookie starter, Michael Penix Jr., 223, the game-tying TD with a $1:19 left. Riley Patterson short on the 56-yard field goal. Overtime begins with a Pinion touchback, and Washington will get it at the 30-yard line. So go to overtime. Washington scores a touchdown on this drive. They are in the playoffs. So too are the Rams. If they don't score a touchdown on this drive, next score wins. We get to a tie situation. Atlanta loses control of the South. Washington and the Rams get in the playoffs. Jaden Daniels begins from the 30-yard line. Movement, back him up 5.
Ball start. Offense number 74. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Here's the with a tie scenarios as we go through this overtime. If we go all 10 minutes, there's the Commanders clinching. The Falcons lose control of the South. The Bucs would clinch next week. They play New Orleans. And the Rams' strength of victory. Remember, the number was 3.5 in terms of wins. Well, that's the 0.5. They would get a tie. That would be enough that they would clinch strength of victory over Seattle. Daniels taking off, running for about 6 or 7 yards. They'll mark him at the 32-yard line. On first down, a good pickup, gets rid of the penalty yardage.
Well, the one thing you know, Jaden Daniels certainly knows how to deal with pressure. He's been doing it all season long. And I thought the final drive that he put together against the Eagles last week was as impressive as anything I've seen from a young quarterback in a while.
Especially for a guy who had turned it over 5 times in the game.
And threw an interception, a bad one, right before that drive.
Two backs in there. McNichols is the motion man. Daniels throws middle, first down. Caught at the 41-yard line. So Zach Ertz has got his 4th catch of the night.
Sometimes it's just so nice to have those old heads in there. You know, guys, you just know he's made that play in the Super Bowl. He's made catches like that in clutch moments, and those are the guys you go to here.
768 catches in his terrific career.
55, 55.
42-yard line. Daniels pulls it, takes it, jukes, gets 7 to the 49-yard line before Nate Landman brings him down.
As a defense, you are trying to squeeze the runner in. Watch them squeeze the box in here on Jaden Daniels, and he still got through it. Right? That's perfect defense. And he still picks up 6.
It's Washington's first overtime game of the year. 2 for Atlanta. They beat Tampa dramatic fashion early in the season. Kirk Cousins was as sharp as ever in that game. Inside give to Brian Robinson. Not going anywhere. Grady Jarrett's big arms waiting to throw him down. 3rd down coming up.
Yeah, this is the big play here for sure. Boy, everybody's going to have some real decisions depending on what happens here. You get it down to 4th and 1, what do you do? But you also have a chance now, if you're Atlanta, to try and bring some of that pressure that's been working so well. Caden Ellis at the top of your screen into the line of scrimmage.
McCaffrey in motion, 3rd and 2. Here's Jarrett on a jailbreak. Daniels outruns them all. Got the first down. Still going. Out of bounds at the 34-yard line. 16. The great eraser. The quarterback's ability to take off.
But Grady Jarrett, no chance. And then you got Matthew Judon, no chance. And those are some of the really good players in the league.
And this is a big pressure moment. He looks like he's just practiced. Huh? Just step out over here, man.
It's a glide. It's not a run. It's not moves. It's a glide.
Most in this rookie season, 115 yards in the game. Punishing Chris Rodriguez is back in the game as a running back. Daniels inside throw in tight space for Ertz. He's got it at the 30-yard line. Terry McLaurin told us one thing in the maturation process. Daniels knows the spots where he's got to throw the ball so it's safe. And he had Ertz down low.
But it's so frustrating when the quarterback takes off. I think that was a catch.
His wife, Julie Ertz, the great soccer player, be very proud of that. Controlling the ball with the knee and the leg.
That was close.
Able to keep it in there. Well done. 2nd and 6 in the 30. Daniels looking left. That's Rodriguez on the backfield. First down. Top to the 20-yard line. Chris Rodriguez, who's given them a lot here tonight in this second half. Commanders have it in the red zone.
Mike, this looks a whole lot like Philadelphia, doesn't it? I mean, it was just this. A couple of runs, a couple of bing, bing, bing. Down the field, short, accurate throws. Nothing looked too hard. And then he threw a touchdown pass to win it.
They have not been to the playoffs since 2020. That year they were under 500, but division champs. Here trying to get an 11th win and return to the postseason. Brian Robinson inside the 15 to the 14-yard line. Jesse Bates with the tackle. Tired defense for Atlanta. They face 73 plays here tonight.
A lot of that misdirection, a lot of that pulling of offensive linemen opposite of the way you're going to go with the RPO.
Chris, again, Washington doing this with their backup center, their backup right tackle, 2 offensive linemen injured here tonight. 2nd and 6. Design run. Daniels cuts it up. Got the first down. It's 1st and goal, Washington. Just inside the 8-yard line. They won the toss, and Atlanta may never touch it.
Again, pulling the 2 linemen out in front, but really, Jay Daniels didn't use either one of them. This game is on him, and that's what he was doing. What did Dan Quinn say? The biggest pressure moment I saw him in early in the year. And I look over at him, and he's got this huge smile on his face like he can't wait. Same look.
All the way down to 4:20 to go here in overtime. Daniels again running, this time to the left. The entire Falcon team said enough of this. T. Alford over to make the stop.
Well, and I'm going to disagree with that style of play. As the quarterback, there's no reason for you to tuck the ball away. You want the defensive backs to have to back up into the end zone. You don't want to block those guys. Make them back up, and as a quarterback, all you have to do is hold the ball up in the passing position.
Lots of exchanging of personnel here for Washington. And this clock is tumbling down fast here in overtime. Rodriguez, the back. Playoff just in time. Daniels pumping, looking to take off. Daniels on the run at the 5. Stiff arm. Daniels down at the 2. Justin Simmons the tackle. 3rd and goal. 3:20 left. He's got a timeout. You can take it because you get 2 here in overtime. You want to get organized and let him catch his breath? You can use one.
I don't have any more words. Whirling dervish is maybe all I got left. There he is, and it looked like he was going to score, but great job by Simmons to come over and make that block to give the Falcons a chance.
Great timeout here. Dan Quinn's going to the clock run down. Jaden Daniels is just catching his breath here. Going to get this timeout. 2:45 to go. Because again, if this game does end up in a tie, Washington gets in the playoffs. So just kind of playing it out. Timeout, 2:45 to go.
You talk about resume builders. He goes into Philadelphia last drive and has a perfect drive there. And then we're to come back in this one against Atlanta. and put win number 11 on the board. What can't he do? It is a long couple of yards, though.
Washington not only trying to find their way in the playoffs, but if they win and the Rams get in as well, it gives Washington control for the 6th seed if they win next week.
Mike, what you have here is your best two-point play. Whatever that is, you've practiced this all year.
3rd and goal from the 2. It is Jaden Daniels, end zone. It is caught for the touchdown. Zach Ertz takes Washington into the playoffs. Hang on a minute, they got to look at it. Hang on a minute, they're going to look at it. Just to confirm it first. Did it hit the ground? Let's look.
The touchdown is confirmed. The game is over.
He's got it. And you've got Washington and the Rams in the playoffs. Jaden Daniels has done it again. Washington with 2, Tampa with 3. Washington maybe 10 or 12 yards from the Gonzalez field goal range. Buccaneers full bucket of timeouts. 2nd and 10 for Daniels. The rookie will flip it out over Diaby and caught by Eckler into field goal range. Eckler to the 27-yard line. Oh, that was so close to Diaby, but it's a gain of 18.
Yaya Diaby, give him credit. He saw the late receiver coming across the field, but there he is, Austin Eckler. They felt like that he was going to be in many ways the key to the game, and in the biggest moment, he was.
Timeout, Tampa Bay, Chris. We were talking in the break. When are they going to take them? Take the first one here. 1:41 to go. So Washington in a place they have become very familiar. When it's close late, these Commanders have done it. It all started with the season-changing moment for both of these teams. The touchdown catch against Chicago on the Hail Mary. The stop against New Orleans. The late rally in the 4th against Philadelphia. And the game that clinched the division that we were at against Atlanta. And even Marcus Mariota to Terry McLaurin to beat Dallas in Week 18. Another tight late moment Washington finds itself in. Field goal from here is 45 yards. Movement up front. Inside run. Eckler to the 20-yard line. Taken down by Levante David. Clock running. Tampa not taking its time out here. 1:27 to go.
Right now, Tampa has a problem. They convert this first down, and this time is going to get very low. Commanders at this point, they're perfectly willing. They're running out the clock. That's what they're trying to do here.
Tampa's let it run all the way down here. Washington bleeding it inside of a minute. Eckler is the back. He's got it thrown down after a gain of a yard by Logan Hall, and Tampa takes a timeout. 54 seconds remaining. 3rd and a yard coming up. Okay, so the 3rd down and 1 for Washington. 54 seconds left. Coming up in the red zone. Playoff game, and Washington has 2 Heisman Trophy winning quarterbacks in the huddle. Crazy.
I remember when you used to put fullbacks in the game.
Right. They did this once in the first half. Mariota under center. Daniels is the man in motion. They did it with a sneak last time. Daniels in motion again. A couple of hard count tries and a timeout taken by Washington. So just try to get the free 5. They don't. So it'll still be 3rd and 1. Each team down to 1 timeout left.
And I don't know who Jaden Daniels is talking to, but there's quite the conversation going on between Daniels and the Bucs defense. I'm sure something along the line, take that high school stuff back with you when you leave.
Well, Joe Flacco, Mark Sanchez, Russell Wilson are the 3 rookies who have won a road playoff game in the NFL, and 2 of them, Flacco and Sanchez, did it a couple of times in their rookie year. But you see a little bit why Daniels, the talent, but the poise. 55 college starts, big-time games, moment not too big for him, and it's a massive moment. 3rd and yard.
In the pistol formation.
Brian Robinson behind, a fake to him. Daniels escapes and runs for the first down. Elijah Cansey, all he could do was grab a towel. He couldn't grab Daniels. Washington can bleed the clock, kick a field goal, and win the game.
So frustrating. So frustrating. Elijah Cansey, who has been so good tonight, had this play made. If he makes it, forces the field goal now, gives the ball back to Baker in the offense, and just a stiff arm from Jaden Daniels, just enough.
And Levante David at the back end of that play got rolled up on and is injured, forcing Tampa to take its final timeout. And you hear some of the Washington fans who are here. He's going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, not MVP, but who knows what's in this guy's future. Commanders have it at the 15-yard line with 1 timeout so they can set it up for their kicker, Gonzalez. Tampa, if they even attempt to run the ball, let them score.
And it comes down to a kicker for Washington, and they have had 4 this year?
Yes, they have. From the 15-yard line, Daniels is going to run, put it on the left hash. Bumped into by his own man in part over at the 19, and now they'll just take the clock down to where they are comfortable. For Zane Gonzalez, kicking his 6th game for Washington, his first playoff game. Baker Mayfield and the Bucs have not had the ball in their hands very often in this one.
And if you're wondering, most kickers hit a bit of a draw, and they typically like to be on that left hash, sort of hook it in there. See even extra points lined up over there.
So Washington started the year with Brandon McManus as their kicker. Moved on from him before camp opened, and since training camp they've had 6 different kickers. The 6th is Gonzalez. The first time he's kicking in the NFL since 2021. These now 6 games for Washington, and he's got a chance to get the Commanders a playoff win. And it has been a long time, a long drought between playoff victories. Dan Quinn's team has the opportunity here.
But the execution now has to be perfect. Some teams will leave a little time on the clock in case you bobble the snap, but not here. You get 1 try.
The last time Washington won a wild card game, won a playoff game, was 2005 here. Chance to do it with Gonzalez. From 37 to send Washington to the final 8. The Washington Commanders off the upright, and it is in! They doink their way to the divisional round! Unbelievable!
I have seen it all now. I even get a divisional doink. I feel like every time I see a game-winning field goal, it's hitting an upright. Oh my gosh.
Washington fans have waited a long time, since 2005, and by that much, they are headed to Detroit. The upright is about as wide as a dollar bill, but they come into play so darn often, and hit the inside of it, and it goes in for a sound that is sweet back in the nation's capital. From that left hash to that right upright. Wow. To jubilation for Dan Quinn in year one as the Washington coach. They go on the road and win. Todd Bowles and a team that has won the division yet again this year see their season come to an end. A key turnover in the second half for Baker Mayfield and the Bucs, part of the story. Terry McLaurin, one of the longtime Washington Commanders, who's seen quarterback after quarterback come through. He's seen his new quarterback help take them to the divisional playoff as Mike Evans and the Bucs are denied their opportunity to get back to the divisional. Gonzalez knocks it in. Washington moves on. Chevrolet postgame.
Franchise. How he can throw it here with a half quarter to go. On 2nd and 11. Well, he's on target to Hollins. And Mac Hollins takes Najee Johnson with him an extra couple yards and gains 15.
That's a monster play right there. Jim, how many times have we seen this situation in all the games that we've done with Kansas City where a team or a quarterback has a lead, just a small lead in the fourth quarter, and they play it just a little too safe, and they end up giving the ball back to Mahomes because they're like, we have a lead. They came back, but it's like, okay, you've got to go win. You've got to go beat them. You can't just rely on your defense to hold up again and again. Go win the game if you're Buffalo.
You saw Keon Coleman watching from the bench, inactive. Down the field, do you want the long ball? There it was. And he was wide open, Quentin Morris. They had him. That was what you were talking about, Tom.
You are not kidding. This was Josh just missing. I want you to watch right here. We're going to pretend like we're blocking, and everyone comes downhill. And then Morris sneaks wide open. Just throw it. And that's the little safeness. That's that mental part that Kansas City has, that edge where things just kind of go their way. And Josh Allen has been able to overcome it before. We know he's that good. But right now, this is the time to go beat him. Don't rely on other people. You can do it.
2nd and 10. Cook is in the backfield. It's been a quiet second half for Cook, who's had only 2 rushes in the second half. And a timeout burned here by
Prior
Buffalo.
to the expiration of the play clock, timeout. Buffalo, the first of the half. It'll be 30 seconds in length.
All right, well, we'll wait out this Bills timeout. We'll send it to New York. Back to you, Adam, with the update.
Jim Nantz, how about this? Geno Smith, 13-yard run for a score. Are you kidding me? Seahawks take the lead at 2017. Buckle up, Jim Nantz.
That was with 12 seconds to go in that game. Geno putting the Seahawks ahead of the 49ers with Arizona on a bye this week at 6-4. My goodness, look how tightly bunched it is out west. Thank you, Adam, for the update.
Buffalo going for the jugular on that first down is exactly what I was talking about, and you said it, right? They were trying to go win the football game.
They've got a 2nd and 10.
We're continuing with that.
Stepping up, taking off. Got the first down. Or does he? They're going to mark it really close. The side judge got there late. May have not given them the most generous of spots.
5-man rush. As soon as you have 5 guys rushing.
But they'll go ahead and plow ahead and pick up the first. I really did think that was a mismark.
I think so too, but it doesn't matter now other than Josh having to take another hit. He's like, thanks for that.
He's been taking hits for 7 years. He is almost indestructible.
His legs, you're exactly right. His size helps with that knowledge when to get down, but his legs in these big games have proven paramount when they win. See that Paramount?
Did you really do that over a Paramount Plus?
That was for you.
Lower third graphic.
I'm going to be Jimmy.
Wow. 1st and 10.
They're staying aggressive. They're staying aggressive here. I love it.
32.
Coming empty backfield. Talk about aggressive. That's out of reach for Shakir. Johnson on the coverage.
Yeah, good job by Johnson taking the correct angle, driving him to the sideline where there's very minimal. For a smaller receiver, you're going to see up over here, and you got to widen him. Keep making him get wider. And that throw is just a little high. Needed to be behind and smaller, but Johnson, perfect timing with his head coming back.
By the way, the Seattle game's gone final. Those final 12 seconds, Geno Smith won it to drop the Niners back to 500. 2nd and 10. And dump it off here. Cook, who's been quiet this half. Cook, only for a yard. It's Connor with the first contact. I feel like I've been calling Connor all day long.
He's been all over the place, like you said. Slot corner when McDuffie's outside, and he's a hitter. And they've got 4 of those guys on that second level, which is the linebacker area. And
now you want a big play? It's coming up. 3rd and 9.
Well, I said someone's got to put their cape on. Is it going to be Mahomes? He just did it on the last drive. Pull it out for this week. We'll see if Josh can do it.
3rd and 9, out of field goal range. In all likelihood, the pass on target, and what a catch. Shakir holding on as Cook absolutely blasted his backside.
You're not kidding. He did take a big shot, but what a play design here. They wait the entire day, and then Shakir at the top. The outside receiver comes flying in, the ball right on him, knowing you're going to take a wicked hit. And Shakir, who's had an outstanding season, no play bigger than that one right there.
That was absolutely, to this point, you think about what would have happened there, you would have had to give him the football back to Mahomes with about 4 minutes to go, with only needing a field goal to win it.
I'm so impressed, though. I mean, I know you want to run the ball and do these things. Put the ball in Josh Allen's hands and say, you got 3 downs, get us a first down, and do it over and over again. Go win us this game. And most teams are like, we're ahead. We're going to be a little safe. And Kansas City, who's dominant against the run, don't go against what they're great at.
Okay, so Shakir getting looked at on the sideline. They're already thin enough in the pass-catching department.
He comes down. You got one-on-one. Cooper.
1st and 10. They go to Knox. He bulls ahead to the 30 with Bolton bringing him down.
That's who they are. Quick passes on the early downs, and look at this, Jim.
Yep, the last 4 matchups, Tony, we've seen them all decided by 1 possession. That's an overtime game. That was the game of all games, maybe the greatest game ever, the 42-36 game in the divisional round. A 4-point game, a 3-point game, and a field goal game again. And here we are. 2 is the margin with 3 minutes approaching.
No one's been able to make it a 2-score game under 2 minutes. This one has the opportunity. I would expect mentally go do it if you're Josh.
2nd and 6. There is Josh trying to fight for it himself. He's going to set up a 3rd and 2. Chanel was the one who tackled him.
And if you're a Kansas City fan, this is where you're great. They stop people always in these situations. Oh, no, that's a big one.
Their left tackle, Deion Dawkins, rolling around in pain.
They're already down 1 tackle. You can't afford to lose 2.
They're already warming up. Some linemen on the sideline doing some faux pass blocking with Alec Anderson. We'll be right back. Dawkins just got off the table after having his ankle taped, and he's ready to come in.
It was like tape it as fast as you possibly can if we have to go for this on a 4th down, and we'll see now. What do you want to do?
Well, they're bringing in Richard Garage at right tackle. They move to Mark, who's been the fill-in at right, over to the left side on this pivotal 3rd and 2. And Shakir's back in also.
Quick screen right out here to Shakir. Get up there, Bolton. Don't let him just catch a quick one. He's trying to determine whether to hand it off or throw it to him.
They run it up the middle. There's nothing there for Johnson. And now you got 4th and 2. You could kick it to go up 5.
Chris Jones showing up in the biggest time again. Does it every week. And this play, so smart by Kansas City. Bolton, if he did not move up there, Josh is going to throw the screen out to this way. But the difference is you can't, because Bolton moved up over here, and now Chris Jones just sheds.
So Andy Reid called the timeout. You got 4th and 2. You've got options. You could kick it and go up 5 and give Mahomes 2 minutes plus to go down and win the game with a touchdown, or you go for it.
I'm going with Josh Allen. I'm going for this.
By the way, Dawkins has come back in at left tackle.
Like I keep saying, Jim, Kansas City isn't, you're not just going to backdoor into beating them. You've got to go win the game. And these are the situations where those decisions matter. And I would stick with that rule.
So here you go. You've got 4th and 2. This is the game.
Legs. Quarterback's legs.
Fakes left, now taken off. Gonna run for it, he got it! And there he goes! Inside the 10, the 5. Oh, the play of the year in the NFL! Quarterback legs it was.
I said no spy on this play. I can't believe it. The rare mistake by Kansas City. There's times, and I told you in this game, they're going to use his legs more than ever. Josh Allen was so prepared to use them if people were covered, and they were covered.
Now the important PAT. And it's a 2-score margin. And by the way, given all the stakes here, that's why I call it the play of the year. We happened to see that other little one down in Washington a couple of weeks ago. But with all of this, the undefeated champs having what could be the knockout punch for the first time this year, this is about as big as it gets. All on Allen.
And I'm telling you, this is a testament to their intestinal fortitude and their mental approach. Most teams hope that it goes their way. Buffalo decided to make it go their way with their aggressive approach on that drive the entire way. Give Sean McDermott, Joe Brady, Josh Allen, and this team credit. Unbelievable. Takes a special crew to have that ability to overcome the championship DNA that the Chiefs have so rightly earned.
Well, 2-17, 9-point game. By the way, reaching 30. You ready for this? This Kansas City team has not allowed a team to score 28 points or more in their last 30 games. That goes to the wayside.
Wow.
By the way, next Sunday, the NFL on CBS, highlighted by key matchups for the Chiefs, Texans, and Bucs. Primary game being Kansas City, Carolina, all starting with the NFL today at noon Eastern here on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus. Now that's a CBS Sports Sunday.
So you did just go win the game, right? Right? There's nobody who could come back from this. Not down 9, nobody, right?
I'm not saying that.
Oh, because this guy's out there.
There's P. Ryan. P. Ryan's across the 40 and probably won't get a play away before the 2-minute warning.
I'm not comfortable. I can tell you why, because that dude's still standing right there, and as long as he's here.
No. 2-minute warning, you're right.
Until 0-0.
Don't go anywhere, folks.
This game.
Trying to stay alive for that #1 seed in the AFC. Trying to end the undefeated season. 2 minutes to go. Mahomes needs a miracle. Dumps it off. P. Ryan, not this time. Cam Lewis all over him. And they tackle him to run out some more time.
Great job by Russo up top. Pushing the pocket on the edge. Keep him in the pocket.
Rolling out. Pass almost intercepted by Lewis, who made the tackle on the previous play. Now it's 3rd and 13.
Buffalo, outstanding job today being disciplined in their approach on the back end and the front end, and that has paid dividends, and it's almost their time today, but I'm still not giving it to them. Mahomes is still walking.
On 3rd and 13. Slings it. Caught. 4 yards short of first. At least that far short. That was Watson. And now they call a timeout.
Well, at this point, you got to use your timeouts because you have to get an onside kick. Because you didn't have 3 timeouts.
Things reset for 1 minute and 24 seconds. Timeout.
Almost dropped it. Bobbled, came back twice into his arms, and finally secured it.
It's an incredible job to.
I'm not sure he did catch it. Did it hit the ground that last time?
It looked like it.
Is that control? I don't know. We're inside 2 minutes. We've got to be looking at this. It would be 4th and 13 as opposed to 4th and 4. Change territory. That doesn't look complete to me, or control.
I agree with you, Jim. To me, we got a great angle there where it appeared after the double clutching that football hit the ground before he possessed it. I would be very surprised if they don't stop this for review.
Well, they move to the line with no stoppage. No stoppage. They got to get 3 actually for the first, and here it is. Got to pick up the first to stay in it. Mahomes is going to run for it, then do it himself on the ground, and he's with a flag down in field goal range. That was an 18-yard rush, but I believe it's coming back. Offensive backfield.
Holding. Offense number 74. 10-yard penalty.
Jawan Taylor.
And it'll be the right tackle, Taylor, right here. And Ed Oliver, who's had a great game today. Not sure how much that mattered on the play, but that little arm bar right there.
Yeah, that's it.
The hold is going to be called.
And now it's 4th and 13 after all.
That's the one area in this offense that makes you feel like they've got to get a little bit better at for them to actually three-peat. They're just not fully there. They've been winning, but they've been getting away with it from time to time. But here's the game.
Mahomes retreats to the 25, steps up, desperation time, and it's intercepted! The Bills are going to hand the Chiefs loss number 1. Bernard with the pick.
Good job extending the play. Could have gone out to the right. Decides to find Kelsey. And the ball thrown back, and someone's waiting right there. And guess who it is? Bernard, who's playing great this season, seals the victory, and Buffalo still in the hunt for the 1 seed.
Yes, indeed. And they run their win streak to 6 straight. Tonight on CBS begins with 60 Minutes and a surprising story about work being done on behalf of 9/11 families, followed by new episodes of Tracker and The Equalizer tonight on CBS Sunday. First loss for the Chiefs since Christmas Day. And it's a gift to the Dolphins of yesteryear, who I love the tradition. You always hear it every year. The last team to lose, the champagne's on ice down in Miami for that Dolphin crew, the last to go undefeated. We will not have an undefeated champion again this year. McDermott beats the mentor. He beats Andy Reid, a huge figure in his life.
If you're a Chiefs fan, I do think there's never a positive when you lose, but if there is one, if they would have wrapped up the number 1 seed so early, Jim, there's a chance they wouldn't have played their best football in the playoffs. This could be a benefit possibly to have them play all the way throughout the year and keep staying in phase. And that guy will have something to say before the end of this year's played out.
That wasn't a lot. In that situation, I don't know if I would have. But I mean, like every Bears fan is watching this going, oh my gosh, how are we going to mess this up?
Now they've got to overcome 1st and 20. It's DJ Moore with a catch. He fumbles the football, and it's recovered by Green Bay. The answer to Daryl Johnston's question is a fumble, and the Packers take it over with 1:49 to go.
I didn't mean for it to happen, actually. Just the way this season has gone for him. I mean, so many games lost on the final play.
Catch, followed by a fumble, recovered by Green Bay. First down.
Carrington Valentine just jarred it out with his helmet and then scooped it up. Picked up by Bullard, and the Packers take it over with the turnover at the 43-yard line.
You're trying to do something safe and conservative, those little quick throws that they've been doing the whole second half here. And at the critical time, they can't execute it and keep the ball secure.
And Willis with the play fake, he jumps the pass to Malik Heath, who makes the catch on the low throw for a pickup of about 5, maybe 6. They're right on the edge of Brandon McManus's field goal range. 2nd down and 4. The handoff is to Wilson, and Wilson is down to the 35 of Chicago. Brings up 3rd and 2. 1:20 and counting to go in this one. And McManus trying to loosen things up and get ready for a potential game winner. 3rd and 2. Wilson again, and Wilson will lose yardage. Tremaine Edmonds was the first one there. DeMarcus Walker helped finish him off. And now 4th down and a timeout. Rich Bisaccia and Matt LaFleur talking about, can we run McManus out there for a field goal try?
Well, right before this series started, Eric Washington, the defensive coordinator for the Bears, got his group together. Green Bay's down, and they're celebrating down in the back of the end zone, and he brings his guys together. And what a job they have done in this series with the game on the line. And that first play, an aggressive play call by Matt LaFleur in Green Bay, to have that pass by Malik Willis to get them into an opportunity to make that.
And here comes Brandon McManus. His career long of 61 came in 2021 with the Broncos. 17 of 18 this year with Green Bay. His long is 55. This will be 55 yards right in the middle of the field.
I mean, the flags at the top of the goalpost are straight down. It doesn't appear to be. The flags at the top are blowing.
Good snap and hold. The kick by McManus on the way. It's low, but it's good. A line drive boot from Brandon McManus to give the Packers a 22-21 lead.
Boy, how prophetic are you talking to Matt LaFleur about the difference that Brandon McManus has made for this team in how he calls plays, and how he manages that critical field zone when you get to the top of that field goal distance.
Well, we had this conversation before the game, and Brandon McManus, since he's gotten here, mentioned it earlier, has missed one kick, and I said, what does that do as a play caller for you? And he said, well, when you're on the fringe line, which is where they were, he said, can I be aggressive, or do we just need 5 yards to get it inside that 50-yard mark? He said the kicker can always have an impact on decision-making when you go for it. We were more aggressive in the fringe area last year. This year, we can be a little more selective. You saw the conversation between LaFleur and Bisaccia. Is this close enough? Can we try it? They did, and they hit it. The difference in a great kicker, Sean McVay said it at the end of last season. One of the things that really hampered him as a play caller with the Rams was the fact that they had such inconsistent kicking. That's why they went out and drafted a kicker. Well, with Brandon McManus, and since he got here in mid-October, it's completely changed the Packers' confidence in their kicking game. Remember, they struggled really for the better part of 3 years. As Tyler Scott gives it back to Blackwell, and Blackwell slips and is down at the 20-yard line. 48 seconds to play, 1 timeout remaining for Chicago as they try to scramble to break their losing streak. And there's the field goal percentage from 2021 through week 6. Last in the NFL at 79%. Since week 7, 94%, and 3 for 3 today. And Matt LaFleur with some words for Brandon McManus, who has changed a lot since he got here.
As ugly as today has been for Green Bay, he has saved the day.
And now it's up to Caleb Williams and the Bears as they try to rally late. Williams flushed, and Williams is yanked down, and that's a flag. Kingsley Enagbare on the edge. And Caleb Williams yanked to the turf, and this will cost yardage.
Personal foul, horse collar tackle. Defense number 55. 15 yards penalty at the previous spot. First down.
Easy call. You're up inside the jersey on the nameplate. And now be ready. There you go. Get up to that line of scrimmage. Be ready to go.
First down and 10 at the 35 after the penalty. Williams chased again. Flush to the right, throws to the sideline. Odunze, does he make the catch? Yes, he does. Had the feet in at midfield. His second catch of the day, this one for 15 yards.
And we have seen this throughout the season. They have found ways to lose games, but Caleb Williams in these end of game drives has given them an opportunity.
Williams steps up. He's going to have to run this one. And now they have that 1 timeout left that they have to use here. And they will. Middle of the field, clock running. Use that timeout, they do. And remember, go back to November 17th, week 11. Packers won over the Bears 20-19 in Chicago. Cairo Santos had a 46-yard field goal at the end of that game. This is that field goal. Bears thought they were going to win this one, and the field goal is blocked. And Chicago loses 20-19. Today, kicking the difference so far for Green Bay, McManus from 55 has given the Packers the lead. And oh, by the way, Dallas is 33 seconds away from beating the Commanders. The Packers could end up as the 6th seed if they can hang on. No more timeouts for Chicago. Caleb Williams in trouble, gets away from the first, and he throws as he's going down. The pass incomplete. Will it be intentional grounding? There was a receiver in the area, say the officials on the field. So it will not be an intentional grounding call as he avoids the sack.
It's so critical that he's able to avoid this sack. Aaron Mosby goes over the top, and he's draped right there, and just a great job. Cole Kmet is in the area. He's throwing the ball towards Cole Kmet on that play because he was still in the pocket.
Third down and 6.
And you get into
play clock winding down. It's at 2. It's at 1. They just get the snap off, but there's confusion. There's a flag down. The toss to the sideline. It's DJ Moore. He's tackled in bounds. They'll stop it with the penalty with 15 seconds to play in the 4th. I'm not sure everybody was set.
Although we're inside 2 minutes, the game clock was stopped. There we have a live ball illegal shift. Offense number 2, for never getting set. Prior to the snap, 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
But it's actually, it can be either or. It can either be DJ Moore, number 2, out to the right here, and then Rome Odunze here. They were both kind of moving at the same time, and it's to what Kevin said. You're rushing that clock as it's going down. I mean, they got it snapped as late as they possibly could. Why were those guys not in position at that time with your quarterback under center and the play clock about to run out? It's the details that will get you beat.
So they've got to get this out of bounds because they can't spike it if they don't get the first down. But a timeout used by Green Bay first. 3rd and 11. Packers up 1, 22-21.
Well, it's how much you execute these plays, right? We used to be able to complete a pass in the field of play, run our field goal team out, and attempt a field goal in about 16 seconds. They're inside that. The next one is, can we throw the ball in the field of play, get up there and clock it? But on 3rd down, you've taken away that option. So God, they put themselves in such difficult positions every time.
3rd and 11. Williams over the middle. It's DJ Moore. He's got to get up there quickly to spike it. No timeouts. 6 seconds and counting. Bears get set. Williams spikes the football. 2 seconds to go. And just like in week 11, it's going to come down to a Cairo Santos field goal try.
What a great job. You get the trio on the right here, and you get one-on-one on this side. And again, it's a great route. You got the whole middle of the field open, and you go into that play. That takes about 12 seconds. They were at 15. They got it done in 13.
Caleb Williams, who's looking for his first career game-winning drive to end his first season. It'll come down to Cairo Santos from 51 yards. Scott Daly, the snapper. Torrey Taylor, the holder. Good snap, good hold. The kick on the way by Santos, and it is good! The Bears' losing streak comes to an end on the final play of the regular season, as Chicago comes to Lambeau and upsets the Packers 24-22. And Cairo Santos tries to Lambeau leap and denied. Caleb Williams, a game-winning drive, and Santos delivers for Chicago.
They had Big Matt Pryor at left guard, right over where Carl Brooks was, who blocked this field goal attempt at Soldier Field earlier this season. And after losing so many games this season, on the final play, to break the losing streak, to avoid being a part of the all-time single-season consecutive game losing streak, they do it on the final play of the game.
10-game losing streak, over. 11-game skid against the Packers, over. For Daryl Johnston and Laura Oakman and our entire